Hi everyone, we're really happy to be back with the 6th Worldwide Talks.
Good morning, guys. You're ready to listen, talk, and watch?
Yes, we're really excited. This is a big day for us. We are in partnership with Spring Studios for 2022, and we're streaming live from Spring Studios in New York City, where you're gonna hear from 50 plus incredible speakers around the world.
Where you will see about fashion, technology, innovation, sustainability, entrepreneurship, and I'm really happy to have you guys here with us.
So without further ado, because I know we had a bit of technical difficulties this morning and we appreciate you all so much for being patient and hanging in there with us, we have an incredible speaker who really doesn't need much of an introduction, Frederic Fekkai, founder of Fekkai, alongside Jessica Michault, who we simply adore. So thank you both so much for being here today. I know and I appreciate the patience with everything that was going on technically with us, but I know it's going to be an incredible conversation. So without further ado, we'll let both of you take over, and we really appreciate both of you being here today.
Enjoy the day, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's great to be here.
Nice to be here, too. Thank you for having me.
Well, let's dive right in, as I know that we've had a little bit of difficulties getting the ball rolling. So I want to get straight into the thick of this topic, which, of course, is eco-conscious values in the beauty market. And I know that you, Frederic, bought your brand back in 2018 with a kind of new message, new vision for the brand. And I know that sustainability and being environmentally friendly and that focus was a kind of pillar of this new chapter in the story of your signature company. So tell me more about that.
You know, I was fortunate to sell my company Fekkai in 2008 to Procter & Gamble. And, when I sold the company and I had a chance to be visiting more France and Europe, and there, I realized that Western Europe was quite ahead of the US on protecting the environment and being aware of the environment and being proud of that. What do I mean by that? Is that I was so flabbergasted to see that when you go to the market or any grocery stores, you had to bring your own bag, the use of waste was limited. I didn't say zero, but limited. And I thought, my God, that is amazing. And also I appreciate it as well that when you go to the market or any cheese stores or any grocery stores, you would see where the provenance came from. I was really amazed to see that, you would see which farmer was doing this, on which region, how many animals they had, how many, vegetables, and so on and so on. And I thought, wow, what a great way to feed and serve the consumer, but with a great education. And I said, since I couldn't do anything because I had a non-compete, so I waited a little bit. And then my wife and I were fortunate to acquire a small brand where we were a customer who had all this, checked all the boxes. They were sustainable. They were working with the artisans of France and Provence. And so we acquired that in 2015. And then I had a chance to buy my namesake brand, Fekkai. And I said, this time I have to really revamp and bring this brand to relevancy to make sure that it would address, taking care of the planet, but also deliver to the customer product that have no harm to our health and personal care. So bought Fekkai with some investors and, was thrilled to be able to repackage
Well, talk to me a little about, I know that you've said in the past about this new strategy and this new thinking for your brand. It's that you say you don't want it just to be low environmental impact, but you actually want it to have a positive impact. And what does that mean for you when you say not only is it environmentally friendly, but there's also positive, not just, not low impact? What is that kind of discussion in your mind's eye?
So I think, first of all, I want to make sure I make this remark here. It's not up to the customer to be, trying to be sustainable and trying to impact the environment. It's up to us first. We need to lead with a great example and also with a great offering. So we have the chance to serve our consumer, our clients with product and to educate them, because it's one thing. I don't want this. What I really don't want is use, this movement of sustainability and, eco-friendly and all of this as a trend, as a, marketing tool. No, it has to be a way of life. And by the way, I should say why we did this with Bastide and Fekkai is because we started in our house to make sure that we were very conscientious on how we consume it, how we use much less plastic. And what I mean by that is also important that we try to figure out, without being judgmental, how we can be there trying to make sure we do everything that helps making our planet a much healthier planet. So trying to figure out how to eliminate more CO2. We work with our manufacturer. We pick some manufacturer that have solar powered, hydro powered, and all of this. Try to do the best we can. And I think the more we, as retailers, manufacturers, brand owners, do that, the more it will be accessible, the more the cost will be much more affordable. Today, I must confess, it's manufacturing our product today is much more expensive than the regular routine, but it's worth it, and I think people appreciate it, and that's what I mean by positive.
So that brings up a good point. How do you find that balance for yourself between profitability and purpose? Do you feel that your consumer is willing to pay more to have something that's less impactful on the environment? Are you seeing people hunting it out, or are you leading the way and helping them discover that they need to have this, that this is the right choice and it's worth a little bit extra to be helping the environment for future generations?
Yeah, so I'll give you a good example. This is an example that happened to me. When I acquired a brand back, Fekkai was sold in FDM, food, drug, and mass. And, when I sold it to P&G, it was only in prestige distribution. So today, obviously you can't, I bought a brand back. I didn't buy product. So the analogy I make to everybody, when P&G was selling to all the mass distribution, they were moving product. They were selling product. And when you do that, it's very difficult to do the right things. So I moved it out. We moved it, and it was painful. I promise, promise you, this is a business case study for many people. We really had the guts to move everything out of Food Dragon Mass, huge stock. We bought it back. It was costly. We lost the sales there, and we went back to a distribution where we could sell not a product, but we sell a brand and sell a story. So this is why the cost of good is much more expensive, but it's worth it because, as you point out, where we are today, our consumer buy a story, buy a brand. They want to buy a product they're proud of. I always compare to, because I grew up playing soccer. You only wear the jersey of the team you like, your favor. So we want the consumer to do the same thing, that they can have a shopping bag or in their bathroom, in my case, that they're proud to see this beautiful bottle that means something. So I think it's important that people root for you. And so this is where we are. It's worth it. I think people appreciate it. Of course, if you go to mass, it's different. You go for value. But here, you go because you believe what the brand is doing is right, and we hope that that's the case.
I think it's interesting to point out that, with your company, it's not just about, okay, we have recyclable, containers, but that it actually is also in the production of what you do, in the actual ingredients that you're using, that this idea of eco-friendly or sustainable is not just about the product and all of the packaging being recyclable, that it actually goes deeper into that. Can you talk to me a little bit about the different pillars of this eco-friendly strategy that you have with the brand?
Yes. So for instance, we own two hair salons, okay? And hair salons are notorious, for disposing product that are, difficult to recycle, okay? So we engaged, an association called Green Circle Salons. And really, I want to give a great shout out to them and really applaud them, because it's an amazing initiative. And they are, we are disposing our waste in this different container that they are taking and recycle. So that's one thing in our salon. And also, we want to make sure that we are at the cutting edge on knowing what is happening out there. How can we improve everything? Whether it's transportation, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's just new technology in packaging. For instance, I'll give you a nice story. Because we make all this research, I got the chance to meet a couple who owns the biggest, the largest nuts farm. So they grow nuts in California. It's the largest in the world, and they came to me and they says, we want to know what we're going to do with the shell. Once everybody is consuming the shells, what the nuts, what we do with the nuts, and I put them in touch with a team that I work and admire at MIT to figure out a way of using those shells, nut shells, with some other composite, which is organic and natural, to create packaging that would be firm, sturdy, biodegradable, but not biodegradable too fast, so that they can stay still on the shelves and on the retailers. But so this is the kind of things I'm fascinated about it. We, I think, not there yet. It's going to take a while, but it's brilliant. It's the right thing to do. It's to see how can we do things that we can just, and also think about it. It would be much lighter than plastic, much lighter than aluminum, much lighter than glass. So it's and it's also and also it's amazing. It's almost a celebration to buying a product like this, knowing that you dispose this. It's just great for the nature. So this is the mindset. This is the spirit that we have. And
I love that story. That's an amazing story.
Yeah, it's great. And think about it. I mean, I keep telling. I was having a meeting, with my naive mindset. So I said to the people at MIT, I said, how can nature do amazing packaging and we men cannot? I mean, look at this banana. The banana has a beautiful packaging. It's great. The coconut have a good one. Pineapple has a great one. It's all biodegradable. And the nuts that I talked about. So all of this is, hey, this is existing. It's there. You know what I mean? How can we do it that it's going to satisfy the consumer, the retailers, and all of us?
And then I also understand that you use for the production, you actually use hydropower, or Niagara Falls. Is that right? To help with your products?
So we have the bottle manufacturer for Fekkai that is based in Canada and also upstate New York near the Niagara Falls. Who use hydro power to alimент to benefit his facilities. Yes, and I was very impressed with that. It's so great to see that. Again, this is not a trend. This man is is in his 70s years old. He's done this forever. It's not like, oh my God, this is happening. Sustainability. He's been doing this since the end of World War II. So it's a good solid manufacturer.
Well, I know we only have a few minutes left, so I do want to talk to you about some exciting news. I know you're always innovating. And so I believe you have a scoop to give us here about a product that we've all grown up knowing is the worst thing in the world to use on your hair. And yet you found a new and a great way that makes it environmentally friendly. So do tell us.
Yes, as a hairstylist, hairdresser, it's very frustrating to not be able to style the hair when you don't have, a clean styler and, basically products that are maybe great for the hair, but not great for the environment. So, I have to tell you, I made a lot of unhappy people in my salon because we do not have stylers today, but we are about to launch, as you just mentioned, now stylers that will be really amazing impact for the environment. And one of them, it's the hairspray and every product that has aerosols. So now we are pleased to say that we're working with amazing manufacturers that I'll say the name because I want people to use it. It's not it's Honeywell, and they have a propellant that is green, basically green. It's with a solstice propellant, and it has so many great benefits. It's no alcohol, no. It dissolves in the air within days. It's just amazing to see that it's going in that direction. So we're very delighted.
I can't believe it. I mean, I can't believe that you would. I mean, it sounds like an oxymoron. Hairspray that's eco-friendly. It just sounds completely insane to me. So congratulations. That's amazing.
No, but you just touching on a point. They contacted us about, I would say 9 months ago, and of course I was very excited, and I brought my team. They all say, "Oh, bullshit! This is not going to happen." It's, we've been looking for this forever, all over the world. It must be a BS. And I think we did the work and really dig in and look at it, and we got the submission and it wasn't perfect at the beginning, and now I mean it is happening, and we're launching with that, and we're very delighted to do this.
It's always a pleasure to speak with you, and I'm just so motivated and excited to test out the hairspray as soon as it launches. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I wanted to quickly thank both of you. First off, again, for the patience in the beginning, but this conversation was so needed, and I knew the two of you would just do such an incredible job, and especially being such a pioneer in sustainability, and both of you really always staying true to your values. I think at the end of the day, the industry needs more of that. So I really appreciate the two of you so much. Thank you so much for being here today, and we're excited to inspire people globally with both of your voices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.
I'm really excited because we're going to go to another very much incredible conversation titled Fashion is Disrupting the Luxury Market and Breaking Patterns with Sir Ozwald Boateng.
A young black designer out of England. His name is Ozwald Boateng. Boateng is a B-O-A Tang.
Where do you come from?
From London.
I am Ozwald Boateng.
I am also Boateng.
The meaning of Ozwald is divinely powerful. This is a solemn name and I'll give to the board because I'm convinced it's going to be great.
Savile Row was founded here a few years after the Battle of Waterloo. His drive to succeed finally had him located in Savile Row by the age of just 28. Setting up shop in Savile Row, the heart of London's upmarket tailoring, he made sure men's fashion would never be the same again.
Creative confidence is about you having 100% belief in what you're creating.
He's more than a tailor as he dresses the rich and famous with his distinctive style.
When he won the Oscar, it was like I was winning as well.
Mr. Money would like to compliment you on your elegance.
Oh, thank you.
No, un'eleganza interiore anche.
For me, a suit's like a suit of armor.
Ozwald makes me sexy, so when I want to be sexy, I go see my man. And if he can get me in a suit, he can get anybody in a suit.
For you, I cut.
Incredible, classic British tailoring sensibility thing happening. And then at the same time, he's got this extraordinary African use of color. It's fantastic.
I'm here and I want to do something that I want to try. My father told me that every African has an obligation to build a better Africa. I'm not African because I was born in Africa, but because Africa was born in me. You think Africa is poor? Could you stand up, please? Now, you think Africa is rich? Could you stand up? I've been someone who's been very passionate about the perception of Africa and wanting to be very much involved in the change of that perception. Africa controls 50% of the world's natural resources. It's not poor.
You have a successful business in London. Why this and why now?
There's a weird issue of perception, and we just need to get past that and get on with it. And I genuinely believe it's the time for Africa right now. Issue of confidence for me spreads way beyond the individual.
Africa's future is up to Africans.
No agreement, no Marxism, Leninism, no capitalism, Africanism.
It's a relationship between the wearer and the piece of clothing. The line that connects the 2 points is confidence.
What I think confidence is not to be afraid and to believe in yourself.
This conversation with both of you. I know it's just going to inspire so many people globally. So I really appreciate both of you being here. And without further ado, I'll let you both take it from here. Thank you.
So that kind of brings us to the first question, which is kind of, who are you, Ozwald? You know, are you a tailor? Are you a designer? Or are you just...
That's been, that's interesting. So that's been a question that's been asked me for many years, actually. And I think I've got a fusion of the two. I mean, I even came up with a term called bespoke couturier back in the day.
That's pretty catchy.
Yeah. So because that was the term I felt I was a fusion. I was very much a couturier in terms of my designing ethos and creating something very individual. But yeah, I was still the old traditional bespoke tailor. So I kind of wrapped the two terms together. But in truth, I'm a creative who enjoys creating, period. Who has a real understanding of construction. And for me, creativity is always about the experience of, in my clothing context, the wearer. If I'm making a film, as you're viewing, it's always about the connection, the emotional connection. So that's really who I am. So I suppose bespoke couture kind of covers it. But it's funny because I used to use that term a lot.
Yeah.
And over time, you sort of switch into something else. But that was my language of my beginning.
And so we're kind of talking about disruption today. Within that context, what does disruption mean to you?
Disruption, that new term. Yeah. Well, disruption, I've lived disruption since I decided. Since I started designing, which is, I started at 16 and kind of made the decision to open up a Ferraro at 18 years old. So I think disruption is, for me at least, is respecting tradition, but finding modern ways to evolve it. So it's not about breaking the old rule book. It's about evolving the old rule book, because I believe if you use the tradition as a foundation, it gives it depth to whatever you're doing that is new. There's a connection. So that's how I see it. So even with this incredible growth of social media and technology and AI tech and algorithms telling us what we want, if you don't connect that to the foundation of the truth of really what you want, that for me is the most important part. I don't think we can't just continually run around the world on this basic algorithms.
Yeah. So you're a man who likes to stand in front of his client and
I still want to have that communication, or at least give the experience of that communication. Now, I did a talk years ago about AI technology, and could AI technology be creative? And I was sitting on a panel with some scientist who was building this AI tech. A friend of mine from DeepMind, I believe, one of the Dennis Hassabis, one of the worked for his company, was sitting there and we're talking about it. And he says, "Well, what is creativity anyway? Is it not just a series of images that you can collate together?" And I said, "Yeah, but what about the magic?" See, and he says, "What do you mean?" I said, "Sometimes I don't even know why I feel something, but it's fitting into a certain idea, and then the magic happens, and the magic is what you experience when you feel it. You can't explain why it's working. There's no algorithm going to figure that out." And so I was saying this, and the argument was they were breaking down what I was saying into some algorithmic language. And I was like, no, that's not what it is. So for me anyway, regardless of, I totally respect AI tech and I understand the importance of technology, but we must not lose sight of our personal connection. Hence, I did this big catwalk show in New York and the name of the collection was called AI. So everyone assumed AI meant artificial intelligence, but for me, it meant authentic identity. So I wanted to play with the letters to build a different relationship with those letters. So suddenly there's a bit more of a personal view perspective on it, as opposed to, AI is going to work everything out for me.
So we're kind of saying that technology has its place, but it's not everything.
It's absolutely not.
It's a tool.
It's an absolute tool. And absolutely. I know we're going to move into the metaverse of life, and there are fantastic opportunities within that. Even for myself, I can see it, but we must never lose sight of that personal connect.
And so when you began, we can kind of safely say you changed the idea that was English tailoring within your own type of disruption. How did you move the market to suit you? And how did you have the guts to do that? Rather than try and fit into something that was already there?
No, because for me, it was clear. When I came to Savaro, I was 18, I met a really famous tailor here called Tom Nutter. And he was really actually more than just a tailor, he was a designer as well. But he only communicated himself as a tailor. And I saw that as limiting. And I realized that that's the space. Tailors are actually couturiers for men, but they're not understanding that opportunity. So I'm going to go into that space and show that opportunity. So that was one part. The second part was tailoring at that point was dying out as a skill, because this is the 80s. So this is the birth of real fashion designers exploding onto the scene and ready to wear. And so the culture of having things made was starting to die out on a personal one-on-one level. So I knew that I could combine the two worlds. So breathe new life into this old world and create something new in the fashion world, because there was a lack of that sort of traditional craftsmanship in one hand, and there wasn't enough innovation and creativity in the other. So it made perfect sense to combine the two. There was a benefit for both. Also, I also understood that this really famous street called Savaro could live on for much longer, understanding that potential. And so then the way I did that is I did my first catwalk show in 1994 in Paris, which in those days, there was no British designers doing that, outside of Paul Smith, who had a huge trading partner at that time called Itochu, effectively backing him to, they turned up something like $150 billion. It's a huge company. I don't know how much they turn over now, but I'm sure it's significant. But he had a lot of financial support, and I basically mortgaged my house to do it. And I remember going there and saying, I'm going to show this collection, but I'm going as a tailor. And everyone says, why does a tailor want to show a collection in Paris? Because I knew the impact of me doing that. Because again, Paris was effectively in that period really where menswear was really become, it was a very powerful men's week to show a collection. And if I timed it right and got it right, I could get the trend to really follow the trend of tailoring, and it worked, because I communicated as a tailor, and when the press interviewed me afterwards after the show, were like, "Why is a tailor coming to Paris? But you're not a tailor, you're a designer. Somehow you're fusing these two worlds." And I said, "Yeah." The thing for me was tailoring, bespoke tailoring, made more commercial sense than women's couture. Because those days, women's couture were, you're spending 30,000 euros for a dress. You could spend 5,000 or 7,000 on a men's suit at that time. So even from a commercial point, it made sense. And then on top of that, there's a lot more men who could afford 5,000 to 7,000 than dresses at 30 for women. So it made sense. And that was I laid that as a case. And it made everyone look at the possibility of tailoring in a very different way.
So you basically just went against everything that was being done.
Yeah.
Took a chance.
Yeah, I took the gamble was, I took the gamble, but it was an experience gamble because it made absolute sense. And every time I do an article, talk about it, and they say, oh, bespoke and couture is the same, I'd say it's not. And so I created a lot of debate and challenged the two worlds. So there's a lot of conversation being had, and the press really, really enjoyed it because it wasn't just a question of is bespoke and couture the same thing. It challenged even why we do couture and why is it only for women? Why can't men also have this? And then I also challenged even the concept of what tailoring could be, because I said I'd always communicate, I want to create beautiful clothes for men. That wasn't usually the language used for men. It was the language used for women. Because I said women's wear gets a lot more focus and attention than men's wear. So I had a lot of arguments about why this should work. It wasn't me that's going, oh, I'm going to Paris, here's my collection, sell it. There was a lot of layers to it. So it created a lot of interest. And Ralph Lauren was, had a purple label that was created not too long after that. It was very tailoring focused. Even Tom Ford at Gucci was really into his tailoring at that point. And it really helped menswear of that period really have a voice. A voice that wasn't in what I call the high fashion context. And there was a strong masculinity to it as well, which was also quite relevant in that time. Because fashion for men at that time was very extreme in terms of fashion, right? And so I think what I was really communicating is I was putting the fashion world and that mindset around fashion closer to tailoring, dragging this point, which was being old and stodgy, here, and I effectively created a new market actually. And in fact, when I started selling to stores, the issue I experienced was simply the stores loved what I was creating, but they didn't know where to put me.
Yeah.
They were like, do I put you in the tailoring floor with the old guys, or I put you in the fashion guys, but you're too much. So there was even a dilemma with my distribution, which kind of obviously slowed my development. Japan was more instantaneous to actually welcoming this new concept, because Japan at that time was, in terms of fashion, was always pioneering in terms of development. So I really did create a niche, and in fact, over time, there was a new category created as a consequence of those efforts.
And so obviously, a lot's changed since then.
Oh yeah, gosh, yeah.
And one of the biggest changes we had was the fact that we are finally kind of honouring and talking about exceptional Black talent.
Yes.
Because as we were saying earlier at lunch, it was hard.
Really hard.
I mean, it was really hard.
Really hard.
And
really hard.
So this moment we're having, sort of, which has come out of the George Floyd travesty, do you think it's sustainable? Do you think the momentum's going to continue? Do you think we'll see some lasting change?
No, the change has definitely happened. It was happening even before George Floyd. I remember there's a singer that I know very well. His name's Tiny Templar, and he invited me to a fashion dinner. I think it was GQ, I think. And it was quite funny because the musician invited me as a designer to a fashion dinner. It was funny. But he said, look, I really want you to come and see something, I hadn't been to one of those dinners for years. And this must have been 2019 or 18, something like this, maybe 18. And I was there I arrive, and on his table where we're sitting, it's mainly Black young people. And I was like, oh, and then I'm sitting and And I'm looking around the room, and there's a lot of black people in the room. So I turned to Tanya, I said, that's a lot of black people. He said, yes, that's why I needed you to come. Because I needed you to know what's going on and what you've influenced. And it was quite profound for me, because I had not been aware that the change had been that significant. And then I spoke to one of the guys on the table who's a designer, and already he was, of course, when you're experienced, you know the steps, you can work out what step they wanted to start his brand maybe a year ago. He had on his second or third collection, but his communication around it and the confidence, I was looking, thinking, my God, when did this happen? How did I miss this? And so if you ask me about the change happened. What George Floyd did, and he obviously impacted me, is what it did is it made us be able to speak about the things we were never allowed to speak about. It really was out the time that you go, actually, I'm so fed up with, what we call the comments that are constantly made, and you have to absorb. And it just allowed us to have truth about historical facts, which, definitely from my upbringing, and my dad was a teacher or a headmaster, so I always knew the facts on colonialism, around the story of slavery. So I understood a lot, but I found myself constantly having to argue positions. Finally, there was a truth about debate about how bad it was. And so, so for me, yes, I think there has been a huge change in the industry and the acceptance. I think it's been a bit challenging as well. I think, there's been so much information put out. There's a lot of guilt associated with that. So there's a lot of companies now wanting to get off that subject. Can we move on? And I understand it, because when it's so deep and so colossal as a responsibility, you sometimes you shut off. It's just too much. The point is for the Black community is to be allowed to remember and also be able to communicate about it without judgment, right? And I think that's the key point. You can't be judged for having a view on something that's wrong. It should just be accepted. And I think that's the point.
So it's the power to speak up.
It's always about the power to speak up.
Ooh, that could be us.
Yeah, no,
Is that you had enough of me now?
I honestly so wish that we could have this be such a long, we have to bring both of you back. First of all, I want to say I commend both of you working in the luxury sector of fashion, being able to bring the social aspect and the social activism behind it, and really staying true to what both of you believe in and bringing that into the luxury space is just so inspiring. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart and our heart to have both of you here. Really, it's such a blessing. And so I just wanted to, I don't know if you had another question, but because the time was running, I was just coming in here just to listen. But yeah, we could, finish this up and then definitely bring you back to continue this conversation because it's so important.
I have one more question. Can I have this?
Yes, of course. No, of course.
So we were talking about a fashion show.
Yes.
Fashion shows. And tell us what's coming up.
Yes, so I'm planning to do this fashion show in 2 weeks. And it's basically during Fashion Week. But it's a celebration of Black culture here in the UK for, let's say, the last 50 years. And the main reason why I'm doing that is I think we need to celebrate as a group, actually. I think the COVID, being stuck in at home, George Floyd, all those things mixed into a really potent soup. I think there needs to be a release valve on that, where we can actually, I want to create a space where we can actually celebrate the culture without a chip, just a celebration, a lot of talent that we know, some new talent, some old talent, mixed together and creating an experience. So that's my plan.
Great. So we'll see you in Fashion Week.
Yes, done.
If not before.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Can't wait. Thank you both so much again. And we're really excited to continue to follow everything that you both do for the industry. So I appreciate you both very much.
Thanks for having us.
Of course. We're live from Spring Studios, and they are our partner today and this year, and we're very excited about that. And we have a really incredible panel right now that will take place titled Fashion is Elevating Cultures Globally and Endeavoring, being led by someone we've had previously, and we adore her, Tijana Ibrahimovic.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Fashion is Elevating Cultures Globally and Endeavoring. My name is Tijana, and I will be leading this panel. We have Norah AlMuhaidib, founder of Shop at Culture, Juana Burga, influencer, entrepreneur, and a founder of Nuna Awa. Let's kick this panel off with a short intro. Norah, tell us a little bit about Shop at Culture.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be here and to explain culture and bring it back to the world. Shop at Culture was born basically to exactly celebrate culture all around the world. We're a platform that brings in cultures from Middle East, hopefully going globally, celebrating authentic styles, bringing back power to small and medium. And we're here basically to discuss how we can elevate the small and bring back attention to that. So that's basically all we do at Shop at Culture. And I'm looking forward to speaking more about it within the panel.
Juana.
Hi, everyone. I'm Juana Burga. I'm from Peru, and I'm the founder of Nuna Awa. I just wanted to start with this. For me, the best way to preserve my culture is to keep it alive. So that's why I founded Nuna Awa, which means in Quechua, soul of the artisan. And I just want to make sure that the ancient culture of knitting in Peru doesn't go extinct.
That's amazing. So how do you think fashion is elevating cultures globally? Juana, if you can continue.
Well, fashion, especially sustainable fashion, I think is elevating fashion globally, because right now we are bringing together not just a trend, but a lifestyle that goes way back from many generations, actually. Myself, growing up in Peru, I know the history of the Incas and the history of the time where people really needed to nurture this sustainable way of living to actually survive. And now that we are in this big global connection with fashion and evolving so much, I feel it's so beautiful that we are connecting globally and starting to empowering and questioning ourselves where things come from, where the products come from, where the final product that we are buying, wearing, consuming come from. So that question, it goes and it kind of leads you to this community, to these cultures, to these artisans. So I think just going through that and sharing the history behind each product, I think that's why it's gonna lead us into telling a beautiful story that it's very powerful in cultural and heritage way. And I think like that, we're gonna evolve to an even bigger fashion conscious.
Mm-hmm. That's great. And Norah, what do you think? How is fashion elevating cultures globally?
I think in today's world, looking into fast fashion and how fashion is moving super fast in trends, you see a big part of the world where women are looking for, to celebrate themselves and see themselves within their clothing. So where I come from, Saudi Arabia and Middle East, we wear cultural clothing almost every day. So the biggest problem that made culture born basically was, if I'd like to shop my culture, I can't find it in global websites, global retail. So I always have to kind of go to brick and mortar stores, small, medium businesses that can't survive within this mass industry. So shop at culture was basically born just to keep that heritage, show people that you can shop your culture, you can express your culture, you can tell stories, you can grow within this network of communities. And it's all about education, all about empowerment, separating yourself from what's trendy and what's, just a piece of clothing, and kind of celebrate who you are through your clothing. And that's how my culture is, and I'm excited to also explain more within this talk.
And how can entrepreneurship help highlight cultural diversity? Norah.
So for me, basically, I used to live in Montreal, I used to live in Canada, and I used to wear all my cultural clothing. I used to bring all my winter coats, which is like woven coats, something very unique and special. And I used to wear it all the time to celebrate who I was, because I felt outshined by what is, modern over there. And I had people stop me in the street and be like, what are you wearing? And I would say, well, it's definitely not Urban Outfitters. It's definitely not Zara, it's from my culture. And that's how the name culture for Shop at Culture was born, basically. And celebrating what's yours, bringing it back to the map and telling stories always captivates people because it's different. So it made me feel a certain way, a belonging where I did not belong. So therefore, I thought my job as a retailer, as a platform, to kind of select those people that share the same passion and put a community and a story behind our platform. Hopefully we're starting in Middle East, and hopefully we go global within the next few years. That's the whole plan, inshallah. And we'll find people from all around the world who have specific items, exactly like Juana, the brands that celebrate and preserve and tell stories, to share it around among communities all over the world. And that's my retail goal, basically, right now.
Yeah. And Juana, what do you think about entrepreneurship and highlighting cultural diversity?
I mean, everything Norah says, it literally connects to everything I'm doing. So we can be in completely different part of the world, but we connect with that. We connect with culture, with empowerment, with being really happy to talk about our history, our countries, our culture. And I think that's like the beauty about sustainability, that at the end of the day, we all connect with together, and we can work into empowering, into educating. And like I say from the beginning, sometimes we forget about where things come from, because sometimes fashion industry just acknowledge the final product, the designer, the brand, the material. So I think right now we have to start not forgetting where is everything coming from. And I think that's, Norah's main focus is doing that. My main focus is doing that with Nuna Awak. Nuna Awak actually means in Quechua, soul of the artisan. And I think that's a very beautiful name as well, because when I'm originally from Peru, like I said from the beginning, and just getting out from my country and working for so many years in the fashion industry, and then coming back to visit family or travel around my home country, and starting to really questioning myself what I don't see more of, what I don't know much about it, right? What I don't know much about the technique these artisans are using, or how am I wearing this amazing sweater made from communities back in my home country. So all these questions lead me into investigating, into questioning myself, and really going to this community, and understanding the entire process. And the entire process, as I think Norah, you also know, it's it really comes from the beginning. I mean, for me, artisans are the engine of sustainable fashion. And I think this is the beauty about empowering culture, is to going into what is the actual meaning of sustainability in fashion. And is these artisans, are these like communities, this culture in every, like in the entire world, we have all these beautiful cultures that resembles this community and this, empowerment of these, projects that we are doing.
So what are some of the customs from your backgrounds that you particularly like to highlight through your work? Juana, if you can answer first.
Well, I'm here right now with Nuna Awak, trying to not change the identity. So right now we are trying to focus into the pieces that they are doing, like they're working with these communities in the mountains of Peru, and most of it is home decor. We are doing these beautiful like blankets that can be very versatile into like putting it into as a blanket in your couch or in your bed or as a, carpet. It's like so many ways you can use. And the beautiful thing about it is that it's 100% handmade and is one of the last remaining, like communities that are doing the entire process of natural dyeing, which is like using plants, using fruits, using, all these natural colors that really revive these beautiful colors of identity of Peru, Latin America. And it's just like so beautiful to start, kind of like working into promoting these products. And again, each piece is handmade, it's like really putting that, the elements of each artisan, of the soul of each artisan. And they can just, they're artists. They're like literally can create everything. So of right now, like I can literally go to them and say, we're gonna do this, and then just interpret it in a very beautiful way. And the luxury part of it is that is one of a kind piece, something that you cannot really find anywhere.
That's amazing. I'd love one of those blankets to check it out. And Norah, what do you think? What are some of the customs from your background that you like to highlight through your work?
So basically our clothing is all culture mainly. We moved into the modern way of clothing, but it's very small. Although it's not available as much, my job is basically, like Juana said, put these artists in a place where they can speak and be sustainable. In my culture, we wear scarves, we wear abayas, we wear bisht and thobes, we wear golden headpieces, we wear a lot. I was going to come with all of that today. I wish I did. I'll send a picture later, but basically, it's special. We have special months, and I'm sure it's similar to Latin America and different places in the world where, certain months of the year you wear different things, you celebrate different colors, different textiles. When it's winter, we wear wool. It's a lot of desert culture basically. And when it's Ramadan, which is a holy month here, we wear a lot of bright colors, a lot of wovens with golds and silvers. So my job here is to bring those artists, and put them on culture, put them in a place where number one goal is to make it available first, right? So people can get access to these products and then tell stories. Like Juana, every item is special. So each item has a story. So what we do on our website is make sure that that story is told correctly, and people appreciate those unique items, these unique colors, and why they're there and how they express culture from different places and different unique perspectives. I think moving to fast fashion, we have to kind of be aware of where products come from, exactly like the artisans, and put them in a place where, educate the consumer about this inspiration. It comes from a country, it comes from the people, it comes from a community.
Yeah. So I think this is a good time to bring up a little bit of a touchy topic, which is that culture is sometimes appropriated rather than appreciated. And it is important to be aware of the difference between the two. So what are your thoughts on this important topic? Juana?
Well, I think the most important is educating ourselves, like knowing where the products come from. And I think that's the main focus of my foundation of Nuna Awak, is to really expressing every topic and everything that goes in connection, why it's so important to know the value of this cultural heritage world of knitting, you know, of handmaids, and really empowering, you know, like the story behind and where it comes from. And I think it's not really taking advantage, it's like a sense of exchanging knowledge, exchanging this beautiful culture and traditions they've been carrying for many generations. I mean, for me, is not just saying like, guys, you can't really come here and copy my culture, because it's not about copying, it's about inspiration. So we have to really educate ourselves, you know, on that topic. It's very important, because if big designers, big brands, they don't inspire themselves with our cultures, then, you know, these cultures and traditions will get lost, because to keep it alive, we have to really talk about it. We have to keep it, you know, out there. And the only thing that I feel that we are lacking on knowledge is to really empower the, you know, the key motor of this change. You're right. We cannot just appreciate the product itself. We have to go deeper than that. We have to question ourselves, who is making my clothes? And once we know that, it's even gonna be even more appreciative for the person who buys that you know, that piece, right?
Bring up some great points indeed.
Exactly.
And Norah, what do you think about it?
I think the base of it is acknowledging culture, right? So exactly like Juana said, when you have a brand and you have products that are, you know, from global brands inspired by a certain culture, I think giving credit where credit is due is very important, because I constantly see, you know, big brands, massive fashion, fast fashion brands, as well as luxury brands taking like inspiration from products that are authentically from different cultures in the world. What is lacking here is the credit, is the inspiration, is the acknowledgement of where these products came from. I've seen products that are basically exactly like things that I wear in my culture, as well as different culture, but yet people don't understand that. And if you see, if you come to my country, and I'm sure different countries, and you see people wearing that on the regular, you're kind of confused, because you're like, okay, wait, is this that as well? But this is the more luxury. Why is that priced? You know, we had a blanket here in Saudi that is literally like 20 riyals, which is like $5 or so, that last season I saw it on the runway, that is sold like hundreds of thousands. And I was so shocked, you know, that this is something from my country, and it's so something that is typical, but yet people don't know the story behind it. So it's very important to give credit where credit is due and educate. You have a voice, you have a big brand, educate, bring back inspiration to the people, continue that legacy of history. Definitely.
Which brings me to, as we wrap up, my next question, which is, were there ever stigmas when it comes to your heritage or style that you have to often clarify to the fashion industry? Norah, I think you were pretty passionate about that question. So if you can tell me about it.
I mean, in my culture, we usually wear the headscarf, and a lot of cultures also wear headscarves, and it's usually like, you know, you just put it, I could even show you, it's similar to something like this. And then this is how we wear it in my country, as well as comes in different textiles, comes in different colors. So a lot of people stigmatize that with, you know, over modesty, kind of don't understand, you know, that this is something that you can celebrate instead of think that it's an oppression. So that's one of the things that I face constantly if I wear a headscarf anywhere in the world.
And Juana, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, it's just, you know, I feel like just for me, we have this amazing hat that you can use it in the winter that's called chuyo, and it's been there using for different cultures, for different people in my country as protecting yourself from the cold, and now it's becoming such a big product so globally. So I think that's beautiful to see, and I feel just to finish this panel is like, let's support the creators and the culture.
But no, what I really wanted to say is just thank you to everybody who just spoke. The importance of cultural heritage, really bringing that into fashion is so key. And I wanted to quickly just take also a minute to tell you all about a few things that are happening. So one, we are at Spring Studios. We officially announced a partnership with them for 2022. Super excited to be streaming from here. You can see in my backdrop right here, we have New York City. It's a little bit of a hazy day, but that's what brings sometimes the beauty of the city. Two, I am so delighted to be wearing a dress by a designer that I adore so much, Rebecca Minkoff. This dress, actually, the name of the dress is Jordana, which is my name. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, well, number one, it's my name. Number two, I love the style and everything she does. She's always innovating. She's always at the front of the industry. So Rebecca Minkoff, huge shout out to you. I feel so lucky to be wearing one of your pieces today. And then I also want to let all of you know that while you watch this, type in your comments, send in your questions. We might not be able to get through all of them, but it's important for this conversation to really involve all of us, not just the great speakers that we have on stage, but all of you at home play a huge role in what this is supposed to be, and really a way to democratize the industry and bring everybody together, because after all, fashion is for everyone. So with that, I am really excited for this next conversation, because one of our key pillars, when I think of people, I think of sustainability. And sustainability is so key for the industry to move forward in the right direction. So with that, I am thrilled to announce the next talk with Kutay Saritosun, for the head of marketing and communications of Blue Sign Technologies, titled Fashion is Reducing Impact and Achieving Sustainable Goals. First, I just want to thank both of you for being here. It's been a really fun day already, a lot of great speakers, but your conversation, it will shed so much light internationally on the importance of sustainability and so much more. So without further ado, I'll let the two of you take over. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Welcome everyone to our panel. My name is Maoz Cohen, and I'm the Director of Education of Istituto Marangoni, Paris. Istituto Marangoni is one of the best fashion schools around the world. It was founded 87 years ago in Milan, and since then there are many schools around the world of Istituto Marangoni, and I'm from the Paris school. So at Istituto Marangoni, we prepare our students to their future career, whether it's in fashion design, fashion business, or creative direction and styling. In Paris, specifically, in the School of Paris, we have the luck to be based in the capital of fashion, the home of haute couture, the hub for luxury brands and groups like LVMH and Kering. And in order to prepare our students to meet the industry needs, we make sure to collaborate all the time with the best companies in the industry, with the best brands. For instance, we have a mentoring project with Balmain, with Olivia Rousteing, for instance, and we collaborate with the industry all the time. With that, we also would like our students to be able to write the future of fashion, and we encourage a lot of thinking outside of the box and innovation. And that leads me today to our conversation today. To get into our topic today, we're going to talk today about the industry impact on our planet and how we can reduce this impact through innovation and different technologies. And so I have the pleasure to discuss today in our panel with Kutay Saritosun, who is the head of marketing and communication in Blue Sign Technologies. Hi, Kutay. Nice having you here.
Hi, Adi. It's a pleasure to be with you on this fireside chat. And allow me to say this, I really admire your work, and what you do is extremely important as an educator to give the right tools and know-how to the students, because they will be the future leaders in the fashion industry to move the industry forward for a better and more sustainable future. And I think that's very, very important. So I admire and appreciate your work.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
So important.
Could you start by telling us about your role and BlueSign Technologies?
Sure. My name is Kutay Saritosun, and I'm the head of marketing and communications at BlueSign. As for who we are, BlueSign is a sustainability solutions partner to chemical suppliers, textile manufacturers, and brands around the world. We are based in Switzerland, and we were founded in year 2000 with the mission to unite the entire textile value chain to jointly, collectively, reduce its impact on people and the environment. Now, we have over 700 system partners globally, and these system partners are committed to implementing the BlueSign system, which focuses on responsible production, responsible chemistry, and responsible use of resources. And through this implementation on these focus areas, we're able to collectively reduce our impact on both the people, it has a social impact, and the environment. With regards to the brands that we work with as system partners, we've got brands, system partner brands, both in the outdoor industry and in the fashion world. Some of the names that you would easily recognize would be Patagonia, REI, Canada Goose in the US, in the outdoor world, and Helly Hansen, Jack Wolfskin, and Faude in Europe in the outdoor segment. And with regards to the fashion segment, fashion brands that we work with as system partners, I can list Everlane, Reformation, and Eileen Fisher, just to name a few. Now, when we are working with the brands, and you can say, well, we've got emerging designers, we've got smaller brands, etc. With regards to the size of the brand, it really doesn't matter for us, because we are here to partner with them on their sustainability journey. Sustainability is a journey. You have to start from somewhere, set some goals, and then it's about continuous improvement. So we are here to partner up with them to help them understand where they are in this journey, first of all, and then how they can move forward along that journey with our guidance, and how they can produce more sustainable products.
That sounds amazing, and I love this. I love that you work with various sizes of brands, whether they are emerging or really, quite big and already stable. So, Kutay, maybe you can highlight to us, why is it so important to measure and reduce impact?
Sure. When we talk about impact in the textile industry, there are two categories. One is the environmental impact, and the other one is the social impacts. We, in the industry or in the media, we mostly talk about the environmental impacts, but there's also huge social impact on the workers, on the people, consumers, people living around those facilities, wages, labor issues, and so on and so forth. But with regards to, if we want to focus on the environmental impacts, first of all, the textile industry is very resource oriented. There's a huge resource consumption with regards to water, with regards to chemistry. In terms of water, for example, I think many of us know this by now, this example, but we need 2,700 liters of water to produce just one t-shirt, and multiply that by billions of t-shirts that we produce every year. And this is enough drinking water for one person for 2.5 years. So incredible consumption of water. And the textile manufacturing happens in countries that are short of water anyway. All of these processes, washing, dyeing, finishing, denim laundry operations happen in those countries where there's already a shortage of water. So that's really important. There's a lot of toxic chemistry that's being used in the textile industry. Chemistry is required, it's needed, but what kind of chemistry are you using? According to the European Parliament, 20% of the global clean water pollution comes from the toxic chemistry that's being discharged as part of the textile manufacturing. Carbon emissions, This is a huge topic because we're getting close to 2030. We want to keep the global warming to 1.5 degrees. So there are really ambitious goals that we want to attain. Globally in every industry, but also in the textile industry or in the fashion industry. And again, based on the analysis that the European Parliament did, 10% of the global greenhouse emissions come from the textile industry. So it does have a big impact. Our industry has a big impact. Well, in the apparel production, in the fashion industry, a huge impact, but the most impact, I would say, happens at the tier 2. And that's where the textile manufacturing, the materials manufacturing take place. That's the stage. And that happens especially during the dyeing, finishing, coating, what we call the wet processes. That's where a lot of water is being used. That's where a lot of energy is required because you have to heat up the water. You need steam, you need energy for all of the machinery. And to give you an example, this production, the production stage, the material production stage is responsible for 38% of the energy consumption out of the entire apparel production, 38% of the energy consumption, 27% of the water consumption, and is responsible for 36% of the carbon emissions. And that's where bluesign is focusing on. That's where our work is focused. And when we work with the textile manufacturers at this stage where the most impact is happening. Now, with regards to why measuring and reducing impact is important, of course, we want to do good, right? We want to be as sustainable as possible in the industry, but also, Adi, legislation is coming. Legislation regarding sustainability in fashion or improving sustainability in fashion is coming. To give you two quick examples, legislation is happening in the European Union, and that's called the EU Green Deal. They will have certain mandates for the fashion industry coming up with regards to sustainable product development or development of sustainable fashion products and also sustainable production processes. You probably have seen this recently. There was an announcement in January that there's a bill at the New York State Senate proposed by the New York State Senate, and that's called the Fashion Sustainability and Social Accountability Act. And when this bill passes, then the brands will be responsible for to do their supply chain mapping and disclose their supply chain from raw materials all the way to the final product, finished products. They will have to do their impact disclosure on environmental and social impacts and disclose certain actions on reducing the energy consumption, water consumption, greenhouse gas emissions, and there will be certain mandates on chemical management, and they will be required to have third-party verification when they disclose these actions on reducing impact. So legislation is here at our door, basically. So then, as a brand, are you ready when this legislation is coming into place? Brands are setting goals to reduce impact, but honestly, you don't know what you don't know. So if you don't know what's happening in your supply chain, in your supply network, then there's nothing you can do. You cannot take any action because you don't know what's happening, right? And what we are seeing as bluesign, working very closely with the brands, most brands struggle with the knowledge and the management of their supply network. Most of them are not good at this task. And some of the relevant reasons that we observe among the brands of why this is happening is that the supply network is super complex. From the raw materials all the way to the finished goods, it's a very complex chain. There are varying business models that the brands do use. They've got different sourcing models, etc. And some of these models really insulate the brands from understanding their supply chain. They insulate the brands from their suppliers. There are outsourcing models, subcontracting models, and often the brands don't know where their goods, their materials are coming from because they're saying, oh, well, this is my fabric supplier. That's the supplier that sends the fabric, but they're not actually making the fabric. They're not dyeing the fabric. They're not finishing the fabric. All they do is ship the finished goods to the brands. So the brands don't have any visibility where that material is coming from, where it's manufactured, how it's manufactured, and what the impact is. Another relevant reason why the brands are struggling with the management of their supply network is the task and role of managing information, the information that they have, the information that's coming in, and sometimes that's not really prioritized in their systems. And of course, you know, comprehensive, maybe a lack of comprehensive information systems to manage all of this complex data and information, such as, you know, labels, certifications, and all of that. That's also lacking from a brand side. So all of these reasons, all of these factors are actually complicating why the brands are not able to maybe look at understand where the impact is and be able to measure it, report it, track it, and so on and so forth.
Okay, wow, that's super interesting. And also actually through that, you also touched about the challenges that all these brands have today to be able to measure their impact and to really be able to control their supply chain, because they are
absolutely.
So how does bluesign contribute to impact reduction in the textile industry?
Well, I mentioned before that we've got all of these system partners, and they're committed to implementing the bluesign system. And bluesign is really a system. It's an implementation that takes place in the supply chain. We work very closely with chemical suppliers because that's where the chemistry comes from. And our philosophy is, how can we control, how can we use good chemistry? Again, chemistry is required. You can't do anything without chemistry. But how can we use good chemistry from the very beginning of the production, so the workers are safe, so that we're minimizing the air emissions, the toxic stuff that goes out into the air, the toxic stuff that goes out into the water emissions. How can we help the chemical suppliers to produce safe chemistry? And then the next up in the chain is the partnering up with the textile manufacturers, so that they can implement responsible production processes, use safe chemistry in the production of the materials, and in turn enable brands to provide consumers with safe products which reduce impact on people and the environment. And if you say, okay, well, how do you achieve with the chemical suppliers and textile manufacturers? So what do you guys exactly do as bluesign? Well, what we do is the following. With the chemical suppliers and the textile manufacturers, the first step is an on-site assessment, looking at how the chemical suppliers produce those chemicals. Do they have the right systems in place to minimize the impact on the environment and the people in the production of those chemical products? And then the next thing is, what are they producing in terms of chemistry? We have a team of experts that assess every chemical compound that goes into a chemical product, substances that goes into the chemical product. So we assess all of these chemical compounds that makes up a chemical product, so that the chemical suppliers are able to produce safe chemistry. We call it bluesign approved chemistry, chemical products. And we've got 18,000 of those chemical products, approved bluesign chemical products, from over 200 chemical suppliers. So that's the first step with regards to controlling the chemical input in the textile manufacturing with regards to the impacts. Then we work with the textile manufacturers. We've got close to 400 system partner textile manufacturers. And then again, the first step would be an on-site assessment. How are you producing your textile materials? This on-site assessment is focusing on environment and occupational health and safety and resource efficiency. So we go through close to 600 different points in these on-site assessments. And what we take a look at is where are you as a facility with regards to your environmental systems, occupational health and safety, workers, right? The social impacts and the resource efficiency. And that leads to a gap analysis. So where are you right now as a facility? And where are you, what are the gaps with regards to the bluesign criteria, with regards to all of these focus areas? So with this gap analysis then leads to an action plan. So we work with these facilities, textile manufacturers, on building and implementing an action plan so that they can meet these strict requirements that we have in order to become more sustainable and reduce their impacts. The next thing that we do, this is the production part with the textile manufacturers. The next thing is, as a textile manufacturer, when you're making these fabrics, in terms, what is the chemistry that you're using, right? That's another important factor. We help them with the chemical change management, Adi, so that they're using safe chemistry in the first place to reduce impact on the environment and on the workers and on the people living and working around those facilities. So it's the production and the chemistry. Now you can say, okay, great, you've done the assessments, they're implementing the Blue Sign system, and then what? And then what is a reassessment? We do reassessments of these facilities, and it really is a continuous improvement. So when they become a system partner, we know where they've started, and throughout this continuous system partnership, we can see the progress. And I'm really excited to share this with you because we're about to announce our 10-year impact results. So we looked at what our system partner textile manufacturers have achieved between 2010 and 2020 with regards to these eKPIs. And what we have seen is they have achieved 5% reduction in energy, 18% reduction in water, 12% reduction in carbon emissions, and 17% reduction in chemical consumption throughout these 10 years. And we will be publicly announcing these results as part of our impact communication at Blue Sign. And I've mentioned that we work with brands as well. We've got brand system partners. We also do, when we work with the brands, system partner brands, we also do brand assessments. We focus in multiple areas. We look at their supply network management. We look at their material intelligence and product design. We look at their chemical management. We look at their goals and how they communicate their goals and how are they holding their supply chain. Are they tracking what's happening in their supply chain and where is the accountability? And we help them measure and record their performance. And what's really important for the brands over here when we work with them is, again, we do an eKPI analysis of their tier 2 suppliers. Again, that's our focus, the textile manufacturers. So through working with the brands, we help them understand what's happening with regards to impact, measuring the impact, monitoring the impact, and then track that performance through the brand's sustainability goals. And of course, when you're measuring impact and looking at impact, it's important that you're working with verified data, and that's where Blue Sign comes into the picture, because we do all that verification for the brands. We're currently providing system partner brands with an impact report, and with the I'm also very excited to announce this right now because we're launching tiered services. So it won't be just system partnership for all of these system partners. It will be tiered services. So it will be democratizing access to the Blue Sign services at different levels, which we'll be launching soon. And then we'll be able to offer these impact services to basically any brands and not just the system partner brands.
Kutay, thank you so much for all this information. I believe that Blue Sign approach is really a great inspiration and encouragement for all the professionals that are hearing us today, also in the industry, but also for our students at Istituto Marangoni Paris. They, as we said, they will write the future of the fashion industry. And I think that the holistic approach that you show when you were talking about environmental and social and how everything is interact and integrated together really inspire to understand the way we need to approach sustainability. It's not a simple thing. It's something that needs to look as a whole and as in a holistic way of thinking. So thank you so much for sharing with us all of these exciting activities, and congratulations for all these achievements that you have made and continue to make our fashion industry better. And
thank you
so much about impact and how we can actually achieve the sustainable goals of the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eddie, so much.
I wanted to jump in and just say thank you to both of you. This conversation is necessary in the industry and where it's headed with the importance of the SDGs and how technology can really help implement that. And I'm just a huge fan of the work that both of you do. Kutay, of course, we've been working with you now for a while and it's just incredible. And Istituto Marangoni, what you guys do with students all over the world is amazing. So thank you both so much for being here today. And I'm sure you inspired so much and shared a ton of knowledge globally. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye. So we're back and we are in Spring Studios, which we're really excited to be here today, streaming live from Spring Studios to you at home globally. And this conversation, again, sustainability, traceability, all of that, with authenticity is so important in the way that the supply chain moves forward, the different, brands in the industry. So really, really happy to have had them here with us. And now we're going to go to a conversation that is going to be really incredible, and it's really going to share knowledge, open up your minds at home, and I think there's going to be a lot of engagement with this one. So the conversation is with Charles Ross, General Manager of Saga Furs North America, Inc., and it's titled Fashion is Traceability and Fur Supply Chain Technology, a Game Changer for the Industry. So here we go. So I'll let you guys take over. Thank you. Here we go.
Thank you, Jordana. Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm Dick Lockard. I'm Director of Connected Products for RPAC International. And as Jordana said, I'm here with Charlie Ross, who's General Manager of Saga Furs North America and Head of Sustainability and Supply Chain Management. Hi, Charlie. Welcome.
Hi, Dick. How are you?
Good, thanks. Charlie, as you know, RPAC's one of the largest producers of RFID and connected trim and packaging for retail brands in the world. So I work with a lot of designers and ingredient brands. But one thing that really stands out to me with all of those brands that I work with is how much Saga Furs is really investing in sustainability and innovation. And as a leader in the fur and natural fiber industry, I was wondering if you could tell everyone a little bit about Saga's business model and why it's important for your certification programs to be so transparent.
Okay, thank you, Dick. It's been a long journey to provide our sustainability messages to the fashion industry. Saga Furs, for many years, since 1938, been a leader in animal welfare standards. And we base our decisions on science. And currently, we're pleased to announce that we're only selling Furmark certified pelts. As a public company, we have responsibilities to be transparent. And, our responsibility as being the exclusive supplier to many of the major fashion brands is to really exchange information about our supply chain. So our long journey to find a way to communicate our messages has been solved by our RFID Saga Track program that we developed with RPAC.
Thanks for that, Charlie. Why do you think Saga Furs continues to invest in that sustainable supply chain? I mean, what are the drivers behind that you're seeing?
Well, I think it's our license to operate in the luxury market. We're selling a responsible luxury product that happens to be a natural fiber. And as we know today, as the world is moving to more sustainable business models, natural fibers, including fur and leather and wool and cashmere, are under attack. Yeah. And I think the best way to communicate our message about our concern and our certification is to find a way to communicate to people through their cell phone or mobile devices. So I think we've made this investment to be able to communicate directly our message and really to clear up some of the confusion about fur products in general.
Yeah, that's really important right now. I mean, why did you think it was important to present that here on the Fashion Innovation platform, really?
Well, I think Fashion Innovation is a platform really involved in discussing key issues affecting the fashion industry as it relates to sustainability and technology. And really what we have done in our program is combine fashion, inspiration, and technology. And I think Fashion Innovation has the audience to receive this message. I think there are a lot of VIPs listening and decision makers listening. So it was just a great opportunity to communicate what we're doing, our commitment to the long term, and exciting news about our launch of the RFID program. I think that it's going to be a revolution in the retail chain. I think that we're just exploring to many possibilities, and having a partner such as you is allowing us to provide solutions on transparency and certainly traceability.
Yeah, you mentioned technology. I mean, a lot of brands are starting to invest more heavily in technology and trying to digitize their supply chains for traceability and visibility and transparency. But Saga really has invested heavily in RFID and the RFID technology that drives the program. What is it about RFID that led you guys to invest so much?
Well, I think we're motivated by our end clients, which are the major fashion brands in the world. And they have been using RFID for quite some time to authenticate their products, which I think is important when you have a fashion brand, to make sure that the consumer knows they're buying the real product.
For sure.
For RFID, for us, it's to authenticate our product, but also to provide the traceability. I mean, for the first time now, we're able to go from a retail store and trace it all the way back to the farm that produced the pelts. So we follow backwards through the supply chain, and that is really all to give confidence to both the brands and the end consumer today.
Yeah, we're seeing with all of the conversations with fashion brands that we're talking to is traceability is really something that's important to them. Although a lot of folks are struggling to do that, they're out 2 or 3 or 4 years to provide that. How long have you guys been working on this program? Because you're doing it today and providing that service to the brands today.
We've probably been working on traceability for over 10 years, and it's really evolved to RFID for the last 5 years. So we've traveled the world and we've experimented with various platforms and products, but really since we've been working with RPAC, we've really been able to nail down what we want. Going back to your question about why Saga is investing so heavily, we also, being a publicly traded company, we have a responsibility to our shareholders to, promote our product properly. And RFID also is a value added for people that are our customers and buy our pelts. So, I mean, I think it's a way for Saga, for the first time ever, to communicate directly to the consumer. We've been in B2B since 1938, but I think the RFID and the consumer experience portion of it really opens a new platform for us and a new discussion.
That's true. So many brands are trying to communicate with their customers and stay connected with their customers post-sale. And I think you guys have figured out a way to allow your customers, your brands to do that, but also for Saga to do that with the traceability info. That's really important. There's as you said, a lot of discussion about RFID traceability and technology. Blockchain is one of the technologies that a lot of folks are talking about for kind of authenticity of the supply chain. Does SagaTrack work with blockchain?
Yeah, I mean, the SagaTrack, the RFID technology is really an automated system to capture the data, really in a digital manner. Blockchain is definitely part of our industry, but blockchain to us is more of a ledger. So it's a decentralized platform, and security and confidentiality is important. But Saga's program has been developed, SagaTrack, to share all data with existing blockchains. Blockchain is a tool that's being used in our industry. So this is could be easily coordinated with existing blockchains.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, do you see any kind of concerns or responsibilities that either Saga or the brand has with sharing that traceability information and being so transparent with their customers, or do you think it's being demanded really?
I think the information will be shared on different levels depending on the brand and their sustainable messaging. So I don't think that the message will be shared the same across all platforms in all countries. Right. We're selling our product to over 20 countries around the world. So we anticipate some really open platforms and discussions with consumers, and other platforms in other countries maybe we'll just talk about the certification programs and the country of origin and even the country of manufacturer. So this platform is open for editing. This is not a decision we will make, but the individual client or brand will make that decision on how much and when and how to share this information. So I think it's secure and up to the brand to decide what to share.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, what are some of the messages that you're seeing brands share with their customers, to provide that kind of transparency and authenticity that customers are looking for? I mean, can they use this technology for other things as well?
Well, I think some of the brands are already using RFID for inventory control.
Yeah.
And also as they work in global supply chains, it's a way to, really track the merchandise.
Yeah.
We think that showing the country of origin or where the fur pelt is produced, the country of manufacture, I think it really fits into strategies of the major brands.
Yeah.
We've also, in working in a sustainable world, there's so much discussion on upcycling and end of life of products. So we really feel this is also a great tool to communicate that. So if you take fur, you could communicate messages of how to repair a piece, how to remodel a piece, or even really where to resell a piece, before this natural product goes to a landfill, and has an extended life. And this way the consumer can really, take ownership of the responsibility of their coat.
Yeah. I think that's fantastic. And all of that is communicated through the garment itself with this technology. So I think it's a great opportunity for brands. We don't have much time left, but I have one more question that I know it's probably a tough one, that's on a lot of people's minds, designers, brands, and consumers. But how is having a sustainable supply chain with RFID traceability changed the narrative about fur and natural fibers? There's a lot of controversy, a lot of voices on fur and other natural fibers, and how does this program change that narrative, and what's important for you to communicate about the narrative that's out there right now?
Well, being transparent and being a leader in animal welfare, that's certainly something we want to communicate. But we feel that RFID has allowed us to open communications with other animal use industries, in particular leather and exotic leathers, that we all have a common mission and goal to share the truth. There's a lot of information out there. This is just one vehicle we use, both in the media, in brand communication, but also in political issues. If you put it out there and it's certified and it's audited, RFID just gives us another way to communicate direct to the consumer at point of sale. And we've never entered that platform before. And I think it's a very exciting part of RFID that we're just learning about. We've been working on this for many years. This is just a great way for us to continue our storytelling. And we are launching it with several brands and retailers, for next season, starting in our season, which starts really in March. So it's exciting times for us to combine this new technology with an old craft, a responsible luxury product made from natural fibers or from, industries that have really adjusted their way of doing business in more sustainable manners.
Yeah, thanks for that, Charlie. I know it's a topic of conversation that you have every single day with your brands and with consumers, and I'm really happy that this program is kind of adding to the kind of science-based and transparent voice in the marketplace. I think it's really important.
And we need to increase the confidence in our product, and by being traceable and transparent, we really think we're accomplishing that goal.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think there's a lot of talk about sustainability, but I don't think you can really talk about sustainability unless you're traceable and can prove that sustainability, because it's just talk if it's nothing else.
Right. I mean, we as a public company have created investment in this in many fashions. This always comes down from leadership, and this is a core DNA of Saga Furs and the CEO of the company. So I see we're running out of time. So thank you, Dick, for those questions. And I see Jordana is back. And thank you, Jordana and Marcella, for giving us the opportunity to talk about RFID technology in the natural fiber world.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, and I have to thank both of you. You know, and it's such an important conversation, technology transparency, but especially when it comes to real fur. And it being such a controversial topic, but it is important to clarify and to really share knowledge so people have like something better and something bigger to go off of rather than just something that they believe and think sometimes, which might not be the case. So I really, really appreciated this conversation. And, you know, Charlie, I mean, I adore you. I know you for a very long time. And it was so great to meet you. You did such a great job leading the conversation with Charlie, and both of you, what you've built with this technology. I'm just excited to see how this shapes up the future of where fashion goes and with real fur involved. So appreciate both of you so much. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
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 So now we're really excited. You know, before I go to this next conversation, we are right now focusing on technology. We've had Blue Sign, we've had Saga Furs with the new technology that they've built and they're going to be launching into the market. And now we're going to bring really an incredible woman who is really making headway when it comes to technology. So we have Sinead Bovell, who's a fashion model at the Lions Management and the founder of Way. And she's being led by a dear friend of Fashinnovation who we've had many times, Michault Ferraro at FIT. And I know this conversation is really going to inspire globally. So here we go. Hi, Sinead. Hi, Michault. Thank you guys so much for being here today. I'm super excited for this conversation, so I'm not going to take any more time from both of you, and I'll see you guys at the end.
Terrific.
Great.
Thank you so much. And Sinead, so nice to meet you, and thank you for being here today. This is a really kind of interesting topic and an exciting topic, and your particular perspective on it is really going to be very insightful, I think, for the audience. One of the kind of first questions that comes to my mind is, what was your aha moment when you realized the nature of work in the future is going to be so radically different?
I mean, there's been many different inflection points, I'd say, as it relates to fashion and the arts. When I started to really investigate and advance a new kind of subset of artificial intelligence called GANs, Generative Adversarial Networks. You might commonly know them as deep fakes. But they have more commercial interest and viability in things like fashion modeling. So instead of, for example, having a fashion model shoot an e-commerce shoot, you could just create a deep fake, essentially, or an AI, and that populate web pages. And I saw quite a big e-commerce company in Germany called Zalando testing some of this research. And that's when I realized, you know, my job, all jobs will be impacted by technology, but this is coming a little faster than expected.
Yeah, I mean, one of the quotes on your website is really very shocking. In the year 2020, by the year 2020, 800 million jobs were going to be replaced by technology. That's a whole different world structure. I've often just, said industries on the way to full unemployment, which is, because automation really is designed to replace the inefficiencies that they see as being inherently human. Do you sort of see that same kind of, that's a little dystopian, but is that same horizon?
Yeah, so the 800 million jobs by 2030 is accurate, but at the same time, 60% of the jobs in 2030 haven't been invented yet. And so if you were to rewind the clock 10 years, a social media manager didn't exist, a social media analyst. Now we have full-fledged consulting companies, we have social media companies that are trading on the stock market, and those types of roles. So it's not that roles just dissolve in isolation. An entire new industries and ideas are born that we just can't imagine yet. But it does mean that we have to go from the track we're on to the track future.
And we were talking not that long ago, and, in the future, we're going to be doing interplanetary travel. So when you start to envision what work in the future is like, it obviously is something so radically different. But I think it's fair to say, and I'm sure we both agree, that technology is going to be critical. That will be the core skill that is necessary for work going forward. So you have a really interesting organization to help promote entrepreneurs, not help them cope with these changes. What have you seen as the biggest challenge in kind of bringing them on board to this new world order, if you will?
I think people don't know where to turn to understand the future and what they should be doing in their daily lives to prepare for it. I think that's kind of the biggest fear and the biggest kind of roadblock. So, just kind of bringing points to light, some of the most advanced AI systems on the planet we work with every day. Yeah. Netflix, Google Maps, these are incredibly powerful AI systems, literally some of the best in the world. And so when you kind of give the light bulb moment to people that if you can work with a system like Netflix, you can work with AI in the future. If you're in HR, instead of Netflix being movies, it might be resumes. So these same types of systems exist, just in more of a work component. And I think when you bridge that knowledge gap for people and let them know that they're already leaning into the future, it's just about expanding it, the vision of it, into a role that they currently work in. But I think it's that kind of fear. We see Hollywood's version of the future, which is anything but helpful. And then we don't really know where else to turn. So that's kind of the key thing I've noticed among entrepreneurs.
So, I mean, just consistent with that, we did a project in the DTech lab where we partnered with IBM to see how artificial intelligence can improve decision-making in design, manufacturing, and retail for Tommy Hilfiger. And I got to give credit to the young designers who came in saying, we're afraid the robots are going to eat our jobs. What's it going to be like? So they came in just, ready to see what it was all about. And they left the project with this really insight that really has stuck with me. And they said, wow, that was like having a smart assistant designer with me all the time. So there was all of a sudden a transition in understanding that when thought about properly, used properly, and where you're really engaging with the technology, it augments your creative process. And that kind of transition, I think, needs to happen on a much broader scale. But, we do it on a project by project basis, which is sort of fun. Have you seen resistance from companies, big companies, in adopting these new technologies and embracing these young entrepreneurs?
Slightly, yes. I think complacency, especially when it comes to technology, it's not a new story. And I think even the pandemic, the kind of wake-up call that we have all of these digital tools around us, whether that's remote work or leaning into AI powering your website. And the pandemic was a massive wake-up call that if you aren't leaning into these digital technologies, they're not going to wait, and you're probably going to get left behind. Yeah. So that resistance has kind of shrunk a little bit, I would say. In terms of younger people, getting younger people involved and on board, I think it's been also a wake-up call, but in a positive way for young people who are usually quite tech savvy or digital natives who want to lean into these technologies more, but just weren't really empowered to do so. Now they're being called into these organizations, help us pivot, help us pave a way, and help us to maintain relevance and understand what is it that the next generation needs from us as a company. And I think it also has been disrupted on a social level as well. We're seeing multiple disruptions. There's climate issues, there's social issues, technology issues, and they're all kind of converging and part of this kind of bigger movement and fundamental restructuring.
So technology is so profoundly affecting everything in the fashion value chain. You're talking about GANs being used to create models, but the avatars and 3D scanning and simulations for draping and design are also radical transformations that are all kind of first steps into the metaverse. Are you in the metaverse? Do you have an NFT?
No, so I'm not in. I'm much more of an observer, I would say. I don't think the metaverse, there isn't anything in particular to be in. You can kind of be in fractions of different, maybe video game companies. Yeah. But at this point, it's still largely an idea. But some of those individual components that you mentioned, things like an avatar, we are seeing that heavily in fashion. In fact, over the next couple of years, we'll start to see celebrities roll out their avatar, some of which might be in more of these kind of cartoony-like characters, but many of which are indistinguishable. And they're on the cover of a magazine, and it's much more efficient. Instead of having to be in all of these places, traveling around the world, you can just have your avatar go there instead. And the same would be a design process. So if you're designing an outfit, you could put in some of your ideas to an AI system, and it could kind of spit out some other ideas based on what you've put into it. So I think all of that does allow us to merge a little bit more technology, which is of course where the end of the metaverse is supposed to be, this merging of the physical and the digital.
Yeah, at one point they called it the phygital. That name didn't really stick, but that the idea that you have simulated worlds integrated with real worlds, and it won't be, a goofy helmet that you're wearing. It's going to be in your eyeglasses. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be integrated into your daily life in a way that it's really kind of, it's a mixture of terrifying and fascinating, I guess. A number of my colleagues are fit models for brands, and I keep suggesting to them to come into this 3D scanner. You might as well get a 3D avatar of yourself that you can then set up as an NFT and license out. So that's a new economy that I expect will emerge and still, start with the human, but then it goes in a different direction. So it's kind of a fascinating world, and the rate of change is probably, from my perspective, has been one of the biggest challenges, and the amount that students have to learn. And these are, students, whether they're coming to your organization to get a boot camp in how to do critical thinking in this, or to actually have students come in and embrace the technology and try to develop new ideas or explore new directions. The staggering amount of information and skill that they have to have is really a little daunting at times, I would say.
It's daunting. And I think that you pointed out learning. And I think that's actually one of the most important skills for the future of work. If you think about the last 3 years alone, you've had to understand in some ways terms like artificial intelligence, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, NFTs, all of these new concepts that technology is bringing about, and it's only going to continue to increase. So being a good learner and opening your mind up to understanding these ideas, I think, is a really important skill as we move into the future.
And in addition to just taking in the information, the ability to cross-check it, do that critical thinking, so you can do the evaluation and sort through the fake, skewed. That thinking today requires a vast amount of brain work in addition to being able to execute and utilize technology. So that's, it's amazing. You've run your sessions now all over the United States, or really all over the world?
We've only been in Canada and US in terms of in person, and then this thing called the pandemic happened, so we weren't able to travel. But in some ways it's been good because we've moved a lot of our events online, and so that's helped heighten the global presence and make it a little bit inclusive for people, irregardless of their geography.
So there's another topic that I like, and also when it comes to talking about technology and virtual avatars, the ability to now have models that represent, a fairly substantial amount of the population with plus sizes or inclusive sizing, and having avatars that allow you to get good captures of real people, and then drape and fit so that the designs really work for their appearance. I think that's another really important area that is part of this future that's empowered by technology.
Absolutely. And if you think even as a consumer, you can send in your avatar and virtually try on the clothes in something that's proportioned just to your specific measurements. In terms of like minimizing waste, if you can see ahead of time how it will look, if you can just purchase that image instead of actually going and buying the physical item, you just purchase it on your avatar and that's what you post online. So it opens up a whole new way to think, to trade and exchange value. That's also a little bit more sustainable in some ways.
Do you have any kind of advice or some guidance for new entrepreneurs? I mean, you shared a bunch of these ideas as you're talking through this, but is there like something that really is like what you might keep in mind?
I think to lean into technology as much as possible. Always be researching how is technology shaping the industry that I'm in. I think it's so, and even if that's just a quick Google search once a month, once every 6 weeks, because that does allow you to have that competitive edge and leapfrog over some bigger companies. This is having artificial intelligence means we have intelligence at scale. So the way you would have maybe had to hire people before to do things, you can now point AI at these types of problems. This is a huge opportunity for entrepreneurs to really level the competitive playing field, but it takes, you have to lean into technology a little bit. You have to be open to learning about it and then how you can leverage that for your own journey.
And one of the things I discovered from a number of the young people who I know who are applying for jobs is that a lot of companies are employing AI technology to evaluate applications and resumes, and they realize the old format really doesn't work. They've got to be more understanding that the process is a dialogue, not just me talking about myself. So that, there's that kind of thinking it evolves the more that you actually, as you suggest, learn about the technologies, see what's happening, see what the trends are, and understand them. The future is a complicated morass.
It is, it's complicated, but I would say that nothing is too different from how it's been. If you were to rewind the clock 20 years and we would tell people, we would have our images on these things called social media and algorithms would actually point you to your lifelong partner. We would think these people are nuts. And now here we are, and it has become the backbone and the foundation of how we operate. So perspective, it seems a little bit crazy when you zoom out a couple of years into the future, but you realize we've kind of been on this path all along.
Yeah, and television and media have sort of laid out that future. I mean, the holodeck is not far away. That is the metaverse. Then, you think about talking to Siri. Siri is a very smart AI conversational agent. We're using that every day. And that was so Star Trek also. The future, as you say, has been around us all along. The sooner we understand it, the better we'll be in front of it. And I think being in front of it is better than being under it.
Yeah, I think the best thing we can do about the future is prepare for it. And you can't prepare for what you don't acknowledge. So I think that's kind of where we start.
Excellent point. So it looks to me like Jordana is coming back on stage, and great talking with you. Really inspiring.
Well. Thank you.
Great fun.
I wanted to thank both of you. I'd love to see women empowering in the tech space. Number one, so amazing. And number two, just the way that you guys really took this conversation, it really made us realize that virtual reality isn't so scary after all. And we're already using it with social media and television. And I just appreciate both of you so much for being here today. I know that you inspired globally and also shared so much knowledge. And I really hope that this is not the end and that we can continue this conversation forward. So thank you both so much for being a part of this today.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Great talking with you all.
You as well. Take care, Michael.
Bye.
Thank you. So that was an incredible conversation, and it really goes to show you that technology is something that we're using day to day. We maybe don't think about the way that we're using it. We maybe don't think about the types of technology that we're using it, but we're using them. And so when you think of that, you think, wow, I can actually really adapt this into so many other parts of my life, especially when it comes to the fashion industry. So without further ado, I am really excited for this next conversation because Technology-wise, you are going to learn so much. Your head may explode with this conversation. We have Borre Akkersdijk, the co-founder of By Borre, on fashion is moving creativity toward a textile revolution. So here we go. Hi guys, thank you so much for being here with us today. Like I said before, making the introduction, first, Borre, so good to see you again. And Gustavo, really a pleasure to meet you. And without further ado, I'm gonna let you take this over because I know it's just gonna inspire so much. See you guys soon.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and nice talking to you. Thank you for the time. Good to meet you, Borre.
Likewise, it's a pleasure speaking. I'm very much looking forward to this.
How's it in New York? How are you doing?
No, actually, it's been super well. I'm here for a few days. I expected the worst, so I brought my crazy thick winter coats and 8 double knits. But even that, it's great today. The last couple of days have been nice and sunny, and the city is always vibrant. And even that, it's it's vibrant. It's nice.
Coats made with sustainable materials.
Yeah, for sure. Like I think it's all we do. So like even you have to be responsible, especially what you wear yourself, right? It's that's the first thing is to sort of be the example and test everything yourself.
Walk the talk, right? like Americans say, eat your own dog food.
Nice one.
So we're talking a lot about using sustainable materials to make clothes, shoes. I mean that's ESG is all around for everything, even for for the small bakery shop is ESG conscious. But in fashion, we see that happening, but not all throughout all the industry. I mean, you have some lines of products, you have some few things that are into this. How can we use technology as you are a fashionist and a technologist? How can we use technology so we can only use sustainable textiles, sustainable materials? How far are we from this?
Well, I think first of all, I think there's people want to and try to work, and the word sustainable or like, oh, we use a sustainable yarn is makes it very difficult. It's even with all the best intentions, mostly what happens is greenwashing, because and not because they like anybody like does it on purpose, but the fact is sustainability is not like doing one step good. It is about like how can we look at the total process and how can we make the total process transparent. And so for me, it is also transparency is the future of a responsible world. Like everything that we use is transparent, and then we can see if it's worth it to use it and to use so much energy. So, but for me, if transparency can help us to become more responsible, I think technology is the way to do it. With technology, we can sort of cover and see all our steps, make sure that we talk about it, but also link things in the world together. So for me, like there's there is not when, but how are we going to get there? And we have to do it very, very fast.
Mm-hmm. And talk about transparency. I mean, what do you mean? Disclosing everything that you do, or the skeletons in the closet?
100%. Like actually, I think that is the only way to go, because the thing is, the moment that you show one of the skeletons, there will be somebody with an answer. So full transparency is for me the only way to go in general. Like where we want to head is that end consumers have an honest look on what impact is made to get products to them, and especially in fashion that is not the case. So I think if we all would understand how much energy and how much raw materials were spilled during the process of making things, we would be more conscious, and we also like start to challenge sort of the fact of what are we wearing, why are we wearing it, can we actually do it, and sort of we're talking about, oh, we buy a sustainable clothing piece. Well, but the thing is, it's not a sustainable clothing piece. The thing is, we're still buying and we're still making an impact, but how can we make an as responsible as possible piece? How can we use that in the right way? But also it's like, okay, the materials that we're used for it, are they growing back? Is it a circular system? What are we doing after with it? And I really also, in that sense, want to challenge a sort of the whole idea of, well, should we own clothing or should we use clothing? And I think that is also, for instance, now the moment of when people buy their clothing piece, they own it, and when it's not good for them, they throw it away. But it doesn't mean that that clothing piece is not good anymore. So is it sort of but the incentive was like, oh, the moment of sale, well, the brand got their margins, everything is paid for, and the user is owning it and throwing it away. Where if the brand still would own the clothing piece, the incentive would be like, hey, we want the piece to be worn as much, because every time it's worn, you make money. So brands would say like, hey, we're making better pieces that should be worn more. And if it's not worn, how can we learn from it? And at this moment, it's like, as long as it sells, they don't care. And so I think there's so much more to it. And I think from coming back from the fact that you said like, okay, well, how can we help? How can technology help to become more responsible? Is actually, I think with technology, we can sort of all make the process more transparent, but we also can make it more accessible. So what we can do is educate all creators by giving them access to the right materials, giving them access to the making process, giving them access to sort of better solutions. And throughout the design process of making textile, you choose the right yarns, you choose the right production, and you gamify the whole process of doing better while actually having fun and designing. And while you're doing that, is actually, you also know where it comes from. So you can tell an honest story afterwards to the end consumers, like, this is where the raw materials came from, this is where it's made, this is how it was shipped, this is what it cost, and please be gentle with it. And if it like a sort of, and when you use it, make sure it has a second life or a third life, or that it goes back to the brand. So I think it is very much like thinking to every little step from the making to the using. We need to think about like, how can we do this responsible, and how can we think about like what we're using.
Yeah, what he's saying is like we say in technology, it's like it's a new concept, like clothing as a service, instead of buying renting your clothes. There are some services, but it's not available today. But it's not exactly what you're proposing.
Well, I think clothing as a service. Like, look at the music industry. And of course, it is different because you're listening to it and you're not wearing it. But like, you see that with car renting, you see it with in the Netherlands with bike renting or scooter renting. You don't own things, you use things. And so I think that it could be definitely a solution to also make sure that it becomes accessible, because a lot of the comments you get like, oh yeah, sustainable clothing or very responsible clothing is too expensive for me. And you see that the bottom, the less wealthy people that not have a lot of money to spend, they still want to look good, they still want to consume, and then they say like, oh yeah, but then I go to Primark, where I think we need to really say like, okay, but how can we then address it? But you can still wear clothing, you can flip it around, you can bring it back and forth, but you don't own it. And then a service model could be very accessible. But that's also like a sort of the bigger thought of where we can go in fashion, but also in products and using raw materials. In the last 2 years, everybody saw the raw material prices going up. Everybody saw the shipping prices going through the roof. So we have to be very like knowledgeable, but also responsible for ourselves. And we cannot afford overproduction. We cannot afford a waterfall industry where everybody is just making and pushing and see what happens. Like as long as sort of the outcome is that a financial gain is there. No, like,
someone is gain. Yeah, right. As long as my margin is kept, everything is fine, right?
Exactly, and that's of course a very old model. Like, and I think in this time and age, you cannot look only at your finances. You have to look at sort of what is the social impact for people. So what is the environmental impact of all the raw materials that we're using? And then what is the financial outcome? So, and if those three pillars are balanced, so yes, you're making a positive social impact for the people that you work with, then you're making a positive, of a responsible use of all your raw materials, and actually you're trying to be circular, so things grow back what you're using, so we're not like just taking from this planet. And then of course, there can be a financial gain.
At your company, you're working on a open source model, right? From borrowing from technology. I mean, you're licensing your technology, your creations, the things you develop. Why do you think that is sustainable as a business, right? Not sustainable to the environment. I don't see, for example, Nike doing that. I don't see Louis Vuitton doing like that. I mean, do you think that this is something that other brands can do?
No, I think it's a fair point. Like, I think like the old model was, if you do something good, IP it, keep it for yourself. But I think you cannot do that when you're talking about making positive impacts for this planet. How, like, and excuse my French, you'll be a fucking asshole if you have like a sort of a sustainable yarn that is the best yarn out there, and then you patented it, and then you say like, no, it's only for my brand. Then you're doing totally the opposite. So what we were thinking is like, we were making textile for our own brands and for others, but mostly like we were seeing that we were doing it in a more responsible way. We became transparent. So we really had an open source mindset that came actually more from the tech industry. So how can you actually give everybody access? How can you democratize doing better? How can you give people access to the best yarn solutions, the best material solutions, and how can you make and we have called it by Borre Create, and it's sort of the Photoshop for textile. And it actually gives accessibility to creators to all these solutions, and it gamifies doing better, but also it actually gives creative freedom back to the creator, where before only the very big brands could develop their own textiles. And by giving that creative freedom back to the creator and saying like, well, you only make on demand, you're actually challenging the waterfall push from the industry, and that is seasonal based, but you're saying, no, the creators make their textiles on demand with their own storytelling, their own DNA. So they're making only what they need, but also very pure what they think it should look like, and for their end consumer. So it's more fit to purpose. It is more DNA driven, where you don't screen print on the same textiles everybody using. So it becomes more unique, and you're actually challenging then sort of the seasonal system, like, oh, yeah, those were the prints of last season. We're not using that anymore.
Good, fantastic. Borre, thank you so much for this, for joining us here. Thank you for your time, and good luck finding your Super Bowl tickets.
Yeah, I'll make it happen.
If anybody has a Super Bowl ticket, please forward it to Borre.
Go ahead.
No, I would just want to thank you for having me here. It's always a pleasure, and I'm looking forward to many more good talks.
Now, I wanted to thank both of you quickly, just to say, you know, it's so important that technology is helping trace the entire supply chain. And honestly, Borre, you're just so inspiring with everything that you're doing, and you always continue to innovate, and you're exactly what the industry really needs to move forward in the right way with technology. So I appreciate both of you so much. This was such an incredible conversation. And like I always say, when I see you and Gustavo starting the relationship with you, let's continue this conversation because we can't just stop it here. So thank you both so much. It was such a pleasure.
Amazing.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So the next panel that we have today is a really, for me, a very exciting panel that I really want to pay attention to more so than any other, just because NFTs. It's such a small word, it's 3 letters, but it's so much that goes into it. And I feel like this next panel of judges is really, really going to be able to give us a deeper look into what that is, how that works, and how can we all adapt it into what we do in fashion. So being led by Magali Ginsberg, the founder and CEO of Victoire. So we have fashion is integrating metaverse, NFTs, and the future of the industry. So here we go.
Thank you. So welcome to everyone on the internet. I'm Magali Ginsberg, the CEO and founder of Victoire Fashion Agency, brand development, buying, and digitalization. And I'm pleased to be back on Fashinnovation, this time moderating this wonderful panel for the next 30-minute conversation and integrating, as Jordana just mentioned, Metaverse, NFT, and the fashion of the industry. Such a hot topic at the moment, and there is, I think, as much skepticism as there is an immense interest. So it's much of an honor to welcome the co-founder of Luxo and the dematerialized Marjorie Hernandez. Welcome.
Thank you.
Bei Wang, Chief Metaverse Officer at Straightfire.
Hello, everyone.
And Alexei Falin, CEO and co-founder of Rarible, under palm tree tonight.
Everyone.
So I would love if you could briefly introduce yourself and your company, honoring women first. I will start with Marjorie.
Amazing, thank you. So yeah, hi everybody. I'm Marjorie Hernandez. I'm a co-founder of Luxo and the Dematerialized. I started Luxo at the end of 2017. We published a white paper called Blockchain for a New Creative Economy. And our mission and our vision since then was basically make blockchain technology accessible and easy to use for creators. I've been always fascinated and intrigued by the concept of dematerialization of assets. And since 2017, I was following really closely the emerging trend around digital fashion and digital wearables. And I was desperate to start my own venture in the field. And obviously we were very busy with Luxo, but I found an amazing business partner in Karina Grant. And we decided to basically take some of the technology that Luxo was providing in terms of blockchain technology to create our own marketplace. So the Dematerialized is an experiential digital fashion marketplace that sells the assets as NFTs with a strong focus on utility and usability post-purchase. And we launched in December of 2020. So it was a very interesting timing. And I'm based out of Berlin, for those who are curious.
Well, that's quite interesting. And we're gonna elaborate a little bit further on the thought about the industry later on. I will leave it to Bei now to introduce herself and her company.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. My name is Bei Wang. I'm the co-founder and chief marketing officer. Sometimes I call it chief metaverse officer of a startup. We are a Web3 startup with a team of both Asians and Europeans members. What we do is to bridge the real world with the metaverse by building world's first NFT social dApp. And we are also launching very unique NFT collections. We just launched our NFT collections based on Asian culture.
So we are very excited. Actually, you can see on my background, that's also a sneak peek of it. So what we really try to achieve, and our mission and vision, is that we strive for an open metaverse, and we also want to bring the true value of an NFT to the world. We believe that NFTs with real value should have not only the scarcity, utility, but also the provenance. I think that's a word that the fashion world really familiar about. And besides that, the most important thing is the human emotion. So actually our tagline is NFTs are the emotions you own. So I'm very excited to discuss that with all the innovators and pioneers in this panel. Thank you.
Yeah, and those are exactly the terms to use. I think you're all pioneers here tonight on the panel. So thank you, Bay, and I leave it to Alexei now to introduce himself.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexei Falin. I'm CEO and founder of Variable. Variable is a multi-chain and marketplace. You can trade and the protocol, and you can trade any kind of NFTs in Variable. There's a lot of digital fashion NFTs as well. This all starting to grow pretty heavily. I would say last 6 months or something like this. It's like new and growing direction.
I don't know if we lost Alexei. Alexei, are you still here?
Oh no, I'm here.
Okay,
yeah, I'm here.
We can't hear you very well.
You can't. How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you better.
Okay. Wind. Okay. Sorry for that.
No, we can hear you well. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Alexei?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you want me to say more
about
Variable?
No. I was wondering if you were done with explaining what the company is about.
So yeah, we're one of the oldest marketplaces in the space. Started in 2000, and we're a second-largest marketplace on Ethereum, and working on different other one chains. It's different blockchains like Tezos and Flow and other blockchains we're integrating soon.
Okay, so we're gonna start. Thank you, Alexei. We can't hear you properly, but we're gonna move on with the questions, starting again honoring women with Marjorie. How can fashion explore the NFT world, and can you give us some thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole digitalization and dematerialization of assets presents potentially the biggest disruption, but also the biggest opportunity the fashion industry has ever faced since the inception of fashion, whenever that was, because it's the first time an industry that is extremely physical and related to like objects that we can touch and human haptic has the opportunity to grow exponentially without, destroying the planet on the way. And I think, the fantasy and the creativity around fashion is something that it fascinates almost everybody. And definitely digital fashion represents a fantastic avenue for that space. I think, couture season is the highlight of fashion weeks. And it's, I think there's no better way to achieve the biggest fantasies in couture than it is in the digital world. But in terms of exploring, I think there's always, we have to make distinctions between the hype and the technology. So I think, with blockchain technology for many, many years, I've been part of the space since 2013, it was very difficult to have a conversation around technology because people were very distracted by the hype around the markets and the price of the speculative value of cryptocurrencies. And I think we are facing kind of like the similar problem right now with NFTs, that a lot of the conversation goes around the speculation value and the market sales and the insane prices, and it's going a bit distracted away from the actual value and the actual potential that is around. We have the ability for the first time to issue unique digital assets that are fully controlled at the initial point by the creator. The creator has full ownership and control of their IP, of their identity, the ability to issue those goods. And we, as users, as consumers, we have the ability to own those assets regardless of a platform, right? And until now, we've been confined to, our ownership in terms of like what a computer game can offer or any service provider. So this is like the first time we have that ability. And then this stuff is not exclusive to the digital world, right? Like we have the ability as well to take physical assets, as Bay was saying, and bring them into the digital world by creating, a digital twin, however you want to call it. And I think in that process of creating an identity for a physical product, we really create a second life for those products, and we really enhance them and we bring them to the future. And the analogy that I like to say always to my friends and partners, and when I talk to brands, is that, in the near future, if you sell a physical product that doesn't have a digital identity, will be like having an iPhone without a battery. So it's like, what am I supposed to do with it? So I think, also understanding that physical products, we have a digital manifestation in a way to have, as Bay was saying, in terms of provenance, authenticity, all of those things.
Yeah.
100%. So I think those are kind of like some of the main opportunities that faces, for the industry to enter the space and really embrace technology.
Yeah. No, very interesting. And I think, all those points are immensely relevant, and questions to be raised by people who are not yet familiar with NFTs, because it's now such a tight community of digital natives, that for sure, when you're going to expand it, it's going to be exactly about all the items you've just mentioned. So moving on, thank you, Marjorie, for that. Moving on to Bay. Will the fashion industry conquer other spaces in the digital world? And if so, which ones?
Well, my answer is a definite yes, but I also like to rephrase. I would replace the word conquer with maybe prevail, because fashion has already and will definitely prevail and integrate other spaces in digital world. I actually want to start with also my personal story, because I grew up in China, and when I was a little girl, my first encounter with fashion was I got this paper magazine from Le Figaro, and that was the first encounter. And I think with the digital transformation in worldwide, especially from different part of the world that traditionally wasn't the fashion center, we see kind of like either in the supply chain part, backed with blockchain technology to make sure the authenticity of the fashion production, and also with the content distribution part, and mostly it's the consumer end, because we see in the past decades with the rise of digital commerce. For example, also in Asia, it was really popular about retailtainment, retail with entertainment. So in short, wherever there is a touch point where the fashion can, in whatever form, either physical or digital, I think nowadays we use the word phygital, wherever there is a touch point, I think there is prevail. And we also see this kind of decentralized, I really love the word decentralized, but also unsiloed kind of integration of all these different aspects. So we already see fashion in the gaming world, fashion also in the digital commerce, stream media. So I think in that case, yeah, it is already happening. And I think fashion, well, mostly have its really, really strong standing in, we like to talk about, like, for example, the rise of the fashion NFTs nowadays. Like I just said, that NFTs with real value includes scarcity, utility, provenance, and human emotion trigger. And that's also something that we hear the same words in the fashion world. And NFT ownership is about community, belonging, status. And I think all these elements, they're exactly coherent as the components that drive us to purchase and decide and enjoying fashion in the real world. So I think that, yeah, it's inevitable.
So you see a parallel anyway in between.
Yeah,
those.
And I think actually it is the best time yet to come.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Bay. I had a question for Alexei, but I think he left us. So the connection is not 100%. So I will leave this question to both of you girls to exchange, all together. What can we expect in the future from this partnership between the fashion market and NFTs? And I think that's a very important question. Has been heard around, and what trends will come from this connection, basically.
Yeah, I think more than seeing it as separate things, I think what we have been experiencing since the last few decades is kind of like a convergence in culture. So I think these disciplines are starting to become really close together. So I think in terms of differentiating fashion from gaming, from culture, from digital consumption, I think it will be just more and more intertwined. I think also the consumer of the future will have difficulties understanding how people in the past found value in like pieces of leather and things like this. I think they will have, they will understand it. So I think that there's an interesting mixture in terms of that convergence. And what the future brings is that there's, at least for the time being, the best technology that we have in terms of managing ownership in a digital environment. It's blockchain technology. So there's no way around it. If people will call it NFTs or they will change the name and rebrand it to something else, it's a different thing. But exactly, but it will be there, and there's no other way until we have a better, more improved decentralized ledger technology. For that time being will be blockchain, right? And I think there is a sense of empowerment that comes with it. There is a sense of understanding, and I think a lot of the silos that we see in the, don't worry, a lot of the silos that we see in the industry, and I bet they will agree with that. A lot of the silos that we see in the industry, and in terms of having, computer games being the sole providers of skins, and those skins existing only in that silo, I think it will be something that is it will be very archaic very soon. So I think that convergence and that mix between both industries will be just will melt together to a point that it will be indistinguishable one thing from the other.
So sorry, I will leave it to be.
Bless you. Let me just feeling. Yeah, I fully agree with Marjorie, and I think as I just mentioned that with my personal experience, I already seen how technology is empowered and enabled a larger and really unlimited, a broader audience to enjoying fashion. I think compared with 100 years ago, and especially in the last 20 years, I think it is really, really a encouraging and exciting movement that you will see, like more and more people, they have the access to enjoying fashion. Of course, people still sometimes say fashion is a social structure, but at the same time, construction, sometimes people also like to say fashion is also self-expression. And I think we see the exciting movements of the diversity and inclusion. And I think with also the technology powering it, either the launch of and contextualization of the fashion piece, and also getting different inspirations, I think it really breaks down a lot of barriers, and it removes the barriers and makes more people use it. And I think, yeah, fashion itself is all about celebrating beautiful things and aesthetically, but also cultural inspirations. And I think with the technology that can really connect it, people all around the world, no matter despite of the physical barrier, and I think this is really exciting, and I think that just makes fashion with endless beauty. And of course, we see more and more users in their daily life. So that's something that fashion will always hold its position, because I think as individuals, we either like to put us on a certain status or express ourselves or the belongings. I think this is part of the fashion that we enjoying. And I think also the technology enable the interaction and also the social part of it. And I think that is a really, really strong accelerator for the fashion. So I think, we already see very exciting projects from the, I think in the NFT world, and I don't know if Alex is coming back, but we see a lot of very beautiful NFT projects, fashion NFTs launch. And I think, yeah, that's just going to happen more. And I think, as I said, I'm very positive and also very excited about the future. And because I'm a huge fan of fashion, and even now my company is like labeled with like Web3, NFT, Metaverse, but I think I'm already entering the fashion world thanks to fashions prevailing into this. So I think it's like convergence. It's not about like competition or like fierce competition. It's more about, I think, empowering each other and really integrate.
But coming to something very interesting that you've just mentioned, do you think that we can democratize the digital fashion world? Because it's a word you just used, and it's very interesting because I think similar to the art world in the NFTs arena, there has been a lot of talks about luxury fashion democratizing and so on. So what's your view on this?
Yeah, well, as I said, that I think for me, the word democratize really linked to accessibility, and removing barriers. Because I think with the technology, I think from Web 1 to Web 2 to Web 3, I think the most exciting happening is like with this, not only like the interaction part, but also I think the reward part, because I think it's very important that creatives and creators that is with the Web 3 technology and then also with the NFT, they are creativity is quantified. And that's something that drives also us build this company, because my background is in branding and marketing, and I used to work on a lot of brand localization projects of fashion and design brands. We just noticed that, okay, there's so many like creatives contribute to this, but sometimes it's very difficult to kind of quantify their creativity. So I think through new technology, I think it is a tool to really like empower and enable creators. We talk a lot about creator economy. And I think I really see, and also with the current discussion with the diversity, inclusion and equality, I really see like this whole like ambition of a lot of people, like culture is shared, creativity is universal. We are really like moving towards that. So yeah.
What's your take, Marjorie, on this subject?
In terms of democratization of access, I think, every time something becomes digitized, it potentially will be demonetized, and also it becomes democratized, right? So I think, empowering anybody who has access to an internet connection and a mobile phone or a computer, it's something that is already really powerful. We shouldn't forget, though, still 3 billion people in the world who has no access to the internet. So we need to make sure that we bring everybody along, and that, we are not like very focused in a very privileged kind of like position in the world and in the market with the extreme access to things that we have. But we need to make sure everybody catch up. But the beautiful thing is, if digitized, once they get access, then they will have access, right? So it's not as bad as it used to be. But I think, in terms of like democratizing the access, I think you will still have luxury, and you will still have exclusivity, and you will still have all of those factors. But I think just a barrier of entry.
That's what the luxury brands are worrying about.
Yeah. I think you will still have those. It's just like you will just have a different barrier of entry, right? And I think accessibility to the content is something that is very important. We can use books and, the invention of the printer, and then digital publishing as a perfect example for democratization of access, of knowledge. So I think all of a sudden we will have access, we will be able to see things normally we won't be able, we'll have been able to see, and we will be able to be inspired. And I think, that will power a whole generation of creators that are not coming from the traditional, locations where most designers used to come from, because it's not a surprise that a lot of amazing designers come from London, New York, and Paris, because first they're grown there, they have access to the beauty, to the education, to all of those things. So all of a sudden we are really harvesting all of that talent that we've been missing, just because, not because they were not talent in other places, it's just because they didn't have the access to even seeing those things, right? So I think that's one of more than, the impact would be in capital markets, which obviously is going to be huge. I think the impact in terms of culture and access for people in different parts of the world is even more exciting. So, I think this panel represents that, because Bei is from China, I'm from Venezuela, you are from France, and then I think, it's just mirrored by the phenomena that is happening in the world in terms of democratization.
What are the potential risk then, or rewards, and rewards in this, arena?
I would say definitely risks, but because with every new technology, or with every new, I would say, even if we look at human history, with every new movement, there's always risk. I think the very straightforward one, there will always be scammers, and there will always be like intransparency. There's always bugs, but also we also
start with Alexei tonight.
And there's always like pure speculatives that they don't really like. I think there are always speculative people and groups, and then they will always bring that in the whole movement. So those are the risks. I think that's something that for audience, but also for like innovators or business owners like us, and we need to always be really careful about. But I think that shouldn't put off the kind of like the belief, because just because there is some like dark side, or maybe some like vagueness of it, doesn't mean that it's because new things. I think every time a new thing come up, people like to either say it's good or bad. And I think
I was just, I wanted to just engage with the risk and rewards.
That's
there are like cybersecurity and so on. I assume you evaluated, the risk, but your answer was totally.
But I think that's also something as business owners or entrepreneurs, we also need to also nurture and help our audience and our customer or our audience, because I think like sharing is very important, or like warn each other or help each other. But the rewards, I definitely think that the rewards, it's already showing it, because I think I personally know quite a few creatives. They already create like NFT projects that really free them from like from like struggle for certain projects, so that they can really be creative. Because I think that this is also like just adding to the previous question. I think it's a form of democratize, because it really reward and make sure that the creators and creatives benefit the most and truly benefit from the metaverse.
I fully agree. And I'm sure Marjorie would agree with that too, right?
Yeah, no, totally. And I think in terms of risk, obviously with every new tool, there is a risk. Just look at your kitchen knife. There's a lot of things, good things, bad things that happen. But I think the biggest risk is ignoring it. I think, with new technologies, there's always, like, especially when you have established businesses, there's a certain sense of arrogance in terms of like, oh, we've been doing our business since whatever amount of years, we know what's up. And then you ignore technology, and we just know historically technologies don't go away. So I think there's a massive risk for disruption. And I think, I truly believe, and one of the things that makes me the most excited is, I think one of the biggest brands in the world in the very near future are going to be owned by very young people. So I think
embrace it. That's basically what you're saying, right?
Yeah. I think the risk is just pretending that it's not going to happen. I think that's the biggest risk.
Good. I think we have time for one last question. What are we exactly buying in an NFT world, and how do you price NFT in the fashion high-end industry?
Well, how we do it in the dematerialized, and this is a big challenge because there's not a lot of like benchmarks in the in the world right now. So, you know, there's a lot of different theories. There's even says like the same 10% theory, which we don't fully agree. Like 10% of the physical product should be ETAPs, even is the same type of product. But I think we see different levers. So basically you have your supply, you have, you know, how many you have the creator, and then you have kind of like what is the utility around it. And I think those three factors you take into consideration in terms of how you to price it. I think supply is the most, you know, it's the first more relevant factor the most buyers will look into. And I think who made it, right? And just like in the physical world, it's not the same a leather handbag made by Chanel than a leather handbag made by an artisan in Florence, you know. Even if quality might be superior in one case or another, you know, the legacy and the reputation plays a big factor in there. So I think also the reputation of the creator, and that's why we believe the identity of the creator is the most important part, and being able to verify who the creator was at all points of time is key to the value. And then utility, right? Is completely different if I just buy a piece just for, especially when it comes to fashion, a piece that is just plain decorative potentially, to a piece that I can use, you know, in several avenues of experience within computer games, AR filters, social media, etc. So I think those different factors coming into consideration when pricing a digital fashion product. For my co-founder Karina and I, it's always has been part of our mission that we want to make sure we always have something for everybody. So we have sold like from $10 to $9,000, different type of products. Totally. And also we want to attract like really young consumers. So because they are like the people we are actually building this for. So yeah, having something for everybody is important to us.
We have...
Yeah, I want to add something. I fully agree with Marjorie, and we just want to add something because I also teach at school, university, about creative business, and I always like to use Maslow's pyramids to kind of like matching with what we need, because with the question of what we really buy, and actually considering what we really buy in real life, because I think in real life there are like a physiological needs, like safety needs. Those are the basic things that we buy. And I think then you have the higher level of needs, like esteem needs or cognitive or aesthetic, or the ultimate one is self-actualization. And I think that is exactly also how to determine like also the value of it. And we used already the word provenance and emotions. I think that goes really into the fashion, because I think then of course fashion, you have different fashion to meet the different needs. So I think in terms of the pricing in the in this metaverse or digital world, what I do think that one thing is changing is that it's no longer a top-down linear approach by the brands. It's more and more become community-driven and customer audience-driven approach. So if people start to talk about it, I really like what Marjorie just mentioned about something affordable, but also beautiful for the younger generation, because for the younger generation, they like Gen Z, they grow up in the digital world. Their life is already shared in the real world and digital world or virtual world. So for them, these needs is always there, but the technology doesn't change those Maslow's needs. They just change how the needs are satisfied. So I think if we can really like bring that in with the technology, like say fashion NFTs, and considering that part, and also the social part, and also the community-driven part, I think then it will have a different type of like pricing strategy, maybe comparing with like very traditional one. But I think there's no really like a big I would say challenge there, because I think it is all about who the audience are and the community-driven.
I agree.
100%. A few years ago, a few years might have been like 15 years ago or 20 years by now, but not to disclose my age. But Radiohead, they launched an album and they allow you to set the price, how much you wanted to pay, and you could set the price to zero, which I think it was really cool. So I think also this just opened for completely new models of price funding mechanisms, right? We're not constrained just by production, but we can do so many other things around the pricing. And I think letting the community decide, or just say, hey, if you come from certain demographics, you get it for free. All of those kind of things. It's just exciting.
Well, I will have to bring it to a close. Unfortunately, I could talk for hours about it with you girls. And thank you so much. It was an honor for me to host this panel. I mean, there's been a shift towards everything virtual, and COVID has certainly accelerated, and it's clear it's gonna evolve further. Exhibiting the metaverse as a physical experience is challenging, but I mean, creating human fluidity between both is just, I think, natural. I mean, will come naturally through a virtual experience. So thank you for joining us tonight. I mean, tonight for me, and I think you too.
I wanted to thank you, ladies, and I'm sorry that we had to drop one of the speakers, unfortunately, due to connection on his end, but you did such a wonderful job. I actually finally am understanding more on the NFTs because I've always been so confused by it. And you really did an amazing job at explaining it. And who knows, maybe our next event can be in the metaverse world, right? So you guys were amazing. I'm really looking forward. This can't be the only conversation. It has to continue, especially with all of the knowledge that you have shared and can continue to share to inspire globally. So thank you all so much. It really, really means a lot to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Bye. Thank you.
Good night. Bye.
So, bye. So now I'm going to be spending a few minutes with you all because there's a few things that I want to share with you before we move on to the next panel, which is actually going to be incredible, so you don't want to miss it. So I first just want to quickly highlight again that we are in partnership for 2022 with Spring Studios out of Tribeca, New York City. We're here right now streaming, and it's just an incredible space. They do so much incredible work for the industry, and we're really, really glad to have this partnership with them. I want to play a quick video for all of you, and I'll be right back. So I hope that you enjoyed that. And now I want to speak with you quickly about a show that we started last year called Fashion and Wine Talks with Jordana. I would love to have a glass of wine with me here right now because it's something that I feel we all need to just decompress and be ourselves. The season 1 was incredible. I had incredible guests, which included Oscar Metzavat from Osklin, Alexia Nadzilski, co-founder of System Magazine, Helena Boas, CEO at Urban Zen by Donna Karen, Carrie Sommers, founder of Fashion Revolution, and we ended the first season with Jason Naylor, artist and creative director. For those of you who didn't tune in, you can go to our website, click on Fashion and Wine Talks with Jordana, and watch the first full season. And don't fret, because season 2 is coming. It's coming bigger and better as we continue to develop, just having wine and getting to know who is that person, who is that name that we all hear of. So with that, I'd love for you to tune in to this quick little video that will give you a recap of what the show is all about. Here we go. First season is over.
We have to look inside.
I'm on the beach here.
But the question remains.
Just come home and he's like, snowballs.
Who will our next guest be?
I'm here.
I love that.
See you at season 2.
Cheers.
Ciao, cheers.
I hope you all enjoyed that. And if you had a little bit of an itch to have a glass of wine, it's night somewhere, right? So go for it. Have a refreshment as you continue to enjoy this incredible event that we've put together for you all. And last but not least, we have actually launched the Fashinnovation Hub. Definitely check it out. It's really where connections and curated content will come to your doorstep. Nowadays, with so much information and so much content, we are going to deliver the right content to the right entrepreneurs at the right time. Convenience, after all, is key nowadays. So check out this little video and learn more about the Fashinnovation Hub. Become a Fashinovator. Join the community. Get to know our platform, designed especially for fashion entrepreneurs. Insights, events, networking, and much more. Get inspired.
I think the fashion is going to be so exciting. There's going to be so much newness and so much interesting stuff. And if that's the case, I will be making it.
Hi everyone, I am so excited for this part of the day. It's always one of my favorites, and I am blessed to be with 3 judges for the pitch competition, The Next Big Thing. 3 people that I admire so much for so much that they do for the industry in different ways. So I first would love to introduce the judges to all of you. We have Giulia Lucidi, who's an international soft landing manager at the Cambridge Innovation Center. We also have Stefano Galassi with Luxury Open Innovation Advisor and Investor. And last but certainly not least, we have Gary Wassner, the CEO at Hilden Corporation. So thank you all for being here. This is going to be really great. We have incredible entrepreneurs that have developed these incredible startups that will really shape the future of fashion. So what we're gonna do is we are going to have each of you take your turn, do your pitch, and once you're done with your pitch, stay on camera, and we'll have the judges ask you a question. And then once you're done, you'll shut off your camera, you'll mute yourself, and we'll go to the next contestant. So if everybody right now, aside from the first person who will be pitching, Daniel Salcido, founder and CEO of Oh Yeah, everybody else who is pitching, shut off your cameras, mute yourselves, and when your turn comes, we will have you come back on. So Daniel, I'm so excited to hear your pitch, as I'm sure the judges are as well, so let's get started. We can't hear you, Daniel.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Thank you very much, Jordana, and all the judges for having me. I'm super excited about this opportunity. So I'm gonna pull up my screen now and quickly put my slideshow presentation. There you go. Okay, first to start my presentation, I want to guys take you to 2020, the beginning of 2020, when we were all suffering of COVID. We were starting to hear this word of COVID-19, and we saw a lot of businesses that started to suffer a lot with COVID, and especially, a lot of businesses shutting down, a lot of businesses shifting into an e-commerce world, which they weren't used to. And at that time, I was running my fashion technology company, and I thought that I wanted to get closer to these businesses and really understand the pain that they were having. So what I did is I launched a podcast. It's called Purposely Local. And my whole purpose was to put in front of the customers the why of all these businesses. I didn't want to talk about the how. I didn't want to talk about the what. I would really want to focus on the why. Is putting the purpose in front of the customers. And without me noticing, I became an influencer for all these brands and for all these guests that I was having in my podcast. And I really create an impact for all these businesses. And at that time, I thought, what can I do that it could create a bigger impact to more businesses, that it doesn't have to rely on myself as a character? And that's when Oh Yeah was born. We quickly went to an MVP and we built a platform where fashion brands and ethical and sustainable brands can join into this platform and find influencers based on their values. What we realized is that, long story short, is like last year, we finished our quarter and our year with $50,000 in revenue, with 35% of profits and 50% of recurrency on our business, which proved that the value proposition that we started actually makes sense. What we understand here, and what was the problem that we found when we did this MVP and we create these platforms. First of all, if you are an owner of a brand, or if you work doing marketing for a brand, you already understand that influencer marketing is crucial for your business. And then for you to find all these different influencers is a very timely and costly job to go to every social media platform and find the right agent or influencer for you. What we did is basically to solve this problem. And if you are sustainable, it's even more difficult for you to find it because you're part of a niche within an industry. And also you need to take that in consideration as a criteria. So what we did, what is the solution? We built a tech platform where brand owners and basically marketing teams can log in our platform, and with a few clicks, they get curated creators based on their values. And this is really important, based on their values. Why based on their values? Because what we learn is that in order for you to have an authentic collaboration and to have an influencer that is excited about promoting a brand, they need to be aligned with the values. And this is our secret sauce. This is what we really learn and what we really understand that it works. So what we did is we create an algorithm that helps matching those values on both sides, on the influencers and the brands, and then create these amazing and authentic collaborations that today we have in Oh Yeah. So what are our milestones? We started at the beginning of last year, and then we built this MVP. We finished with 50K in revenue in 2021. And just this month, we already secure half of that revenue in recurrency and new brands, which means how quickly we are growing. These are some of the brands that are currently working with us here in this slide. Some of them are in USA, in Canada, in Asia, in Europe, all worldwide, because we, at the end of the day, we are a tech platform. So let's take a look of what is the opportunity that we have now. You have seen these TAM slides in previous presentations before. I think what we have here, the secret sauce of our business, is that we are mixing two different evaluations. One is the TAM of the influencer marketing world, and the other one is a sustainability. I think the crossroad of these two markets is what it makes a very big market, that it surpasses the $75 billion in sustainability and almost $40 billion in influencer marketing. What are we doing different? I'm sure you may be asking this question today, like, I've seen this, I've seen other influencer platforms before. What are we doing different? The first one is we are built only for sustainable and ethical brands. We are the only influencer marketing platform that is built just for sustainable brands. You might have seen umbrella services in other platforms or in other agencies, but we are solely dedicated to this niche. And as you know, if you work in sustainability, you want to work with sustainable partners as well. The second one is like we are born as a tech platform. We are not an influencer marketing agency. There's a big difference between those two. If you're a tech platform, you grow completely different than as an influencer marketing agency. An influencer marketing agency have to hire people and teams on top of clients and then match the clients with more people and more team. What we do is we build this algorithm and this tech platform that help us grow without having to hire marketing people every time we have influencers or new brands coming to our platform. And the third one that I mentioned already is the matching of the values, which is something that is very unique to us. What is our business model?
Daniel,
Yes.
Daniel, I'm so sorry. So we have about 30 seconds for you to wrap up for the 5 minutes so we can go to the next contestant. So if you could wrap it up, it would be great.
Absolutely, yes. So what is our business model today? Basically, we sell one-time and recurrent influencer packages for brands, and we take 35% of commission of that. We are super transparent as a sustainable company, and then we are building new revenue sources for what is happening in this year. That is going to be through Shopify and also getting partners in the NFT and blockchain world as well. This is a team, and here we are. I am the CEO, and I have very good experience in a startup before. I know how to start, build, and exit the startups, as I did before in the music industry, in the fashion industry, and in the video content as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daniel. So what we're going to do now is we'll have you shut your camera and you mute yourself. And at the end, we're going to have all the questions come in, but that was great. So then we'll all come back at the end. So just now we'll go to Karen Williams, who's the CEO of Savitude. Karen, welcome, and go ahead.
Thank you.
If you could turn on your camera, please, that would be great.
Oh, I will. Let's see. My camera is not on. Can you see me?
Yes, we see you now and we see your presentation. Perfect.
Great. Thank you. I'm excited to be here. I'm here to talk to you today about $120 billion retail opportunity and how Savitude can help you capture that share that's out there. We know that the problems in the industry of returns are huge and they're not changing. Many have used size solutions in the past to help consumers with matching to clothing, and that hasn't delivered the results. And what we would position based on our work with shape and the knowledge that 44% of returns are based on shape is that size and shape and design together can really attack the problem of fit and returns. And we have results with shape alone and matching clothing to bodies with shape based on our patented technology that have proven an 11.1% lift. And so we believe size and shape with design elements are going to provide even more. We've done research in the industry with 11 runway seasons to understand some of the challenges. Well, as we were doing search, we weren't able to find clothing that would fit and flatter certain body shapes. And our analysis shows that there are peaks and waist that the hourglass and top hourglass figures are consistently overserved. And the underserved area, where you see many body shapes, about 50% of the shape population, and a lot of disappointed customers show that there's opportunity, which is the assortment gap that I spoke of. Now, our computer vision and analytics platform allows us to deliver results based on our image capture and analysis, the knowledge base that we've created in machine learning that allows us to be able to match body shapes and fashion and design details for best fit. We offer a creative search platform that allows customers to search for what they're looking for and be able to interact with the system to narrow their search. What that allows for is for you to capture data on what they choose and their body shape based on our quiz and their size, and also what is not available within your system. That data is then available to you and usable by both Design Studio and our assortment optimization technology to help designers and merchandisers either iterate more quickly, analyze and capitalize on suggestions, and also optimize the assortment to serve that shape population without adding more SKUs. We're unique in our space with focusing on body shape, design details, and analytics, having the engine behind that, and then also focusing on co-creation and 3D visualization. Most competitors in this space, and that's about 140, are focused more on size, the standard hourglass body shape, and tactical assortment planning, if you will. And we're looking at how we can go to where design decisions are made at the beginning of the process and before line adoption to make an influence so that waste, inadvertent or otherwise, does not get into the system, and we tighten up our collections. Our focus is on brand and retail merchandisers becoming more consumer-centric, helping in that process while protecting the creative process and brand DNA. And this is critically important because of our visual computer vision platform. We're able to capture information on brands, codify that information, understand it so that when we're making recommendations, they're in the context of that brand. It also helps working with our designers that can take their images and upload and analyze them. But the goal is to really broaden the visibility to the 50% of underserved populations so that we can ensure that everybody is able to get clothing that fits and flatters them. We have 5 modules to the platform. Our value is saving time, again, the opportunity for growth, and also conversion rate, reducing returns in the process. As you can see, the TAM is listed there, and it is, we have many different entry points to allow for a brand to meet their particular needs and then to grow into further opportunities. We are focused on both technology partners and brands with digital leads for KPIs with the merchandisers owning the product line, product development leads. Our major focus, if you will, is on design to sell, being able to optimize assortments and reduce excess inventory, enabling the capture of unique data, again, what is not available and who is looking for it, as well as to increase the conversion rate and basket size. We have traction in our relationships and our patent, and we've got some press coverage recently that we're very proud of. And we're in a raise right now, and that's to fund 18 months of sales so that we could go to release 3.0 and 3D visual shape similar avatars. We're also looking for connections with prospects and those that are willing to join on this venture with us. And we have a uniquely qualified team. I have an strategic operations background, driving innovation and execution. Our CTO is an expert in machine learning and computer vision. And our Camilla Olson, our other founder, with Nick, has experience as a fashion designer as well and a serial entrepreneur. So in closing here, our vision is to see a world where every individual can find clothing that flatters and fits their body wherever they shop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. That was really, really great. So we'll definitely get to you at the end with the questions. If you can just shut your camera off, and we'll see you very soon. So next we have Kirsty Floor Horton, CEO and founder of Freedom Floor. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. We're ready when you are.
Okay. All right. Do you know how many women are sleeping on their dreams? Women are putting their dreams to bed right along with their kids. Hi, I'm Kirsty Floor. I'm the founder and CEO of Freedom Floor, and I believe that women run the world. It's true. Women make the world go round. And unfortunately, we don't always get the resources. We don't always get the access and the opportunity to make the significant impact that we can really make. So our goal at Freedom Floor is to resource the visionary woman. We want to inspire women to stir their dreams up. The reason why I'm doing this is because I experienced firsthand what it was like to have my voice and my power taken. Being a survivor of abuse, I realized that my circumstances had actually suppressed my dreams. And anytime I ran into a woman, I was hearing stories about how they were suppressed their dreams and how all these different things had happened to him. And I said, okay, enough is enough. I realized that my superpower is advocating for the freedom of women. I realized that we had to take this and help women to realize their voice and their power. And that is when the nonprofit for Freedom Floor was birthed. Now, while on a trip to India, I was at a sari shop and I met this amazing female entrepreneur who was a picture of what it means, of what we need locally and globally. We needed the resources, the community, and the education as women. So this pushed us to pivot to a for-profit model. So women in business is a big deal. Women own 12.3 million businesses in the US alone, and over 9 million people are employed by women-owned companies. 88% of all women-owned businesses generate less than $100,000 yearly. Freedom Fluor provides resources and training to support female entrepreneurs with a tech platform and a tangible product. Our social club will allow and incentivize women to pick the courses and content that best meet the needs that they currently have. There are several ways that we resource the visionary woman. In phase 1, we will launch the sustainable clothing brand, and we're also launching the FF Social Club. In phase 2, we'll be empowering our partners in India and Ghana that we already have and launching the club with them as well. Phase 4 will bring on brand ambassadors. We all know what it means to feel good and feel good about yourself. So with power suits and workwear, we're embodying a lifestyle brand for women. On this platform, we have currently over 600 women in our network. So when the platform officially launches, they'll roll right into tiered memberships with curated content just for them. So we'll use drip campaigns and funnels and provide weekly newsletters on these different tiered membership levels. Our customers are the aspiring entrepreneur, the CEO and founder who's already out there grinding and doing it as well. How we get this done. These are the ways that Freedom Fluor will earn revenue. By the end of 2022, our gross revenue is expected to be over 1 million, and we are projected to do 5 million in 2024 with a campaign that we're rolling out now. And here is how we are different from our competitors. While other companies are providing empowerment to women, FF is unique in that we create an ecosystem that keeps our community engaged. It's a lifestyle. Here is an overview of our timeline over the next 3 years. And this is how we scale: by providing value through blogs and podcasts. We host events, target influencers, as well as paid and organic engagement. And our team is phenomenal. As a CEO and founder, I want to be surrounded by industry leaders, from product development to packaging and marketing. Our contracted team has over 30 years of combined experience. Now I ask, how can you work with us to help resource the visionary woman? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Kiersey. That was an incredible presentation, and really, really like the social angle as well as an aspect of it also. Thank you. So next, yeah, we'll see you soon. We'll see you at the end. I can't wait to hear the questions and hear your answers. So next we have Lex Kiefaber. I hope I'm saying these names correctly, who's the founder of United by Zero. So go ahead, let's hear it.
Thank you, Juana. First of all, thank you very much for having me here today. And secondly, to everyone else presenting today, starting a company is so incredibly hard, and it's so inspiring to see the hard work that you guys are putting in to build your vision. So congratulations and keep going. And we all need to support each other in this ridiculous adventure. United by Zero, that's the company that we're starting. For those of you who are in the fashion industry, you know that there is this giant push towards sustainability throughout the entire ecosystem, up from the biggest brands in the world to every new startup. And there's a ton of anxiety from people everywhere, knowing that they need to shop better, but not knowing what that means. It is very confusing to want to shop sustainably these days, made even more confusing by this torrential sea of greenwashing and misinformation and disinformation that is flooding the zone and drowning out the companies that are doing well. And so that's the problem that we're solving for. We've created a scoring system that helps consumers understand what products, the impact of products and their environmental and their social things. So I'm just going to show you what that looks like, and then we can talk about what the science system is behind it. This is our browser extension, which we're going to be launching in about 2 weeks. And you can see up here that this is the extension, and here's this 6. So if I'm looking at this H&M piece of clothing and I click on that extension, I can see right in my browser feed examples of other clothes that have been vetted by us that are going to be more sustainable than this option from our sustainable brand partners. From somebody who's already shopping and is shopping for something particular, we're able to match those style choices, but add to that a degree of certainty that the products they're buying are actually going to be better. Now, how do we do that? In that score itself, you have relevant pieces of information, including the score, the what is best for humanity and what forth, and then the price. But there's a whole lot of science behind that. And I want to show you what that looks like. On our marketplace, which launched in the middle of December, we've isolated these 7 core categories. And I say we, it's a team of scientists that know so much more about this than I do, have isolated these 7 core categories that constitute what sustainability means, what the overall impact of this product is going to be. And each one of these products is scored. Now, you as a consumer may have a different opinion. So when you move around these different values, you can see that score is updating to reflect your particular values. When you look at any individual product, below that, you have here a breakdown of how that product scored across each category with both quantitative and qualitative information, all of which was built by a team of PhDs with different subject matter expertise to combine to make this as simple for the consumer as possible to navigate. And I want to point out that, like, we're not just selling clothes here. We're trying to understand what gets people to make different choices. So through the browser extension, we're able to understand what you're looking at. When we show you different mixes of clothes, what motivates you to make an alternative choice, to go from what you're looking at to something more sustainable? Are you price sensitive? What categories do you mind? All of this type of information, inclusive of what are your values, so that we can track how a consumer would choose to spend their money based on the values that they have in real time, not through surveys and not through conjecture, but through their actual actions. Our business model is, one, we get an affiliate fee for selling clothes. That's the simplest one. The second is we can take this information and license it back to the brands. So whether that's in a digital format on their own website or whether that's through an RFD tag, there's layers and layers of information about what makes their products better that we can package in a way that a consumer can understand and make choices. And that information itself opens us up to a whole new revenue stream when it comes to consumer insights and sustainable shopping data. This is the team. Not included on here is also Deirdre, who's just a stone cold amazing woman, who's our head, our director of community. And I'm laughing because in the background, I don't know if you can hear this, there's this like laughing baby. And it is definitely, that's my 1-year-old child. And I bring that up to point out that, like, our purpose here as a business is to not die, is to create a better world where our choices can help manifest a more sustainable future. And what we need to get there is better information, simply compiled, simply where we need it and when we need it, so that we can start making the world a better place without having to do much else. And that's it. I'm going to save whatever time I have left over here for other competitors to take advantage of.
Thank you so much, Lex. That was great. I'm really looking forward to hearing the judges' questions at the end, but thank you for that presentation. So we're going to go now to the next entrepreneur, Olivier Monjan, co-founder at Exclusable.
Hey, everyone. Very happy to be here. I'm going to share my screen. All right, so I think there is not a single pitch competition without NFTs nowadays. So this is the one. So I'm Olivier. I am co-founder of Exclusable, which is an NFT marketplace and also a Metaverse partner for luxury brands. My background is in luxury. I live in New York, and I spent 18 years working at Cartier, Goyard, and also Bastille, which is a French natural beauty brand. But before I explain to you exactly what we do, it's very important to go through the concepts so that we are all talking the same language. So what is an NFT? So first of all, it's a digital file registered on a blockchain. It guarantees 3 things. Number 1, the provenance, who made it. Then the ownership, who owns it. And by nature, there is always an element of scarcity. NFTs always come in limited editions. Then the second big concept, it's the metaverse, the hot word of the moment. So For us, our definition of the metaverse is not that it's a space where people go. It's a moment in time when we value our digital lives more than our physical lives. I also love this quote from the movie Ready Player One, where the metaverse is basically the place where you come for all the things that you can do, but you stay for all the things that you can be. It's very important right now for everyone to know that we are building Web3. We are witnessing the third version of the internet. The first one, Web 1, in the 90s, when we could read content. Web 2 came in 2005, more or less, where with social medias, when we could finally write our own content. All of us became content creators. Now, the 2020s, backed by crypto and technology, we are in Web3, where we can own digital assets. And that might be like a trivial element, but it's actually a game changer because it powers what we call a new consumption model, what we call virtual commerce. It's basically the idea that there is a future, which is already happening right now, where brands are going to sell digital products which do not exist in the physical world. It will be a new opportunity for brands to offer a rich experience for the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, who are completely digitally native. That's completely unnatural for them to spend money on things that don't exist. It's a new sustainable source of revenue. It allows, in the metaverse, time doesn't apply. The laws of physics do not apply. So it's a renewed and limitless creativity. So here we are really at the junction of crypto, metaverse, and gaming, which are the three trends defining the 2020s. So in our opinion, NFTs really power the artisans of the 21st century. These artisans are the digital designers, the 3D designers, and all these coders, these engineers creating a new world ahead of us. NFTs can take many different forms, from digital fashion that you can wear on social media to collectibles to basically memorialize certain elements and heritage of a brand. It can be art and creative. It can be skins for video games, or it can be avatars that you can use in different platforms. But at the heart of NFTs, you can find the code of luxury, desirability, scarcity. It's a new way to signal your status. And of course, you have a new way, a new type of emotions. So through the crypto wallet, where NFTs are held, it basically redefines the relationship with the brand. In the traditional world that we all come from and we all know, brands sell products to customers. Through NFTs and the crypto wallet, which is the new CRM program, brands sell NFTs, which unlock access to communities and rich CRM programs, whether it's physical activations or experiences or digital rewards. So at Exclusible, we are a 5-month-old startup. We define ourselves as the net-a-porter of NFTs, but we're also a metaverse partner. So we do two things. On the NFT side, we are a marketplace. So we de-risk the tech, but we also have our community. We have 18,000 members on Discord, 40,000 followers on Twitter, and all of them have raised their hands to say that they want to buy NFTs from luxury brands. On the metaverse side, we own $1.8 million worth of land, which we have developed in different luxury districts. We also organize events in Decentraland and will be part of their fashion week. And so we decided to basically do our own proof of concept. And in October, we launched our first collection under our name, and it's the Alpha Collection, which acts as a VIP membership card, giving benefits and rewards to our platform. We sold 3,000 NFTs in less than 48 hours, generating $2.4 million of revenue at a 95% net margin. After buying $1.8 million worth of land in Sandbox, we started building villas, islands, luxury malls, art galleries, and museums in that metaverse. And we sold our villas and islands. We sold out 150 villas in 5 hours for almost $2 million worth of revenue. we sold 25 islands between $100,000 to $250,000 a piece. We generated $2 million of revenue at a 17% margin. And so we are 5 months in, $6 million of revenue, and we are starting drops, NFT drops from luxury brands in March with almost 1 drop per week. And this is only the beginning. And we are also creating partnerships with celebrities and athletes to create new type of experiences in the metaverse.
Olivier, we have to, oh, perfect.
That's it, easy.
Perfect. No, that was great. And definitely a lot of knowledge was shared. Thank you so much for that. And last but certainly not least, we have Susan Hansen, founder of Made It. Susan?
Hello. Yep, I'm just coming on board. Hi. Start my video. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
And I've just got to find how to share my screen.
We see the screen. Go ahead.
Hello, wonderful people of the world. I'm so inspired to listen to Daniel, Karen, Kirsty, Lex, Oliver, all of you. I need to chat to afterwards. Yes, anyway, we'll take that offline. My name's Susan and I'm the founder of Made It. And we're a double-sided marketplace that connects conscious citizens who wear their values with slow fashion creatives who make their inspirations real. So, we all know about this. It's a effing disaster, is what we say here in Australia. And the who made it? Well, the collective consciousness cares. People don't want to wear guilt. These headlines are just a snippet. We all know about it. At Made It, we're firmly committed to Sustainable Development Goal number 5. Gender equality and empowerment for women. I think it was one of the other panelists who was talking about the confusion and the time-consuming spend to try and find ethical and sustainable clothing. And meanwhile, local talent is lost in the fast fashion greenwashing crowd. So Made It is a slow fashion marketplace that makes on order. So slow fashion is frugal with resources. It's very responsible, SDG 12 responsible. So we're really looking after this global commitment. What happens is clients find the best maker for them based on their needs, their values, their sentiments. We do some magic matchmaking to put the creative and client together. It's also based on location, the type of project, and other factors. We have qualified and experienced creatives coming on board the platform, and as they board, we verify their credentials And then part of our sort of secret sauce is this blend of immersive and collaborative tools and technologies that we're developing, especially for the slow fashion community. We're there just before an MVP, probably, 6 to 8 weeks away. And we're going to be here, number one in the meta and the physical, slow fashion leaders. So yes, I'm a very spiritual person. And we charge a 15% transactional fee, but we'll be looking at premium subscription services and educational tools and other community and other services. Meet Simone, Dinah, and Claudia. They and at least 300 other creators have joined our waiting list and they're ready to board. They'll set up an atelier inside, made it. They'll showcase their collections, their makings, and clients can review that. We'll look at basically, we help them develop their own business. They work it on their terms. So we're fully there to support how they want to run things. So it's small, Australia, but the globe is very big. And, what's happening is that the slow fashion market is growing. Creatives at about 30% and clients at 45%. We're working on the assumption that the average deal size is going to be about 250 and the clients will return at least once a season.
Hi, so Susan, we unfortunately the time it's been 5 minutes. So do you want to wrap up for us so we can?
Sure, I'll wrap up real quick. Yeah, so our team, we've got a few people on board, but we're really making a call out for advisors with deep fashion expertise who may be interested in, contributing some strategy and insights.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much.
Of course. No, and we'll have now the questions, so you'll be able to give us a lot more insight on what you're doing, which looks amazing. So thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
So now of course. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to the first pitch from Daniel Salcido. And actually, we can have everybody turn on their cameras. So we'll start with Daniel. We're going to have 2 questions asked by the judges to Daniel. So which judge wants to go first with the question for Daniel of, oh yeah, Julia.
Hi, thank you so much, Daniel, for your presentation. It was really, really great. I loved how you used content to find a voice and space. And I see that you pivoted into working with influencers through your app, but I wanted to understand, you really found an incredible voice through the podcasting and really kind of that building in public aspect of putting content out to engage with an audience. And I'm curious to how are you going to use that capability that you've kind of tested and is true to grow your own business and kind of this niche in the app that you found? I feel like there's such an interesting content and conversation opportunity, but I'm curious to know how you're going to connect those two.
Yeah. So what I'm doing with the podcast is actually my inspiration to start. Oh yeah, as you mentioned, and I think all the learnings that I'm having, I'm always having these conversations with brands, and for me, it's kind of like creating a feedback loop with the podcast, and with that information, I'm getting to know my customer better. Is basically a marketing tool that I'm having as a content piece that help me understand better and to get closer to my customer. That's the way I see it.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Who else would like to ask a second? Yes, Stefano. Oh, Gary, both. I don't, one. Yeah, go ahead.
Gary, go ahead.
Okay. I'm just curious how you convince a brand that it's a success, their partnership with you. What would you be telling them? What would be the deliverables that you promise to a brand? And what are the expectations?
Well, that's a very good question. So out of the brands that we have today, they're really on one of the things is that we let them know and we let them understand that there's a lot of misunderstanding in the influencer marketing world today. Like a lot of people think that influencer marketing is like magic, that you get into a influencer and then you immediately start driving sales. And I think as long as you understand that the influencer is the first step, is the top of the funnel, and is when you're bringing the awareness and the first customers to you, and then we give them some tools on how they can convert those audiences into customers and hopefully into sales as well. And that's kind of the process that we guide. And that's the process that even the first clients that we get and the recurrence that we have today, they really understand and it's been successful for them.
Okay, so it's an educating process for the brand. And
Yes.
the results are brand driven, basically.
They are brand driven and they turn into revenue and sales in a second stage.
Good, thank you.
Stefano, did you want to ask your question?
Yeah, sure. I mean, hi Daniel, how's it going? I love the new idea. The intersection between influencer marketing platform and sustainability is definitely a big thing because it's actually cool. My wife is an influencer in social media, specify on focus on sustainability. So I kind of know how it does work also by the other side. But in terms of business growth, my question is more relative. How is the scalability of the platform? Because I mean, there are hundreds of platforms for influencer. I love the sustainability angle, but how you can actually bring the scalability to smaller brands, smaller business brands with a different stage of influencer? How are you going to connect them automatically in order to then generate enough marketing visibility to your final customer?
Very good question. I think one of the benefits of being a tech platform and not an influencer marketing agency is exactly the answer to your question, is that we manage the entire process through technology and customer service, not as marketing specialists, because the technology actually learn from the manual process that the marketing agency is doing, and the technology is managing the process all the way from curating, managing the campaigns, and delivering the results. And then along that process, we have customer service. And having that technology and that mindset help us to bring more brands without having to add services on top of it.
Nice. And just the last 10 seconds,
yep.
How you can actually measure the impact with the analytics? What is going to be the 3 most important KPIs of the engagement that you're going to propose to your customer?
Well, we are proposing already. And what we propose, first of all, is out of the influencers, we look at engagement rate. That's the number one criteria. We don't look at followers. And then what we do is we mix different type of influencers in one campaign. It's not only one or only macro and nano. There's nano, micro, and then second and third tier in the thing. So it's a mix of different things. And then from there, we show the customers in their Google Analytics and in the Instagram, where are the new customers coming and how you can convert those into sales.
I would add also the credibility of the influencer, the authority
Absolutely.
to be vertical expert on sustainability, because otherwise you have the risk to, not to be professional in talking about sustainability. You need to also to be an authority because it's a topic that you also need to have a professional background.
Thank you for making that point. Thank you, Stefano.
Thank you. Thank you both so much, and everybody. So now we're going to go to the second contestant. So Karen Williams, CEO of Savitude. First question, which judge wants to take this one? Stefano?
I had the chance to meet before Karen, and I think the idea of using artificial intelligence to body inclusivity is great. It's also a great challenge for the fashion luxury, because today it's very focused on difficult to personalization at scale. I saw a great progress, so congrats. So the question of the new business line, on this new storyline, is how now you can actually propose to the big brands this new software as a service in order to engage them. What's going to be your business model with the big luxury brands? How you will propose to them?
Yeah, I think that one of our opportunities is on assessment to show where there are gaps in their service coverage of body shape. And that's something that we're using as a point of entree to have a discussion. The other piece of it is to be able to talk about connection with consumers, because we know that I think Accenture reported 83% of consumers want to have an experience. They want to have a role in personalization and customization. And some of that's related to body, how it fits their body and design details. And so we play right into that opportunity. And as consumers want more experiences, this is an opportunity to engage with them.
Amazing.
And so we'll be selling that two entree points and the data.
The two different aspects. It's clear.
Yes.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary, yes.
Yeah, I'm just unmuting. I found your analysis of body shape, the metrics, really fascinating, and those that have been served and have not been served. My question to you is, how do you scale when there are so many different body shapes? How do you manufacture product to service all of them? And how are you considering a different sizing language?
Yeah, and at this point, that folks on our team are working with IEEE on standards for both body shape. And so the industry group is trying to figure some of that out. And so we recently were co-authors to a paper that's the reporting on their progress. So I think it is a challenge that needs to be worked on. As we think about the opportunities within a collection, at this point, we're saying you can optimize your collection to cover more of the body shapes. You can go from, let's say, 74% and do some analysis with recommendations to get to 84. So broadening your range. And that also gives you the ability to understand where you're not hitting. So there's more work to be done. We're not at this point saying we're going to solve for sizing. That's an industry challenge. And we also have to look at what are those outliers, if you will, and what does that mean? I think there's opportunity there.
Thank you. So now we're going to go to the third contestant, Kirsty Fleur Horton, who would like to ask the first question.
Oops.
Yes, Julia.
Kirsty, thanks for your presentation. It was really great. Just loved seeing your passion for women's empowerment. I'd be curious to know, are you looking to raise funds? And if you were to raise funds, how would you allocate them for your growth?
Yes, we are looking to raise funds. We have a crowdfunding going right now on iFund Women. And a portion of those funds would be allocated towards the the fall and the winter collection that are coming for 2022. So we already have clothes and manufacturing right now in India and Nepal that are sustainable manufacturers that we're working with. And the other portion of it would actually go towards this tech platform. And we're working right now with an entrepreneur that put software out for Tesla and Microsoft. So he's skilled in building iCloud platforms. So we're looking for something along those lines.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And yes, Gary.
Yeah, quickly, how do you break down that projected 1 million in revenue for 2022? What is it comprised of?
This is comprised of, let me see here. Notes up. Okay, this is from just the market size for the sustainable fashion industry, but also for the market size for the e-learning platform for e-learning right now, which is 197 billion right now in 2020. That's what it was. But also our spring collection and our winter collection that are coming. So the revenue from that as well as the revenue from the platform, which is, we have monthly revenue, like tiered breakdowns for each level, like a basic level, but also entrepreneurs are able to come in at different levels. And so that revenue is where those numbers are where that's revenue is coming from.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so should we go to the next? Did you have something, Stefano? No?
Maybe more reflection. I haven't really understood how actually you can transform as a platform the business model of multiple women entrepreneur. It will be quite challenging, but the cows, I mean, is your purpose is amazing. I would like to reflect what about a foundation? What about like, it's said to be like a business platform. What about to be a foundation that also can collect investors from institution, banks, association, and then don't having a business purpose, but creating the social purpose ahead and collecting money to support the cause. This could be also maybe potentially also more interesting also for partners that want made to join you to support your cause. Just a reflection.
Yes, absolutely. That's actually a point for us, that we run into a lot of women who are socially driven by causes, who are professionals in the banking arena and different areas who want to provide microloans and all these things. So the platform is to be able to support all those different areas for those entrepreneurs as well.
Amazing, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Next, we have Lex, founder of United by Zero, who has questions. Yes.
Julia, you want to go first?
Yeah,
Otherwise,
I'm happy to go first. Lex, thanks for your presentation. I love how United by Zero is just plug and play. Having it be like an add-on to Chrome or whatever it is, whatever browser you're using. I really enjoyed the fact that it's very personalized, like you can personalize it for yourself. Like, what are your priorities? Is it animal, protection, or, environmental impact, etc. I'd be curious, you mentioned a little bit that there was a science behind it. So could you explain a little bit more of that, or perhaps detail the team members that led kind of that work to figure out what was the best way to create the science behind United by Zero?
Yes, and thank you, because you would be perhaps amazed at how often people never ask about the actual science aspect of things. So our team members are multidisciplinary. They come from textiles, chemicals, plastics, engineering. So the core foundational things that we need, also energy consumption as well, the core foundational things that we need to understand the impact of products throughout their life cycle. We came together, we spent about 8 months working through different methodologies and different types of essentially what kind of data do we need to gather around this. And we developed an original survey that is about 440 different questions with an increasing level of exactitude and complexity. And we run brands through that survey, and we work with an outside sustainable consultant to then help them navigate that space. Because what we've learned is that a lot of brands don't know that much about where their products come from or how they're made. And there's a tremendous opportunity to service them by helping them to uncover more things about where these things come from. They go through that, they source primary documentation, they present to us primary documentation, which we then review and then assign to them a score. And so we try to make this as light a lift as possible, so it's accessible to smaller brands in the same sort of way that B Corp does, but also is really founded in the core tenets of leading by the science. So letting them decide where we should let this go, as opposed to relying on what tests best in terms of a marketing panel.
Thanks for answering that, Lex. I think that there's a huge opportunity to bring these voices to the forefront, because the first thing that as a potential user, I think is, man, how credible is this? How scientific is this? Is this greenwashing? So I think that bringing those voices to the forefront and kind of simplifying the science behind it could really help build up some more loyalty to what you're doing.
Yeah, we could have made this look pretty to start with, but we spent so much time and effort to do our homework first, so that when we got to this point, we could stand up to the, I would hope, the very critical eye of people that need to make sure that you're doing well. So our entire business model is around integrity.
Perfect. Thank
But
you.
I'm in the wrong business. $6 million in 5 months. Olivier, we need to talk about it.
Stefano, did you have something?
Lex, I think the business model is quite clear. It's scalable. It's digital. It's as a service. It's clear as you can actually personalize the content based also on the research of the customer. I mean, all of this is very well done. What I'm wonder is still the same point of Julia, because the information that you need to gather by the brands multiple times they don't know, and this is actually a point that you already are facing with them. But then the other next challenge will be around each single SKU, because you're not buying a brand, you're buying basically that specific dress or that specific collection made by that specific material. So this is something that somehow, I don't know how you would like to address this, the first part of the question. The second part is more like maybe a potential suggestion. Nowadays, especially in luxury, they are all connected through RFID logistic. So it means they are tagging the or the dress with this small chip that bring already the traceability information. So if you find a way, especially not really through RFID, but maybe through NFC, that will be easier to be reader also by the mobile of a consumer, to gather this information directly by the product, where this information being already collected, gathered by the producer, not only the brand, but the early producer of the textile, there you can really provide a next level information to your customer.
Okay, let's take those one at a time. The first one, one of the biggest differences is that we do it product by product. So this is SKU related. This is not like good on you, and I think they do good work, but you don't shop by brand, you shop by product. And that's
Cool.
why we can offer suggestions based on the product that you're looking at. So if you're looking for a coat, we offer you coats that are things. It's not like this brand is good, check out that brand. How do we get the information? The entire industry is moving this way, and you see that from more databases coming up like the Hig Index, the Open Apparel Registry. Lots of this information is actually going to be more coded onto the blockchain as products move through that life cycle. What we're in the business of is making it easy for consumers to understand. So we want to partner with those types of companies. For instance, Another Tomorrow is one of our affiliate partners, and they're tagging all of their clothes with RFID chips to make them asset classes. And there's a company called Eon, familiar with them? They're doing
the one that working with money in Prince Charles.
I was on the phone with Natasha yesterday talking about how we can start to integrate our scoring platform into that physical experience of what happens when you scan the chip. What do I want to see? What we're layering on is consumer insights so that we can understand not everyone wants to see the same thing. Not all of that information is going to help someone make a choice. We can understand both where the information comes from and the downstream effects of what they're looking at in order to be able to personalize that information to provide the best quality for them saying, is this thing right for me? That's the question that we're answering. And is this thing right for the future and the planet? Like, I don't want to lose that point here. We're trying to be in the business of collectively surviving here on Earth a little longer.
I love it. I really like the approach. Congrats.
Thank you all so much. So next we're going to go to questions for Olivier Mongian with Exclusible. Who would like to take this first?
Happy to start. Well, congratulations, Olivier, with all the success that you've had in such a short period. Are there any regulatory risks that your company could possibly fall under, and how are you thinking about them ahead of time to stay ahead of the game?
So the filter that I like to use is to say that whatever we are doing in Web3, the Metaverse, crypto, especially the Metaverse and NFTs, it's absolutely no different from what's happening already in the physical world. There's always a physical application or a framework for what we are doing. So we're selling digital assets, and so the IP is regulated exactly the same way that is currently regulated when a retailer, Neiman Marcus, Sephora, Bergdorf, Farfetch, sells physical products from a brand. In terms of regulation, the two regulations that have an impact, it's more on the user. It's how it's treated from a tax point of view. And then it's basically the whole framing around crypto. But as we move forward in time, we are going towards mass adoption and democratization of crypto, because Bitcoin is the first blockchain. The many blockchains that we have now are basically powering ownership within the metaverse. We started the company before Facebook renamed to Meta. So the vision that we had accelerated it came much faster than we expected. The more we move in time, the more that blockchain crypto layer is going to disappear in the background, in the back end of your digital experience, the website, whatever it is. In 1 month on our platform, we are going to accept payment by credit card. So we're going to attract an audience that has never bought crypto before.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Stefano, did you want to ask a question?
Yes, first a consideration. I kind of studied a bit Metaverse for luxury, and you are definitely one of the top 5 players around the world. And I also met your co-founder once in Dubai, and I've been studying a little bit what you're doing. A first nice consideration, the way you're actually approaching also the decentralized land is very well done, because actually you bring in value to all your community, so you're building and reinforcing your community, so congrats. Something I may would like to investigate more in your approach to the luxury brands, especially, is how you would bring them on board, not only to show them the business side of doing NFT drop, but maybe creating scenarios to help them to digitalize the fashion value chain. I mean, it means products, places, people. So how are you going to support them? So this may be going to be the big difference in luxury brands to choose you compared to another potential platform.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we started, it was an NFT marketplace for luxury brands, like the Farfetch of NFTs. And very quickly, we realized that the metaverse is fully part of the same experience. The NFT is the product, it's the what. The metaverse, it's the how and where. It becomes the boutique, and it becomes the experience that the brand wants to develop to connect and engage with this new audience. And so in terms of like the type of NFTs that you can create and how you integrate that, whether it's your products and everything, it's all answered by technology. AR, try-ons, 3Ds, filters, all these layers are already being built by many companies around the world, and we work with a lot of them already. The brands are all working at digitizing their products, creating the 3D version to go away from the very boring, flat 2D picture on e-commerce, And so all of that is being built. What we're talking about here is to create an NFT, which is basically a digital product that doesn't necessarily exist, but it's powered by all that tech that already exists. So it's a new component. It's a new addition. And right now, like my mission, what I do almost every day, it's to evangelize and to, I say, like, open the chakras. Because it needs to connect in terms of, one, understanding what we're talking about, and two, unleash this amazing creativity. Luxury brands are known for designing the most incredible experiences where you feel an emotional connection to a product that it's not necessarily needed, but you aspire to acquire it, you aspire to be part of what the brand has to offer. And so that's amazing. And so if we think about that being replicated in the metaverse, it's limitless. And so, but it's very early at the moment. And all the brands are looking at it. All the brands are interested. They're trying to understand it. And I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in like 2, 3, 4 years from now, where we're going to experience incredible things from all these brands.
Fully agree. Fully agree.
Thank you so much.
If I can just add, I was very inspired by all the other, speakers and founders and amazing startups. So kudos to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. No, and we have just last but certainly not least, Susan, if we can have one question posed from either Julia or Stefano, who would like to take this? Julia or Stefano would like to ask
I'll go ahead and take
question?
a question, yeah.
Go ahead.
Susan, thank you so much for your presentation. I'd be curious to know if you've had any early traction. I know that you said you had a wait list, but if you could elaborate a little bit more on any early traction that you've gotten or any expected KPIs to reach for your company.
Yeah, okay. So we're looking at starting with around just 25 creatives when we launch the MVP. And we'll build that up month by month. And we're aiming for, we've got 300 on the wait list. So we want 300 by the end of the year. And then we're going to have that growth continue exponentially over the next 3 years. So we just have, memorandum of understandings at the moment. We're working with Waverley Council, doing some workshops with upcycling and, mending and repurposing, just to create awareness in the community. We're working with the Australian Fashion Council and the Australian government on the stewardship of clothing in Australia and that whole story of provenance from creation to end of life and the many phases in between. So yeah, and we're working on building our partnerships. We're talking to a Indigenous organisation who are working with the First Nations people, getting their art into NFTs at the moment. And then we would like to see that go to fabric, to print to fabric and then into design, into outfits. So yeah, we're a big job ahead, but we've got the right team involved. My co-founder who's come on board, his day job is managing partner of AI Ventures. So he's as mad as I am with data science. And we have some great legals and a great community representative. But we want some more depth with some fashion insight, as well as I mentioned earlier. So thank you for your question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I want to thank all of you again. This is not definitely the last time we'll see you. We're all about community collaboration, continue to evolve and champion what all of you are doing. We brought all of you here for a reason because you're all founders and we know the work, the dedication that it takes and what you've already done is so exemplary in the entrepreneurial world, but will change the future of fashion. And so I thank all of you for being here. The judges will deliberate. Gary, unfortunately, had to leave a few minutes early, but he will be also deliberating on a winner, which we will announce at the end of today. And thank you so much, Julia and Stefano. You guys were amazing, which doesn't surprise me with the questions and the knowledge and the input. And so we can't wait to announce the winner. But I will say this, there are no winners. You're all winners for having started something and doing what you're all doing. So really, we will announce the person that we feel is most ready to scale to the next level, but you're all winners and you've all done an incredible job. So thank you all so much and we'll see you all soon.
Bye, thank you.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Everyone.
Bye,
Thank you, everyone.
congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. So that was incredible. Incredible judges, incredible contestants, and we're really excited to see how all of this evolves. So now we're going to go to the next conversation, which we're very excited about. It's a talk with Karen Tracy, who's the head of industry, retail, luxury, fashion at Meta, speaking on fashion is going from magazines to mobile to the metaverse. Enjoy.
Good afternoon. My name is Edward Hertzman. I am founder and publisher of Sourcing Journal and EVP of Fairchild Publications. And I am joined today by Karen Tracy, head of industry, retail, luxury, and fashion from Meta. Karen, thank you for joining me.
Hi, Eddie. Great to be here.
So we have a rather exciting and new topic to discuss. We're calling this session Fashion Is, from magazines to mobile to the metaverse. So before we dive in, if you could just take 60 seconds or so and just give a brief introduction and tell us a little bit about yourself.
I would love to. I have been part of the fashion industry for almost 30 years, believe it or not. And that title is almost like the progression of my career from magazines to mobile to the metaverse as I think about my work at brands like Giorgio Armani and Saks. And then I went over and ran a bunch of fashion magazines, and then was lucky enough to pivot to Facebook back then, right at the moment that Instagram was starting to take off, and the beauty and fashion and retail industries were really wanting to understand how they can start evolving to reach consumers in this new and exciting way. So I've been part of this really cool, exciting, evolving journey for about 7 years now at Meta, and really excited to talk about what this next chapter will entail as we continue to evolve together as an industry.
So, fashion is always one of the first industries to show up and embrace new mediums, whether it be technology, whether it be different, marketing platforms. But I think there's still a little bit of confusion or ambiguity around what exactly the metaverse is. I can't think of a better company than Meta to help the audience today better understand what exactly is the metaverse. So let's start out very macro, like 101.
Yep.
What is the metaverse?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I have to say, there are just a lot of definitions because it's such early days, and that's okay. What I do know is that this will be a milestone in human history. What I also believe is that this will be the greatest marketing opportunity that brands have seen since the creation of the internet. And believe me, if I think back to when I started my career, that I'd be sitting here on a virtual conference, talking to you over video, right? Doing a VC over my desktop, holding my smartphone that has more computing power than the lunar module. First of all, I wouldn't know what any of that meant. But second of all, it's like total sci-fi, right? But yet at the same time, if we think about what happens every 10 to 15 years and these technological advancements that completely shift and change everything. I witnessed it, right? I was there. I came up through traditional media. When you think about what happened with television and print, moving on to desktop and the internet, and then the leap again in the last decade to this mobile behavior, right? Where it completely disrupted every industry, fashion included. And then you think about the last couple of years with COVID and how that further accelerated how we are using technology for every aspect of our life. So the metaverse is the next big thing. It will be the disruptive successor to this mobile web. And we like to call it the embodied internet because you're not just looking at it, we're going to be in it and immersed from it. And for retailers, I just want to be clear, it's not going to be about replacing in-store experiences, right? This is going to be about enhancing everything we do, all with the common goal of connecting consumers to the brands who love. It's like what dial-up was for the internet back in the day. This is where we are today, but it's going to get better. It's going to get faster. It's going to get cheaper. It's going to get more advanced. And just like we saw early days in internet and mobile, there's going to be complete industries and ecosystems and brands created around this who are going to revolutionize everything we do, the way we play, the way we create, the way we learn, the way we shop, right? And that's why it's like such an exciting new chapter for this industry, and this industry being part of who will create and build this. It's not going to be built alone by one company, just like the internet wasn't built alone by one company. It's going to take all these brands, big agencies, big developers, individual artists, right? These are going to be all the people contributing to ultimately what this metaverse will be. And we think in a decade's time, it could reach 1 billion people. It's going to host hundreds of millions of dollars of digital commerce and create millions of jobs. So I'm big on it, and I think it's super exciting, and we're all going to be building it together.
So knowing that the audience that's tuning in today is primarily fashion, retail, beauty, why should this group be interested in paying attention to this? You said it's not going to necessarily change the in-store experience per se, but how will it disrupt or change the way, you know, the fashion industry is doing their business today?
Look, I do think it will change everything. It's not going to replace it, right? It's not going to replace in store. It's going to enhance all of it. Mm-hmm. Here's what I will say, which I'm really proud of this industry, to your point of like being first movers and getting ahead of this. Luckily, what so many brands are already doing today will still be relevant in the metaverse tomorrow. So what we're trying to look at it as is multi-dimensional marketing. It's like a shift, right? Instead of your brand appearing in distinct channels, we have to get comfortable with the idea that our brands are going to be accessible in all kinds of places, digital, physical, and virtual. And thinking about this as a holistic experience is going to be key. And at Meta, what we're doing is trying to lay the groundwork of what this like new and immersive shopping behaviors and experiences are going to look like. And a lot of this is going to be powered by advanced AI, right? It's like meaningful connections between brands and the people who love them. And if you look at the investments we made over the years with like creators and communities and commerce, and how we're building hardware like Portal and Oculus, right? You can see this path actually happening, right? What's most exciting and why fashion needs to really pay attention is the vision around shopping. It's that everything you see out in the world will be shoppable, and everything that's shoppable will be personalized. And this is thanks to advanced AI. So imagine the implications then for the fashion industry and creating what I think the consumer will demand more and more, which we're already seeing, are these seamless and frictionless shopping experiences. I think a good example, our AI commerce team just recently launched visual search off of the camera on Instagram. I mean, we've been dreaming about this for years, right? You would see a creator you love. Now you could snap a picture of it, and we can surface everything that looks like it, all that's available in the world, and maybe even the exact item. So again, creating these really frictionless moments, that's just going to get all consumers closer to buying the products they really want and need and love. So I think it's an enormous opportunity.
Well, I think I've been saying this for a long time. I think if you look at any industry, 10 years from now, the retail landscape is going to be very, very different. And not to speculate, it's typically a lot of new players that come in and disrupt an industry. You know, the Tower Records of the world didn't create the MP3. It was the Apple, it was the Spotify, it was the Pandora. So it's going to be very interesting to see what legacy players innovate and evolve, and what new companies kind of come out of nowhere and to your point, create new businesses, new jobs. What are going to be the new service providers? I think it's a very exciting time.
Yeah, I mean, think about 5 years ago, like, you know, brands were created that we never heard of that are like really powerful brands right now. And right now, brands are being born that will be the powerhouses of the metaverse. You know, and like that opportunity when we think about even legacy brands getting involved, I think is a massive one, as long as they start experimenting now, which luckily lots of brands are.
We're going to talk a little bit about that, because I every day I'm reading and we are covering how the fashion industry is getting involved in the metaverse. But you know, just for my own intellectual curiosity, right now, this conference that we're both taking place in is virtual.
Yeah.
We're doing it over video conferencing. In the future, will this be taking place in the metaverse?
You know, I think if we look what happened over the past couple of years, with us all working remote, I think it's a real signal of what's to come. Like when we first locked down, my team and I were like, how in the world are we going to be able to do business? How can we have C-suite meetings? How will this be productive? How will we connect? And I think we've all proven that this could be quite productive and really works. But I think there's a lot missing from the experience too, right? You know, this works. We're at a virtual conference, but what are these things that we're missing? And it really inspired Meta to create Horizon workrooms, right? And these are our virtual meeting spaces where you and your colleagues can work together from anywhere. And we've been having internal department meetings in it and just experimenting with it. And you're joining it in VR as an avatar, along with all of your colleagues as avatars. You have your laptop with you and you're typing. And it's these experiences that we've been craving. Like a huge part of how we do business is brainstorming on whiteboards, right? You can actually have a huge whiteboard in the virtual space with you. But I think the most important thing, or the gap that it solves for, is like expressive communications. When you think about these VC calls that we're on that have like 20 little boxes on them, it's impossible, right? To read the cues and how people are feeling and facial expressions. And that is solved for with this new virtual experience in VR. So I'm really excited to see how this continues to evolve. And maybe we'll be talking as our avatars next year during the conference. But I think it's a good example how Meta is not building the metaverse, but building for it, right? We are here to make accessible and accelerate the technologies and the creative tools that we're going to need for this thing to be really successful, and how to connect people in more meaningful and immersive ways. But I think that's a good example. So start dressing your avatar, you know.
You fix my hairline a little bit in the
exactly.
Are you supposed to say I have a good hairline? I had nothing to worry about. Jeez. So you know, I want to take you about, I'm very curious to see what these Horizon work rooms look like, but we'll have that conversation offline. So
yeah, let's do it.
So Karen, let's go back to the fashion industry. And,
yeah.
And I have to admit, I still feel about what we're talking about feels a little far off. It still seems a little hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
So for brand managers in the here and now, that are listening, that are going to watch this on demand, what are things they could be doing to help prepare them for the meta future? Or maybe we should say the meta now.
Yeah, look, I think I love that you said it like that, because there is a lot of meta now behavior happening, right? And we're trying to focus our partners in on what are the foundational elements to focus on now to set you up for it, A, and B, how can you experiment with these early glimmers of emerging technology that we're really thinking of as like the bridge to the metaverse. And so much of this is already happening. Think about like one-on-one meet and greets on Messenger. Think about live shopping and how that has completely exploded. Q4, it was enormously successful for so many fashion brands that they are making it part of their evergreen strategies as we go into 2022, because it's a whole conversation that's happening between what's happening live and the audience. That's really even helping them determine what are people really attracted to? What do they want to see more of? And how do my campaigns now start reflecting this? It's been really cool. And then I think AR, right? And experimenting with all the enabled mobile experiences that AR has. And we've seen really great success with try-on, especially makeup try-on through AR. Putting things like furniture in your room has been really cool ways that we've been seeing early glimmers of AR. Also, like, imagine store experiences that start to come to life through your phone in AR, right? And I think this is where retail and fashion is going with this. And then if I were to give a couple of examples of like specific brands who are leaning in, the one I'm obsessed with right now, I don't know if you've seen it, is from Adidas. And it was the relaunch of the Stan Smith sneaker, and they are now making it sustainable out of all recycled materials, right? So this is a 40-year-old brand, right? And they're introducing it to a whole new group of consumers, maybe reintroducing it to a bunch of sneakerheads who are totally into it or loved it first time around. So what they're doing is riffing on the shoe's iconic endorsed by Stan. Remember that in the tongue of the sneaker, like his face?
I have about 10 pairs of Stan Smiths. So
you know exactly what I'm talking
to the
about.
choir, all white. I wear it every day.
Amazing. So you can actually stan yourself. So you can make your face that iconic green sketch that's on the tongue. Super cool, all through social, right? AR enabled. And then what they did is like recreated this in in many stores, right? Where they had this in-store activation with QR codes where you can have this really fun interaction where you can see yourself as Stan. And I just love that, like sort of 360. It's a fun play on the heritage. It makes it fresh again, immerses consumers with it. And I think this is like first glimpse of what this sort of holistic approach is going to start looking like in the metaverse. The other big example, of course, is our partnership, Meta's partnership with Luxottica for our first wearable, the Ray-Ban Stories. So these are our first smart glasses where you can take video, photos, share, listen to music, talk on the phone, all without being tethered to your smartphone device. And really shows like what this evolution starts looking like from a hardware perspective as well with wearables. So brands are leaning in and we're seeing lots of experimentation. We want them to get this right first and see what consumers are responding to, and then we keep building from there.
I'm really happy you gave some of those examples because it really helps better understand how the practical application, you know, how brands are using this. I'm not going to mess around with Stan's face. He's an icon to me, but I think to your point, personalization is going to become very, very important. And being a supply chain person, how companies are going to pivot, and there's going to be a lot of on-demand manufacturing. It's going to be a very, very different world from a procurement perspective. So I know we only have a few minutes left. I'd love to get a couple more questions in, Karen.
Yeah.
In a perfect universe, can you paint us a picture of what an ideal experience would be for a customer buying a product in this new virtual retail environment?
Yeah, I mean, the good news here is that the consumer is already way ahead of us, right? And these stats are like pretty amazing. The numbers are big. So 700 million people use AR effects across Meta technologies every month. Today, 700 million, right? 74% of people say they see technology like AR as this bridge of bridging the gap between online and offline. Totally makes sense, right? And 2/3 of people who are online would rather try things on virtually in the comfort of their own home. So the consumer desire for these experiences is already there. So this is why we're saying to clients, go in now and start experimenting. But what it's really going to do for customers, and this gets to your point, is give them more choice than ever, right? Because you're going to be in the metaverse with your digital avatar, buying digital goods and maybe buying the physical version too that's going to be shipped to your house. But this personalization piece is going to be key because that's what's going to keep it frictionless and seamless and a really good customer experience. All of these businesses also have to realize that they are creators too. In this metaverse, they're going to be creating the store experiences there and what that looks like, what they're selling, how it will be personalized, how to shop from your closet and their store. Like there's just so many applications, right? That I think that these fashion brands could be leaning into. And then if you think about service-oriented businesses, imagine what a test drive looks like in VR of a car. You know, what does a styling consultation look like?
No accidents. I'll tell you that. There's no
accidents. Right. You can be anywhere in the world in your car. So I just think the consumer experience is going to be a really incredible one based on how these brands start building for it.
So it's interesting. Last question, because I saw a headline today from a very notable CEO, and they said they're taking a wait and see approach.
Yeah.
You know, we saw this in the early days of e-com. Like you said, some people didn't lean into it and now they regret that. And so it sounds from what you're saying, there's going to be a massive shift in consumer behavior. I agree with you. We're already seeing it. We're already seeing a shift to DTC, already seeing a shift to personalization. I think the customers are way ahead of us. I agree 100% with all of those points.
Yep.
What advice would you give to marketers and the C-level executives who say, you know what, let's just wait and see, and we'll figure this out later?
Yeah, look, I think they have to get comfortable being uncomfortable and start embracing change. One thing I know for sure is the change is coming. We have the consumer behavior that points to it. I think it's different than the internet boom that happened 30 years ago, because we see this consumer behavior already so advanced in the space and leaning in. And we're not really asking to change what you do, but how you do it. And I think this like really measured approach of making sure the foundational elements, and that could be things that, like I like to say, invisible innovation, that all the technical integrations needed, all that kind of stuff sets you up for what this future state looks like. You know, we can go back to the COVID example again, and the brands that were leaned in, mobile optimized, had their catalogs in order, were ready for this e-com boom, did incredibly well, and everyone else got left in the dust. And we are going to see new brands being born today that will be the leaders of tomorrow. So these big leading legacy brands of today must keep up on what this change looks like. But I do think a measured approach, experimenting, testing, iterating, and understanding based on what sector you're in, what your consumer is responding to, is going to be critical. I saw the same headline, by the way. So yes, it's going to be different for everyone, but you have to get on the journey.
I second that opinion. So I know we're out of time, but I want to thank you for joining us today on behalf of Fashion Innovation. Thank you. I know this is very early stages of this metaverse evolution, so I'm sure we're going to want you to come back and talk to us as we watch this evolve. I think it's going to be we're going to see a lot of acceleration in the next years, but I it's curious to see what 10 years from now is going to look like. I think we're going to be sitting in a very different world, but I think to your point, it could be in a year or two, we're going to be sitting in a very different world. So
yeah, I think we're going to I think it's going to go pretty fast, and I think it's going to be really interesting. And I think there's major applications for this industry. And to your point and how you opened, this industry has always been rooted in innovation.
People forget, and I don't want to misquote this, but I remember back in the day, you bought like the Microsoft 95 operating system, then there was the 98, then there was the 2, and you waited years. Now, if you pick up your phone, you have updates almost daily. The reason I give that example is the pace of change, and that's, if we're living in a world that fast, we have to move that fast, or we get left behind. So
that's exactly right.
So Karen, thank you so much. Fashion Innovation, thank you for having me join again. Always a pleasure to be here. And thank you to all the attendees who have tuned in to listen to us today. Take care.
Thanks, everyone. Talk soon. Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. We're back, and I'm so excited because that conversation really shows us how the metaverse is the now going into the future. Is that what we all learned? But there's so much more that goes into it. So again, this is not going to be the end of all of these incredible conversations, but just the beginning. On the spirit of these amazing startups that right before this conversation we saw in the pitch competition, I am so excited to talk to you guys quickly about the New York Fashion Week project. So we're all about applauding the startups just as much as we are about applauding the enterprise, because the startups, the enterprise, they all comprise of what we know to be the fashion industry. So we chose brands that we wanted to really highlight, not only at this event, but during New York Fashion Week, because a lot of these startup brands, as amazing as they are, they don't have the budget to be a part of the shows. So we really wanted to give them a huge applause and show to all of you these incredible brands. So we're going to show you a quick video, and we'll be right back. So that was a video of 5 of the brands that are part of this collective that we put together, and definitely check them out. You can actually go to our website, and if you scroll down, you're going to see all of the brands that are participating, their website. You'll be able to check out more about them on Instagram and social platforms. Definitely check them out, give them some love, and if you like something, buy it, because it's Fashion Week. Who doesn't want to look fabulous in all of these amazing brands? So I am super excited for this next conversation that we have, because it's someone that really not only speaks technology and what he does through the company, big company that he's with, but also really makes sure that the company culture all is built around diversity and different things that really just make the world a better place. So we have Raja Manar, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at MasterCard. And the conversation is titled, Fashion is the Intersection of Passion and Purpose. Enjoy.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for being here today. We are all here together at Fashion is the Intersection of Passion and Purpose. My name is Manasa, I'm a journalist, and I'm here today with Raja Rajamar from MasterCard.
Hi Manasa, wonderful being here with you today and looking forward to our conversation.
Great. So my first question actually is, why has MasterCard showed interest in the world of fashion?
Yeah, see, MasterCard had actually embarked on a very interesting strategy almost like 2013. What we said is, instead of throwing commercials at people through television ads or whatever the kinds of ads, there is a better way of connecting with people. And that way is to connect with people in the areas that they are passionate about and curate experiences in those passion areas for the consumers that money cannot buy, but they can get them because they have a MasterCard with them. So this whole pivot from classical traditional advertising to experiential marketing really worked very well for us. And when we talk of a passion, we had focused on 10 different passion points like sports, music, culinary, travel, and so on. Fashion is one of the most important passions for people. So it therefore made sense for us to be in that space. It's pretty universal. People around the world like to express themselves, and fashion is the mechanism or the channel through which they showcase everything. So it's really been, that was a fundamental approach with which we started. And as we started diving deeper into it, we found that it was pretty fascinating. And, irrespective of whether a person is from this country or that country, this background or that background, everyone has a way of engaging with fashion. They may realize it, they may not realize it, but fashion is always there imbued into people's lives. And so that's what we actually started tapping into and curating these experiences for consumers that money cannot buy, but they can get with the MasterCard. So that was the journey that we have been, and hence passion is one of the very important areas for us to be a part of. And if I can just add a couple of things, is one of the most recent areas we have delved into passion is in the area of launching fragrances. Now, people wear fragrances, and that's an expression again of themselves. And we have launched 2 fragrances under the name Priceless. One is called Priceless Optimism. The other one is Priceless Passion. The optimism is yellow in color and very fresh in its scents. And the passion is red in color, and it has got a different set of notes and sort of underpinned by rose. And very, very unique fragrances created by 2 women fragrance developers or perfume developers, and made in a sustainable fashion. And whatever the money we make on that, we put it back into communities that are growing ingredients for these fragrances. So what we are trying to do is using the passion of fashion, connecting the dots around sustainability, about supporting communities, about people having accessible luxury, and of course, obviously enhancing the brand image in a relevant and a compelling fashion. So that's been sort of our latest journey into the area of fragrances, and happy to talk more on that or any other areas.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm curious, like, why fragrances out of like everything else?
So if you look at luxury, So we wanted to essentially look, we look at different segments of people. One of those categories is affluent, right? And affluent categories, if you see, they can afford luxurious cars, luxurious timepieces or watches and writing instruments or travel, first class travel, or auto kind of things. It is that. But what we said is the aspiration to have an affluent lifestyle is not necessarily only with those people who have got enough money to enjoy that kind of a lifestyle. So MasterCard is very inclusive. So we wanted to bring that accessible luxury to everyone around. And one of the most affordable luxuries that you have got is fragrances. So therefore, we created these two fragrances, and people feel special about themselves when they use fragrances. They're expressing themselves. And these are very high-end fragrances, beautifully created, and they last for a long time. So, and we did, of course, tested it quite a lot before we went to the marketplace. And when we found the reaction during consumer tests amongst people, we were very encouraged that it was going to resonate very well with the common people, with the day-to-day people. These are not the rich and the famous, but everyone. And as I said, one of the pillars of MasterCard is inclusion. And we are bringing that luxury into an affordable category. And that's how fragrances are manifesting.
Great. And so this is a very new product. And so what advice do you have for brands for staying authentic when expanding into new areas?
See, you have answered the question, and that's very right, which is when you're entering into a new category, you have to be authentic. You cannot be somebody and try to show up as somebody else, because when you fake it, people can see through you from a mile distance. So you don't want to be in that kind of a situation. However, what is most important is for any brand, firstly, to understand what that brand stands for and understand what kind of areas that the brand has permission to get into. So today, for example, if you take, say, a brand ABC, some arbitrary brand. So that ABC brand, if they want, or XYZ, that brand wants to get into, say, cars, automobiles. They may have consumer permission or not. Or if you take a company like, one of the, say, soft drink companies, and if they want to now start manufacturing computers and high-end electronics and chips, the other computer chips, they may or may not have the permission. So first thing you have to understand is, who am I as a brand? What are my values? What areas do I have permission to play in? And if this is an area where I can play in, how do I present myself so I'm genuine to myself, but also relevant to that passion? If I'm not relevant, I may be genuine. Then people say, what is this brand doing in this category? They're just, it's a rolling eyes moment. But on the other hand, if they are relevant, if they're authentic, they bring a different value and strength to the offering that they're creating in the new category. And it can be differentiating, it can be unique, and it can be very powerful.
Awesome. And so you mentioned how MasterCard moved from classical advertising to experiential marketing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me about some of the challenges that companies face when they make that shift?
I don't believe a large number of companies have made that shift even today, right? One of the key things is when you look at experiential marketing, what you're trying to do is to create an experience for the consumer that is truly memorable. That's obviously positive. You don't want to mess it up, because any negative experience will remain with the consumer. It becomes even more memorable for them, and it will stick with them, stay with them for a long time. So the fulfillment has to be absolutely flawless. So what happens is when you're trying to curate flawless experiences for your consumers, A, it is very expensive, and that's challenging. B, how do you scale it? Maybe you can give 100 experiences, 500 experiences, 1,000 experiences. But if you want to do it globally, like for example, MasterCard is present in 110 countries around the world, how do we curate these experiences around the world and make them accessible? And if the expense of running these promotions is very high, how do we actually make it affordable? So these are the big, big challenges that you have. And also, how do you maintain that consistency, right? If you are saying, I am going to give you once in a lifetime priceless experiences, you better have those experiences from me. Otherwise, I'm raising your expectations. And if I don't meet those expectations, it's not going to be good. So these are huge challenges. So it's a big promise that you're making to the consumers. It's an expensive proposition. You need a lot of infrastructure to be able to bring those experiences at scale and to run them seamlessly, flawlessly, and in a very positive, inspiring way. So these are the biggest challenges, and it's not easy to crack. And that's one reason why many of the companies have chosen not to get into experiential marketing.
Could you tell me more about infrastructure? Like what kinds of infrastructure have been helpful for MasterCard or for other companies pursuing this path?
So firstly, imagine you have taken an experience of having a, say, cooking lesson with a Michelin-starred chef. So that's one of the experiences that we offer. So you buy that experience from MasterCard. Now, what should I think about? Firstly, you need to have crystal clear directions of where to go. Okay, I can send an email and be done with it, or I can do more. I can send you reminders, I can send you how far you are from, when it is starting, give you some messages to enhance even the journey to the venue meaningful. I might want to do something called priceless surprises, where I send a car to your place with MasterCard branding or priceless branding, whatever, and then get you over to the venue. No, you didn't pay for it, you didn't expect it. But if it does happen, it's a wow. Like, we want to surprise and delight to a small percentage of the consumers. Now, once you reach the place, do you have to find for yourself where you are, where you have to go? Or can we make this whole thing very easy for you and somebody is there to receive you and say, hi, Manasa, welcome, come over. Thank you very much for being here. How would you feel about that kind of a reception? Then when you go inside, the chef should not treat you like, oh, 1 out of 1,000 people. You should be made to feel special. Now, which means the chef should have gone through training of how to deal with these people. And then you should have all the right equipment. And if you're trying to follow what the chef is doing. So that whole thing requires somebody to sit there and organize, not one, but multiple people. That is the infrastructure I'm talking about. So it's people, it's the systems, it's a place, it's the decor. All these things have to be set up to make sure that when you are leaving, for example, after your cooking lesson, maybe to give you a small token of our appreciation, something that you carry back as a memorabilia, signed by the chef, and then you can carry it home. Maybe we even help you post it on your social media. And if you post on social media, we might want to amplify it. So that whole journey is, it's very resource intensive. As much as automation can come in, it is resource intensive. And therefore, I say it requires infrastructure. And you cannot just jump into it, because once you have committed yourself, you are in it. And you're in it for good. So you have to be very careful and thoughtful.
So speaking of infrastructure, I'm really curious about how the pandemic has made shopping split from being in person to being in person and virtual, or I suppose more virtual than ever before. And so could you tell me more about that dynamic and how the pandemic might have changed how consumers shop for their things?
Yeah, you see, whenever humanity is thrown into a crisis, there are some fundamental and radical changes in their behavior that happen. Now, this global pandemic, as unfortunate as it was, it has shaped people's behaviors. And not just in the fashion categories, but across the board, right? So for example, a lot of people would never think of ordering groceries online. Like, for example, I used to shop online all the time, but I never bought groceries. I was never thinking of ordering apples and milk and vegetables, stuff like that from a grocery, from online portal. But I started doing it. Most of the people they started, either they're new to the category or they have expanded the number of categories they do online shopping in. Second, this has resulted in such an accelerated adoption or first-time trial, and the experiences of most of the people were so good that they stuck to it even after the pandemic has subsided. Now, unfortunately, Omicron is there again, but even in the intermediate periods when things were calm and you could again go out and get back to life, people have actually still stuck to it. So I began my travel when the pandemic subsided somewhat before Omicron came. But then I said, look, it doesn't make sense for me to go to a grocery shop. Might as well just place an order and then I can do something else more productive. So this is one kind of a behavior. As a result of which, the total shift in how people have moved to e-commerce and virtually purchasing things Actually, what would have taken 7 years in a normal course got done between 1.5 years. So that was a steep acceleration of people adopting e-commerce. That's one. Now, there are different categories, right? For groceries, it's not much of a thing where you have to hold each apple and see, oh, is it good or not, which I would do probably if I'm in a shop. But online, you don't have that choice, but I can live with it. But the question is, if I'm choosing a sweater, or if I'm choosing something, an apparel or whatever, I need more touch and feel. I need to understand, does it fit me? How does it fit me? And is the color suiting me? And what is the feel of the fabric and so on. But what's fascinating is a lot of new technologies started coming for this. Like, for example, if you want to choose eyeglasses, spectacles, right? So there are a lot of sites where you just go, take a picture of yourself on the screen, or you just are on the screen and you activate their app, and then you choose which glasses you want, and the glasses will artificially get placed on your face, and then you move, and the glass also moves with you. So AI is fantastic of superimposing, so you can see yourself, how you look with those glasses on. That is technology for solving a different solution. Otherwise, how would you choose your glasses? And that's true. Like, there have been examples of these magic mirrors. So a mirror which is there, you stand in front of it, and then it shows you, okay, I have worn this particular, say, sweater. Maybe this color doesn't suit me. How will I look like in a black sweater? So I just press on the palette, and then nothing has changed, but the color has changed to black. And I can say, oh, this looks better on me. So maybe I go for black, or no, I'll stick to the teal color that I have got, or whatever. So technology has started really delivering fantastic solutions to bring that distant physical aspect closer to home, as realistic as possible in this world. And also, I think the policies of the companies, how they operate, also has changed. Like, for example, if I have got, say, want to buy a sweater, and maybe I'll try these 4 at home and then return 3 of them. It's easily doable now without any problem. And marketers are building those costs of the shipping to and fro, and carrying excess inventory. All those are factored into the business model and bringing it to life. So it's profound changes are happening led by technology, and it's pretty fascinating.
Awesome. And we talked a little bit about how the passion of fashion is really big. And so are there any other ways in which businesses are bringing in purpose and passion into the work that they're doing and reaching out to consumers?
Yeah, absolutely. You see, there are, firstly, purpose is not just about political correctness, nor is it only about a statement that your CEO makes in the annual report, right? Purpose is something which should truly be a guiding light. It's a North Star for your company. And if the purpose is genuinely embraced by the company, marketing brings it to life. Okay, and that's when through its campaigns, through its channels, through its communication, whatever else it is. Now, companies, what they are realizing increasingly is that consumers want companies and brands to be purpose-driven. Particularly, the younger generations are more socially conscious than the older generations. So these younger generations are saying, hey, you know what? I want these products which are cruelty-free. I don't want them to be tested on animals, and I want these products to be vegan. Or they are saying, this product, I want to make sure it's environmentally sustainable. It's not putting unnecessary carbon footprint or no carbon footprint at all into the environment. Or this particular product is going to be, if I'm buying it, a part of the proceeds will go to some cause of feeding poor children or whatever else it is. So the younger generation particularly, they are shifting to brands which are truly purpose-driven. As a result of which, companies are embracing it very quickly, saying that, oh, if we don't do it, we'll lose these consumers. Okay, but the more important thing is not just responding to consumers inherently, intrinsically. You as a company should feel that purpose-drivenness, then you bring it. Otherwise, you mentioned earlier about authenticity, right? You have to be authentic. You cannot fake it. Number one. Number two, the purpose that a company or a brand brings to life cannot be just a side activity like a CSR or something of that sort. It has to be imbued into the core of your business. That's when it resonates, and that's when it's extremely powerful. So what does it mean? Like, for example, we at MasterCard have run a lot of campaigns, and these campaigns were run essentially for the benefit of cancer research. So we partnered with an organization called Stand Up to Cancer. And every year during summer, for about 8 weeks or so, we run a promotion in the United States and say each time you use your card at a restaurant, or each time you use your card at a contactless payment terminal, we will contribute a portion of our proceeds to Stand Up to Cancer Foundation. And Stand Up to Cancer Foundation, every year when we do this, they get about $4 to $5 million from us, from this. They in turn deploy this fund and more funds that they collect elsewhere too behind cancer research. And kudos to them. So far, they have come up with about 8 drugs for curing of different cancer that have been approved already by the FDA. Now, we try to bring this to life during the MLB All-Stars and World Series, where we say, here is a moment that you stand up for people who have cancer. So you say, stand up to cancer on behalf of the people that are suffering and whatever. So these people, they stand up and they realize, wow, this is something which the company is doing. It's very noble. Right? So what happens is it benefits the brand, it advances the business, but most importantly, consumers are happy that they are having a product which is doing some social good as opposed to just indulging themselves in. So that's how you blend purpose into the core business model. And that's when the both of them come together, it's magical.
Awesome. Well, it's been so lovely to chat about purpose, passion, and fashion with you, Raja. And thank you everyone who's been listening. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Manasa.
Hi, everyone. I'm really excited. That conversation with Raja was just incredible. And I really love the way that they're leading forward with so much technology, but always making sure that company culture-wise, there's enough diversity so that real change is made through the work that they do, which is just incredible. And I'm really delighted for this next panel that we're going to listen to, which is going to really inspire. It's being moderated by someone that we've gotten to know very well in the last few events, and we love her so much, Brigatto, the contributor at the plus size market for Forbes.com. And the name of the conversation is Fashion is Aligning Social Values, Purpose, and Business Strategies. So here we go. So I'll leave you to it. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you so much. It's so good to see you. And thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to moderate this panel. Again, my name is Virgie Tovar. I'm a contributor for Forbes.com, where I cover the plus size market and how to end weight discrimination at work. I am really, really engaged in conversations that are focused on innovating how we do fashion, making sure that we serve the actual bodies that that exist, whether that be people of color, trans people, queer people, plus size people. I am so excited to be speaking with Brianna and Haley. Before we go any further, Brianna and Haley, can you tell us a little bit about yourselves?
Sure, I'll go first, I suppose. So I'm a model and I'm also an activist, and I've done some TV hosting as well on Amazon Prime for Fashion News Live. So I'm really immersed in the industry from a lot of different angles. And so I have really gotten to see where the issues are in the industry, and that's what really drives me to want to create change. And I really believe that change is where opportunity meets purpose, and that we can all be activists. So that's what I've just simply done.
Amazing, thank you. Haley, do you want to talk a little about what you do and who you are?
Absolutely. So hi everyone, my name's Haley Seeger. I'm the founder of One With Swimwear. We created a line of patent pending women's swimwear that fits and feels like seamless undergarments. So everything is ultra flattering. Our range is size inclusive. We offer sizes extra small to 3X. And I'm excited to be here today to talk about everything that we outlined before. So I'm thrilled to be here.
Amazing. I can't wait to get deeper into it. Brenna, can you talk a little bit about, you kind of talked about your activism, but can you talk a little more about it and also your path to it?
Sure. So I entered the fashion industry through modeling. And then I actually was lucky enough to attend the premiere of the True Cost documentary. And my eyes at that point were really opened to the cost of fast fashion, which I hadn't really thought of prior to this. And also not only that, but the human impact that fashion can have on the lives of garment workers. And perhaps this audience knows, but many people don't know about the Rana Plaza collapse that killed around or over 1,100 people and was entirely preventable just because of the abuses that are so rampant in the garment workers industry.
I mean, yeah, I'm curious about, when you say preventable, can you talk a little bit more about that? I mean, I personally don't know about this experience, this moment.
Oh, okay, wonderful. So actually the workers were complaining about cracks in the infrastructure of the building. And the day that it happened, they had, well, the day prior that it had happened, they evacuated, inspected it, and the people in charge wanted to make profit. So they forced the garment workers with threat of loss of their jobs to go back into an unsafe building. And so the garment workers have very few options and didn't want to lose their jobs, their only livelihood. And so they were seeing very deep cracks in the walls and the infrastructure. And they were working there that day and they were complaining and they were not allowed to leave. And so many thousands got injured and then 1,100 plus died. And as you can see from the story, it was entirely foreseeable, entirely preventable. And, it did create a little bit of change, but things like this happen still. I was part of a protest actually during New York Fashion Week, right after, during COVID time. It's all a blur during COVID, but for the Uyghurs that are actually slave labor in China that contribute to the garment labor that make a lot of large brands garments like Nike, and they're not even compensated whatsoever. And so, I mean, this is an issue, like, I don't want to be contributing to this as a consumer. And so that's why I try and bring awareness.
And I'm really grateful that you are doing that work. That's incredible. And I mean, I think that, I think that we often don't realize it's easy to forget all the hands that touch the people, the lives, right? The hands that touch every single part of the pipeline to get us garments. Haley, I wanted to ask you, you are in very, very new baby mode. It sounds like you launched about 10 weeks ago. I'm curious, what has that experience been like? What has it been like doing that in the pandemic? And also what lessons have you learned so far?
Yeah, great question. Loaded question. I'm ready for it. So we launched our brand 10 weeks ago, like you said. And it's been funny because so much of my day-to-day and my goals and my drive has been, fueled or funneled, I should say, for my want to just get this brand to market. And it took 2.5 years to do that. So literally launch day happened in November. And we basically pressed go. And then I was like, oh my goodness, what do I do now? It took so much just to get there that by the time we got there, again, I was like, oh, I did it. Okay, now I have to figure out who I am as a day-to-day founder instead of just someone figuring out how to bring a novel product to market. So that's been really interesting. So a lesson that I have learned / would impart to other people who are potentially in the same boat is maybe have a plan for after you launch in terms of what your day looks like, what your goals are. Obviously, you know, you've got business goals and then you have personal goals. And again, so I would have liked to have better outlined for myself, again, who I was day to day post launching One With, but it's been such an awesome thing. I've just been so excited to be able to see this on women and on our customers, and it's just been so cool to see it realized in the world. So definitely in baby brand mode, but very happy to be here doing that.
Yes, I mean, I actually want to ask you a little bit about your size run. So I'm curious about the decision to offer extended sizing or inclusive sizing. Maybe, I don't know if you want to define the difference between extended and inclusive, and what that decision process looked like.
Absolutely. I think this is, you know, it's a really interesting question because I've never quite looked up exactly what that meant, right? All I knew was I wanted to be able to offer this product to as many people as we possibly could, given that we just launched and are, you know, on a startup budget, and we're being scrappy. So I think I initially started with the intention of it going up to a 2X. And then someone said, why not just go to a 3X? And I was like, why not, right? I mean, everything, of course, every decision, you know, you have to, of course, look at the financials behind that. Producing more sizes is more patterns. You know, there's reasons sometimes why brands can't be inclusive or have an extended range right away. But it was incredibly important to me, again, to be able to appeal to as many people as possible, especially because this product is intended to make you feel the best you ever have in a swimsuit. So why wouldn't we want to be able to offer that, again, to as many people as possible? So I look forward for our next run to go up to 4 or potentially 5X. So that's incredibly important to me as a founder and to the brand, I think.
Amazing. One last question for you, Haley. Can you talk a little bit about, well, not the last question in the panel, but in this moment, can you talk a little about the name One With?
Absolutely. So it was a very organic genesis of creating that name. I just said out loud, I want something that feels one with my body. And the second I said that, I was like, oh my goodness, that's it. And it can apply to so many things. Like when we eventually expand into other categories, that's how I've always wanted my clothes to feel. I don't want to be fighting my clothes. I just want things to feel really like natural on my skin and on my body. And that was what drove me to create this fit. So the name is just super organic and indicative of, again, the way that the product feels on the body.
That's incredible. That's incredible. I mean, I want to ask another follow-up in a minute. I'm going to pin that. Brenna, I was wondering if you could talk about, I think especially, it sounds like you have very strong convictions, very strong feelings. I mean, I love that you were at a protest during Fashion Week. That makes me so happy. And I'm wondering, you know, when you work with brands, are there standout experiences and why? And then also, as you're thinking about partnering, can you talk a little bit about what it looks like to do some of that groundwork, some of that research to see if it's a good fit?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I believe that sustainable should equal stylish. So that's what I try and really represent on my channels, on my social media. So yeah, I've come to a point where brands really reach out to me. And right now I'm really loving working with Natural Nuance. They're a luxury bag brand, and their products are amazing. They're really setting the example in the industry. And, you know, I can't ask for a better partner. They really give me creative control. And yeah, luxury doesn't have to be bad for the environment, for, you know, people. Everything's very interconnected now, and I don't think it's acceptable anymore for large companies to create suffering in order to create profit. I think we've moved past that. I think that the light is being shed on all of these companies, and that pretty soon we're going to see a big wave of change. And I'm really happy about this, and I'm happy to be one of the first people who are on this wave and really representing products that are change makers.
I mean, I'm curious, you know, what what clues do you have? What's the sense that you have that the tide is turning, that things are changing?
There's just so much more coverage in the media. There's so much more information out there. It's really difficult to cover things up now. There's actually a bill out in New York that's about sustainability in fashion that is going to require brands that have a revenue of over $100 million to actually trace 50% of their supply chain and make certain information available publicly online. So it's really not going to be able to be hidden much longer. There is a big push for this, and that's I hope I'm a small part of that. And to your first question about how I really look at a brand, first of all, you shouldn't have to look that hard. The brands who are doing it right really put it out there for you to see and show you proof. But there are some little cheats that I like to use because there is such a thing as greenwashing. So people like to pretend to be sustainable when they're really just, it's a marketing gimmick. So the Good On You app is a great way to just check if a brand meets your standards. And that's a really great hack that I could tell you. And it's all just about natural fibers, recycling, circularity, ethically sourcing leather or any fabric. It's how the brand disposes of things, what type of dyes they use. That's what I love about Natural Nuance. They actually use vegetably tanned leather, which is tanned by tree bark instead of chromium. So it's so much better for the environment.
Wow. Oh, I love this. I love this. What was the name of the app again?
Good On You.
Good on you. This is amazing. I'm curious, do you see the sort of, I think sustainability can often feel very focused on the environment, like sort of very specifically about nature and disposal and long-term effect. Do you see the human component of what you're talking about, like worker treatment, model treatment? Do you see that as part of sustainability too?
I absolutely see it as part of sustainability. It's something that is really a top priority for me, perhaps even a little bit more than the environment because it's more immediate. The environment affects us all and our human lives in a profound way, but it's less immediate. People suffering today because of brands profiting, that's happening now as we're speaking. And so the urgency is really there.
Yes, I love this. Thank you so much. Haley, I want to talk a little bit about scaling. So first, you're, again, baby, so maybe scaling. I'm curious how far afield is scaling, like off in the distance, or is it front of mind? And then I'm wondering if you can talk about, why or why not you might feel the pressure to scale. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Absolutely. I felt the pressure to scale within the first couple of weeks of launching the brand. And again, that was part of the whole, for so long, I was just going with my gut on, okay, I'm making these decisions, again, just to bring the product to market, that I didn't know really how I'd feel, but I was honoring, that I would make the right choice / have a good gut instinct as to how I wanted to take the brand forward. And so right now, I made a decision, okay, we're going to scale. We are definitely, I was looking to bootstrap for as long as possible. And then again, once we brought it to market, I kind of realized, to do everything I want to do in the best way possible, putting our best foot forward, scaling and fundraising was going to be a part of that. So that's something that we have our sights on right now. But yeah, I felt the pressure like almost immediately. So again, that came with the unexpected things that I just felt and went through after, pressing go on that site.
Yes. I love you kind of bring up instinct, which I love talking about the body. And I think that's the thing, right? Like I think fashion can feel sometimes removed from the actual human body, like as it exists with its needs, etc. Everything from a structure in which you can create it that is safe to, what you're creating, a garment that is seamless and integrated, and you're not thinking about constantly. I kind of want to talk about instinct and the role of, I don't know. I feel like there's some controversy around like the idea of like what makes a good CEO. Is that someone who's very instinct driven? If it's someone who's very financials driven or whatever. But can you talk about the role of instinct in what you're creating?
Absolutely. the brand was born on instinct of just, I had this light bulb moment. I was trying on swimsuits to go to Miami. I hated all of them, even the ones that were supposed to be figure flattering. And I just said out loud, I just want something that feels like my seamless underwear does. And it was like just this light bulb moment, call it gut instinct, call it whatever we want. I like the word instinct. And it was just like I had tunnel vision to bring it to life, from that moment. So I basically just was driven by, again, this like gut hanging instinct, like this needs to happen, this needs to be a thing, and I need to be the person to do it. So, and then in terms of leadership, I think that being a good leader means making good decisions quickly. And I think that that doesn't happen without having instinct and trusting your instinct. So I'm, always refining that, but I think instinct is a massive part of having a brand and just day-to-day operations as a business.
I love this. And I think when we bring the body and the information it's giving us into this process, we're in a better position to make human-centered decisions. This brings me back to Brianna. Can you tell us what the model mafia is?
Ooh, I'll give you a hint. We don't kill people. Bad joke, but the Model Mafia is a group of around 200 or 300 models that we all work together to create a community within the fashion industry for models. And then also we work together to create a more just and fair and sustainable fashion industry. So some of the campaigns that we've all worked together on are, for example, getting the plastic bag banned in New York City, which was very successful.
That was you?
Yeah, partly. Thank you. And then we actually brought the Me Too movement to the fashion industry with the hashtag "My job should not include abuse." So I was one of the people doing that. I shared my story anonymously without naming names to a publication in, I think, in Toronto, Canada. And yeah, so it's, the fashion industry has a long history of being, a little bit abusive towards models with the sexual harassment that can happen and this sort of thing. But the industry is making great strides. And so I'm very happy about that. So I think we've, been doing a lot of good work. And then on my own with different organizations, I've tried to continue this. I tried to get freelancers included into the CARES Act. Right when COVID first happened, I went into action mode and I said, wow, I know all these photographers, models, real estate agents, whomever, we're not covered by unemployment. We need to be included. So I worked with the Freelancers Union here in New York City to get us all covered. So I really, like I said before, my philosophy is to just deal with things as they pop up in my own life and advocate for myself and other people at the same time.
I love this. And you sort of mentioned earlier, Brianna, when we were talking ahead of this panel, that abuses that models face often show up in other parts of the labor sort of chain.
Yeah, that's so true. I would venture to say that garment workers have less options, therefore it's worse for them. But there are some parallels, which is very interesting. Garment workers are generally 80% women. So it's very much a female issue as well. And yeah, so garment workers are punished for complaining, for speaking out. They can lose their jobs. And that's the same in the fashion industry. Models can be punished or lose their jobs for complaining, speaking out about abuses happening. And then wage withholding is a huge issue in both modeling and the garment industry. I think Shahi exports owes about 10 million in back wages to their garment workers. And they service major brands like, I believe, Zara and H&M. So, I mean, certainly they should have the money there to pay their workers, and models can go without payment for sometimes 6 months, a year. And it's been reported to me through my work with Models Trust that, you know, even top models sometimes at points in their career haven't been paid for maybe a year. And if they didn't have, you know, family support, how can you survive when they've worked the jobs already? So, I mean, and I think the solution for these sorts of things are twofold. I think it's job security. And then I think it's also oversight, obviously, so the abuses aren't happening. And then an independent reporting service. So that's why I really worked with Models Trust to develop the benchmark survey for fashion modeling agencies to administer to their models so that they can get anonymous feedback for their performance, and so that the models are not you know, put in the position of losing their jobs or being not booked because they're complaining.
Oh, Brianna, thank you for offering solutions. This is I'm just inspired. I'm feeling the tingles. We have a question. I think it's for both of you, both Haley and Brianna, from the audience. So do you think brands see inclusion as a goal, or do you think that brands see inclusion as something that's maybe part of hype or part of, you know, their outward facing appearance?
I would definitely say that tokenism is a huge problem. And I would say that you can see this because I've never seen on set anyone being accommodated for any disability that is not specifically part of the campaign. And I think that's a really profound statement right there.
Wow. I mean, I'm just thinking about, I want to hear what you have to say, Haley, but I'm specifically thinking about some plus size models I know who they show up on the set and then they literally have to have the clothes cut up. Like they're, you know, they have the front of their body is covered and then their entire back of the garment is not covered because it's been cut up because they don't actually make that person's size. Haley, do you have thoughts?
Absolutely. And Virgie, I've seen exactly what you're talking about firsthand. So when I was creating this brand, to me, inclusion representation is the bare minimum. I just think it should just be a given. And I think that that's what a lot of brands are consciously working towards. And I'm definitely, you know, One With is definitely within that realm. So to me, again, it's the bare minimum. I don't think it should necessarily be applauded. I think it should just be how it is. And that's, again, the standard that I'm striving to uphold within One With.
I mean, we don't have a ton of time left. I've had so much fun chatting with you. I'm curious, just to follow up, like any last thoughts and where people can find you. Do you want to go first, Haley?
Sure, absolutely. So you can find us at One With Swim on Instagram and then on our site, onewithswim.com. And thank you very much, Virgie, for being an awesome moderator, and Fashinnovation for having us.
My pleasure. Brianna?
Yes, I would just like to say in summation, if our clothes are an expression of who we are, let us wear our values. And I think that's really important to me. And you can find me online, branadane.com, on Instagram at branadane, pretty much everywhere. So it has been such a pleasure. Thank you so much, Virgie.
Oh, thank you. Have a great day.
I want to thank the three of you quickly just to say I love how you guys really bring the importance of social value behind the brands and behind your work and behind what you all do. It's so exemplary, and I think it's something that more people need to focus on if they don't already. So I'm just thrilled to have had the three of you ladies in this conversation. It was really, really great, and I'm sure you inspired so much globally. And so, yeah, so just thank you from the bottom of our hearts for having participated today. Bye, ladies. Look forward to speaking soon. So before we head to the next conversation, I did want to remind all of you about the Fashinnovation Hub. It is now available and live, so you can register, go into the hub, check it out. It's something that it really is a game changer in terms of just bringing all of the content that we get inundated with on a daily basis, curating them, and really bringing the right content at the right time to your doorstep alongside with communities. So check that out. And speaking of brands with values, I'm really excited to play another video from our New York Fashion Week brands project that we have, where you're just going to see more brands to follow. And again, aside from seeing the video, go on our website, scroll down, you'll see all of them there to be able to go on our website, check it out, maybe do some shopping. But here's another video quickly for you guys to take a look at. So we're back, and I'm really excited to announce the next panel because I just love, fashion brands so much. Like I said before, I'm wearing this beautiful dress. The name of the dress is Jordana, My Name, by Rebecca Minkoff, a designer that we admire so much. And I am in Spring Studios, our partner for 2022, which we're really, really excited to be streaming live from Spring Studios in Tribeca, New York City. And speaking of brands, this next conversation is with a designer and a founder that I have admired for a very long time. I actually exclusively remember a lot of family gatherings where we would get dresses specifically from this designer. So the next speaker is Nicole Miller, and she'll be speaking on fashion is incorporating haute couture in the modern industry. Enjoy.
Oh, hi, everyone. Marie Driscoll here, Managing Director of Luxury and Retail at Coresight Research. Coresight sits at the intersection of retail and technology. We are so delighted to be joined today by Nicole Miller, a designer who I'm sure everybody here knows of, but I'm going to give Nicole a minute to, introduce yourself, Nicole. Tell us what you've been doing and the whole thing.
Okay. Hi, I'm Nicole Miller, and I'm so happy to be here. I've been a designer of my own label for about 40 years now, and so I am a designer, chief creative director, and CEO all at once. Wow. I do have a design background. I went to the Rhode Island School of Design, and I went to the École de la Chambre syndicale de la couture parisienne in France. So I have both, an art and a couture background. So I always feel like I've been very involved in every step of the design process my whole life. And it's what I really enjoy doing the most, is being, right in the trenches and, working with the fabrics and the colors and the prints. And it's really my passion.
Oh, and it shows in the clothing that you design and really your lifestyle collection. I know that you're known for a background in haute couture, but also a little bit of sassiness, a little bit of rebellion. And I see it today in what you're wearing. The black, is that
yeah,
right?
I wore this for you. I've got my planets and my, it's got evil eyes and Ankhs on it and a lot of different symbols. Yeah, I think I've always been kind of like the good girl, bad girl designer. And, I've always been called like the uptown, downtown girl because it's very much me, my lifestyle. Mm-hmm. And I live in Tribeca and, I have a lot of artist friends and I have that downtown spirit. But meanwhile, I have a lot of friends uptown and I would go to all those events uptown at the museums. Right. So I felt like my life is always a mixture of both those worlds. And I've never been the girly kind of goody two-shoes designer at all. And I always feel like, I'm about the forceful woman with a bit of an edge and, very independent and strong-minded. And I feel like that's very much the customer I appeal to.
Yes, I think, and as I see people walking around Manhattan, I think so. Just a little trivia with the rebirth of Sex in the City, I thought of you, and you're one because it's it's bringing back fashion again to New York City after these 2 years of like COVID sweats.
Yeah. Well, it's funny that you mentioned that because Candace Bushnell is one of my really good friends. And then there's a lot of my clothes in the original Sex in the City, but I haven't even seen the new show. And I've heard, a lot of different opinions about it, but I'm curious. I am going to watch it. But it's, I always like those shows that kind of get everybody excited about fashion,
right.
And Emily in Paris and all those. It's just very exciting.
Totally. Well, tell me, how did you start your entrepreneurial journey?
Well, my mother was from Paris, so I do have that French background. So I was always obsessed with fashion from, small child. And and my mother used to get these French fashion magazines from Paris, at the house. So I just lived for their arrival. And I was just on a mission my whole life to, go to New York and be a designer. And so then when I got out of high school, I went to Rhode Island School of Design. And at some point I rigged up my own exchange program with the Couture School in Paris.
Amazing.
So I did both, but it was just, and I really did contemplate staying in Paris, but, over there, my friends were making $40 a week and working 60 hours or 80 hours a week. And, it was basically an internship. So I decided to, stay in New York and do the New York path. So, so I came to New York and I was fortunate enough to get my first design job with a designer I had interned with, and which is, I always recommend internships because, you don't always get hired, but very often you do get hired. So it's a good way to make connections and to learn. And anyway, so that was my first entree into the design world. And from then on, it was one job to the next. And then we opened up my business in 1982.
Amazing. Well, you opened it up dresses, correct?
Yes, it started up being just a dress business. Exactly.
So tell us where it's gone to in terms of lifestyle categories.
Well, it's had a lot of incarnations, but we started out being a dress business. And of course, we did sportswear as well. And then in about 1988 or 89, we opened up a store on Madison Avenue. And at that point, I started making, I made a few ties, men's ties, with and it wasn't excess fabric, it was new fabric, but it was, stories keep changing, but I reprinted some of my old prints, which were women's dress prints, and I made men's ties out of them.
Nice.
And they took off like gangbusters. And the next thing, we were in the tie business. So I had this huge tie business for about 5 years. It was so much fun. And then men stopped wearing ties. It was just they didn't wear ties, and it was casual Fridays. And also the ties they did wear, they went serious. They didn't have a sense of humor anymore. But anyway, fortunately, I was still in the dress business. So I just kept going with that. And, as time went on, we did have a lot of different licensees, such as, which we still do today, things that were extensions of the clothing, such as eyewear and shoes and handbags and everything that would, go along with the collection. And also, hats and gloves. And so everything that's kind of a woman's accessory. And from there, a lot of other things came our way. Cosmetics and furniture and rugs and a lot of different categories that have been fantastic. And I've really enjoyed being involved with all those other different areas because, I love design and I love interior design. And so that's been a great extension and that's been ongoing. So it has sort of made me a full like lifestyle brand with all these other categories.
I think America loves you. Tell me about like globally. Are you mostly a U.S. company or?
We are. I mean, we have. I mean, at one point I had stores in Europe. I had 3 or 4 stores in Europe, in Spain and in Germany. But I don't at this point. And we sort of at one point we got out of the retail business. We had about 35 stores. But it's just, I didn't like being in malls, which was a real problem for me. And so as the leases expired, we just didn't continue. So we have a few stores left, which is nice. So it's nice to have a few, but I didn't really want to have to, control these long distance. So that was a challenge. So we're, now we're just strictly wholesale or pretty much wholesale. Yeah. And online.
Right. Online is, and from what you have about 1,500 points of distribution. I mean, is that correct?
I don't know exactly the count this time, but at various times it's been about that. And we always sold a lot of specialty stores. So we always had road reps. And so we always were able to accommodate, small stores around the country.
How do you think fashion is different?
I have to say, I mean, the world has really changed because when I started out, I felt like I was just competing against other designers. So now I'm competing against musicians, actresses, socialites, influencers. I mean, everybody's a designer now.
Right.
And, I say one of the most important things now is maybe to be multifaceted, maybe to be able to do something else. I mean, maybe you can't sing, but I feel like it's really important to be, really expand your horizons because I feel badly that a lot of these designers today that are going to design school are going to be in the back rooms behind a celebrity brand.
Right.
They're just going to be the designer behind the name, which I think is unfortunate. But because, everybody has a dream. I mean, what these designers go to design school and their dream is generally to have their own brand. So, and I know that's everybody's big dream and, I wish them all success in that, but I feel like it's a very, very crowded space and, there's so many clothes now and there's so many brands. It's just, it's mind boggling. So it's a very, challenging business to get in, but I tell them, really be focused, create your own identity and really, if you really have a dream, you just have to just really go for it.
That sounds like a good plan. And real focus on one level sounds like find a niche within the whole realm of fashion. Like you may have started with dresses. Some people start with, bras. And from wherever you start, you can get some gravitas and have a brand and a point of view and then move on. And like, I think that the first job, like as an intern working for a celebrity, it's on the path to the next one. Because some of the, I think
hopefully they're going to get experience and not get stuck.
Right, exactly. I hope so too. Because we want to see designers able to have their own point of view and put it out in the world in fashion, because that's what makes fashion so wonderfully creative. How has your consumer evolved over the last, as long as you've been designing clothing?
Well, it's interesting because as long as I've been designing clothes, I've always had this mother and daughter customer. And I feel like I've always dressed the mother and the daughter, and sometimes they wear the same dress. Sometimes they'll share a dress. And, so I always, when I go and do personal appearances around the country, I found very often I get the mother and the daughter shopping because it's like I'm a brand that they both agree on, which I think it's rare. It's like the mother likes the daughter to wear my dress and the daughter doesn't fight the mother, she likes the dress too. So that's always been nice, but I've had that customer kind of continually throughout my career. And I feel like I've always tried to maintain like a young attitude in clothing. And I don't believe, I hate those magazines that do, you know, how to dress in your 20s, 30s, 40s. I just don't believe in that at all. And if you like see like French women, they always dress like their daughters and they always look super chic. And you'll see like a, you know, 55-year-old woman in Paris walking around in a tight Azadine Alaya dress and looking like incredible.
Right.
And I just feel like sometimes people are afraid to, you know, dress how they want to in this country. And they just feel like, oh no, I can't do that. And I go, you should just, whatever makes you feel comfortable is what you should wear.
So that's where that rebellious attitude comes from, right? Instead of this puritanical look of fashion in America.
I know, you know, I look at some clothes and I go, I'm never going to be old enough to wear that dress. I mean, 90 and I still won't be able to wear it.
Well, so while you've been in the fashion industry, like a new way of connecting with the consumer has occurred with social media. Can you talk about how you've used social media to be relevant with the daughter?
Well, you know, clearly it's the most visible thing you have these days. I mean, you know, we used to do magazines ads and whatever, or there'd be like, and just the magazine business has changed so much that it's just so great to have things like Instagram, you know, for exposure. And then, you know, it grows organically and people can just find you and nobody's telling you what you can or you can't do. And I think it's a great, great venue. The only thing is I've seen so many of these other platforms like come and go and, you know, they've turned over a lot of times. And we used to have, you know, at the bottom of the, our homepage on our website, you know, there'd be like 5 different little boxes of our different little social media accounts and everything.
So have you done collaborations with in your media as you go to market?
I have with, you know, artists in the past. I don't have anything currently, but yeah, in the past I've done some, and yeah, but I mean, you know, it's a great thing to be doing these days because everybody's doing collaborations, and I'm hoping we're talking about some in the future too.
Well, so it looked like through your licensing and your business with department stores and with many, many specialty independent shops around the country, you span a lot of different price points so that you have a consumer that can have access to you in multiple venues. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things at different price points, but you know, I mean, the bulk of the clothing is, you know, probably $200 to $600. We have some things that are $1,000, $1,200, whatever. But it's you know, the core brand is probably around that price level. But certainly, you know, some of our licensees make things for, you know, a variety of different prices, which is great because you can reach a lot more people.
And it gives people access.
Yeah, yeah. It's great to make things accessible to a lot of people.
Yeah. So you mentioned before that you make visits around the country. Is that part of your business model to like stop at local shops and
yeah, I've always done that. I mean, I've also gone for, you know, a lot of department stores. I mean, you know, I spent years going to Neiman Marcus and Nordstrom and a lot of different department stores, Saks, for you know, various events over the years. But mostly lately I've done smaller stores, which is really great because I love going to places like Nebraska or Michigan or Minnesota. I love going to like the Midwest because I haven't been there that much. I was actually born in Texas, so I love going back to Texas. Wow. So I'm always happy to travel. So I always like it when these smaller stores have these events. It's very personal too.
Right. It's like a great way of really connecting with your
with the customer. Yeah, it's really great to get their feedback and talk to them and see what they like and what they don't like.
Right.
So yeah, I always really enjoy that.
Right. And it's so like it used to be that magazines gave everyone access, But now the internet has, there's lots of people around the country in pockets that you would not think are fashionable that are fashionable because your clothing is there. And partly the internet helped that.
Well, yeah, it's true. But I mean, I'm surprised. Like, I think kind of like in New York and the people on the coast tend to be like a bit of a snob and think there's not a fashion community. But I've realized there's a very hip contingent in every city I've ever been to.
Right.
Even food wise. I mean, look at like you can get exotic food in every state in the country now. Whereas before it was kind of just coastal that you would have, Asian food and, exotic other country food, but now you can get it anywhere.
Well, I could talk to you for hours, and unfortunately we have to cut it short. I know you're such a multifaceted person that brings your love of art, theater, culture to your fashion and really so that the rest of us can enjoy it.
Hi, everyone. So that was an amazing conversation. As I said, Nicole Miller, someone I've been following for decades now. I just love her work so much and really enjoy that conversation. And we're here today with you live from Spring Studios, who's our new partner for 2022. And I am so thrilled to announce this next incredible panel with such incredible speakers titled Fashion is Phygital, Mastering E-commerce and Global Expansion. And it's being led by Raymond Ray, editor at smarthustle.com. So here we go. Let's go.
All right, there we go. That was a double start. Hey, everyone, thanks for joining us. Good to be here as we continue the amazing discussions we indeed have had about all things fashion. Indeed, I'm Ramon Ray, founder of smarthustle.com, and glad to be here and serve with this amazing panel. We can see all these smart, amazing people who are the ninjas of fashion in the room. So why don't we begin? We have Gianna, Christine, and Echo here today to talk to us about their aspects of fashion. We'll dive into it. Echo Ma, I'll start with you first. Just say hello. Tell us a bit who you are, what your role is in fashion, and why you're so happy to be here. And then we'll move to Kristen. Go for it, Echo. How are you?
Thank you, Raymond. I'm really good. Thank you. My name is Echo. I'm a creative director at Tiffany. I've been in fashion advertising for the past 13 years. Before Tiffany, I was a creative and art director at Sephora for 4 years. So yeah, I'm very excited for today's talk and very excited to hear what everyone thinks.
I love it. We're glad to have you with us, Echo, and glad to get your knowledge and insight for today's panel. Kristen, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome. Tell us a bit about who you are, who you're with, and why you're so excited to be here.
Sure. Thanks, Roman. So I am Kristen Sevilla. I'm the CEO of Jor. We are the world's leading digital wholesale management platform. So we provide virtual showrooms, collaborative commerce, order management, and data and analytics in the B2B wholesale space. And I'm really excited to be here as part of today to really share and impart how wholesale needs to be a lot more like the consumer side of e-commerce.
Oh, I love that. Why wholesale needs to be like consumer e-commerce. I love that. That sounds like we're going to get some great insights from you, Kristen. And Gianna, how are you? Good to have you here, my friend. Thanks for joining us. Tell us a bit about yourself, why you're so excited to be here today as well.
Absolutely. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Jonathan. I'm the commerce manager of IFF Group. Let me say Moschino is the brand that we manage as the famous one. I moved, let me say, in the digital background. So not on the surface, but put on the background, so on the nerd people. And I'm the bridge between the business people in the company and the tech people. So I have different degrees, something in economy, law, and in technology. So I move around the people. I'm excited because here, for sure, I know excellent people, amazing people, new people. I love the different aspect that they have, the different background that they have. And so I want to enjoy this panel, and I hope the people will enjoy it as us.
Absolutely. Glad to have you here. So let's jump right in. Kristen, I'm going to turn first to you. This whole aspect of physical and digital I know is huge, huge, huge. You do work, of course, with B2B. There's, of course, the retail consumer segment. Help us understand, it's amazing that I hate to use the C word, COVID, but we're still in shelter in place. It's changed the entire world. And I think in particular, it's changed for sure. As you all know, I see the nods there, the fashion retail industry. What have you learned, Kristen? What has changed? And can you give us some of your secrets? What are the best practices? What have you learned that everybody watching this can take away? Help us understand that, Kristen. The floor is all yours.
Right, thank you. So Jore's actually been around for 12 years, making the space digital, but pre-pandemic, about 75% of our traffic took place on our iPad app. So we were digital in showrooms or at trade shows. Go back to March 2020, pandemic hits. Milan Fashion Week, Paris Fashion Week are essentially canceled because nobody could travel. And though Jor had been pitching our virtual showroom component for 10 years, we didn't get the phone calls about it until those two things were canceled. And brands were calling us saying, you know what, you guys, those showrooms you always talked about, how do they work again? So overnight, the industry went from more physical selling to digital selling. But what we've gotten to learn is that this is actually really good for the industry. It allows for events and trade shows to run longer and not just be in the moment. It allows for efficiencies in the moment. And even when physical returns, and it has in some markets, people have recognized the need for that digital infusion and to actually have iPads and mobile devices at those events rather than pen, paper, Excel spreadsheets that just don't cut it in a digital world.
Yeah, it sounds to me, Kristen, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it seems like I can also hear you saying that we're not going back. Even if, the pandemic and all these things stopped today, everything went back to quote unquote normal, that people are used to it, they like it, and they see the benefits. Is that a fair assumption, Kristen?
Yeah, there's just too many efficiencies. Why would you turn back to an Excel spreadsheet? If you can do everything either on your desktop or, I still believe in these events, go to the events, but have an iPad in front of you and digitally collect this information, why would you go back? You won't. And we're seeing that people are really full steam ahead on this and getting digital.
Absolutely. And Echo and Gionata, do you think that Kristen was tempted to say, see, I told you so. Now you're calling me. I have a feeling that in the back of her mind, am I right, Kristen? You kind of were tempted to say, I told you so.
It was the silver lining of the pandemic. It did feel good to have those incoming phone calls for sure.
Absolutely. Echo, I'd love to hear your comments and insights, Echo. I mean, this whole aspect of digital is huge, no matter the industry, no matter the brand. I think we're all learning physical. We have digital. Same question, Echo. What have you learned? What have you seen? What was that transition like? And give us some of your playbook and give us some of your quote unquote secrets as well. What can we learn from you?
Yeah, I think consumers definitely expect more and more human part, the human elements from brands, because since the pandemic, everything is available online, right? You can see everything, you can find everything. So I think they definitely want to be heard. We see a lot of the companies that have been doing really well. For example, places like Shein, they listen to what the consumers want instead of making the decisions of their own. So we did see this kind of interesting shift from in the retail space from B2C, almost in a reverse way, almost like C2B, right? Not consumer selling to enterprise per se, but consumers give ideas or demands to companies. And we've been talking about digital so much. I think offline and experiential retail is still the trend, I believe, especially for your local travelers, your local consumers. Everything is just so convenient online now. What can offline retailer stores do to wow the consumers? I think it has to offer something that consumers have never seen before, or they cannot see anywhere else online. And I think consumers like that. They want to be physical. They want to touch things. So again, I think the human element will be very important for brands.
And are you seeing echoed? I don't know if this is a silly question, but are you seeing that maybe in one aspect there's a fight between the physical experience and retail experience, and on the other hand, there's a complementary that let's work together within the same brand? How does that work? Because the physical people are like, we want to wow you. The retailers are like, come on into us. How does that work in your mind? How are you seeing that happen?
I don't see it as a conflict. I think they should, work as a closed business cycle, right? What people see online, what they experience offline, it could be different, but it should kind of connect to each other.
I love it. And Giannato, I'm coming to you 1 second, but one question I want to follow up with Echo, and feel free, Christian, to dive in anytime. We can all have a flowing conversation. But is there like a feedback loop? Because I liked how you said the brands, and I'm sure even though Christian's B2B, that we all have to listen in some way. So is there some type of best practice feedback loop to understand what does the customer want? What are they asking? Is it surveys? Is it customer service? Is it just pop-up boxes? Give us a high-level idea of how maybe some those in fashion listening to us, how they may think about how to do that, please.
I think survey is, I guess, the easiest part, the most direct answer. But a lot of companies are collecting data. We're analyzing data. We can learn a lot from the data, right? To see what the consumers want, what they like. Yeah, I hope that answers.
No, that answers. That's good. I love it. And Giannato, I'm going to come to you. Giannato, I'm a dad of 2 adult children. I do surveys with them all the time, even though they're adult kids. How am I doing as a dad? And I just wait for their response. Dad will give you a B+. You could do better. Giannato, what's your experience? What's your aspect of this aspect of physical and digital? We've called digital. What are you seeing? And feel free to remind us what you do, who your customers are, and then blend that to what are you seeing in this physical and digital collaboration? Or as Echo said, it's not a conflict, but kind of working together to best serve the customer. What can we learn from you, please?
First of all, I know really the Christian issues. Probably in last spring, they fill their mailbox probably because all the brands search for something like that. So congratulations for the idea. I think it's very useful for the brands. The second one is today I went from a gallery art museum that shows the NFTs. So the NFT world is something that is coming. So I think it's not more about 2-dimension, physical and digital, but we have the metaverse that is coming. Some people talk about that. A different cluster of people, I think is very interesting. And I think the brand has to think about a new cluster, and I think it's cool. You don't have to sell the real goods, I mean the physical goods, so the cost of the goods, but other things like communication, like content, so something other, we have other issues. But really, we have to think in 3-dimension right now, because you get different people, different cluster, the young people, the medium, the old. It's not about, I think, the age, it's about the mind. And about the decision that you anticipate, I heard in a meeting, in an event, that 90% about neuromarketing, that 90% of the decision that we get is about the heart. It's not about the mind. Mm-hmm. So we spend a lot of time studying data, but the people and we in the business, we choose about the heart. So it's something that is very emotional, I think. So the fashion is very emotional. I think is the most crazy industry in the world, because you have season, you have something that happen. It's like more like it's the movie industry. So the people are crazy, even if everything is cool. So I think it's very charming, this word. I think that it's not about knowing people, I mean, knowing his customer, but it's about create the relationship with the customer, listening to them. And I think that the real issue in the next years, probably because the privacy, because of the social third-party cookies and etc., is about create the relationship, is about create the retention, even if the word is different. For sure, in the B2B, you have a different department, different people, senior probably. In the digital, you have other people, digital people. In the metaverse, who do you have in the brand? It's a new world. So you have to create, I know the Gucci create a young people team, really like 20, 18 years old. So very young, to go inside this new world, to think in a new way. And I think if a brand create this 3-dimension with 3 different teams and 3 different ages, I think it will be take the really Colorado, let me say, item.
I love that. That is powerful. Thank you for that. I hope everybody listening to us is like going on IG, taking selfies, taking pictures, going on the Twitter, tagging us. I hope you guys are writing down and tweeting out and IGing out and Snapchatting out and TikToking out and Facebooking out all the knowledge you're hearing. Gianna, you talked about something and you said the aspect of emotional. And I want to hear what Kristen and Echo may have to say on that, even though Kristen, I understand B2B may be different, but let's touch on that. Fashion is emotional. When you look at the four of us here, even how we're dressed kind of in our roles, maybe. I'm a bright colored person. I hate brand consistency. That's just me. But my point is, let me turn to you, Kristen. I see your smile first.
I wanted to double down for a second first, actually, on the NFT. Sorry.
Please, I was going to touch on NFT, but we can do that now.
On the NFT conversation, because I think that being in wholesale, we actually see these trends early. We see stuff before it hits the selling floor, ideas early. So we actually jumped on, for example, first 360 imagery. So March 2020, again, people were asking us for help with the wholesale selling. So we were the first to launch 360 imagery, which was still photography. Less than a year later, we jumped on the 3D rendering bandwagon, which is really the precursor, when you think about it, to this NFT. I'll call it craze or trend, but I think it's here to stay. I mean, this is real. And I think if people don't understand it, they need to, because how quickly we move from 360, we moved from 2D photography to 360 imagery to 3D to NFT. It's fast, and you have to get on this and understand it. And to Gianna's point, I have 4 children that I lean on actually to learn about on this, because this is all they talk about, and this is all that they really resonates with them, and this is where fashion is going. And I just wanted to sort of make that point to reinforce what Gianna was saying.
That's a great point. I love it. So we have 2 votes that NFTs and Metaverse are not going away. Echo, let's see what you say. Is NFTs and Metaverse and all this stuff, is it here to stay, or is it a fad? What do you say?
I don't know if I'm the best person to answer this question. My husband and I have different point of views.
Okay, that's great.
But
I'm going to take it. I'm going to say your vote. What's that? Say it again. I'm sorry.
I think it's interesting.
Yes, I do as well. My vote, listen, I'm the moderator, so I'm not supposed to have a vote, but I would think it's here to stay. It's hard to say, because I think that, somebody explained it to me. If you would buy a physical painting, NFTs is kind of like that. Somebody broke it down. So I understood it. It's like a ticket to an emotional experience. As you mentioned the word, Gianna, emotion, fashion is. So I think when you want to support someone, forget the aspect of blockchain and crypto, but I do think it's a way. If Echo has an NFT, I can buy that and support her in that way. At least that's my little layperson's knowledge of it as I get into NFTs myself. I'd like to move the conversation, if it's agreeing with you.
Roman, sorry.
Great time. Great. Please, Gianna.
Sorry, because you talk about Milano Fashion Week or the Fashion Week, the physical Fashion Week, but at the end of the March is coming a Metaverse Fashion Week, the first one. And so it's not like in the future. I think that the fashion people are running and they want something from the brand. And I think that the brand has to run in the same way. This is the real point. One time, 10 years ago, let me say, the customers move really slow. So the fashion take time, create collection, etc. Right now, you have to run, create. This is the point.
I love it. Listen,
and I also do think it's very cool that with NFT, fashion is not only fashion, art is not only art. We are creating a community around it. And I think that is, for me personally, I think that's the coolest part.
And I think that is the bigger issue, the community, the access, for sure. In fact, hey, we could create an NFT with our pictures and sell that right now.
Exactly.
So, we have about 9 more minutes to go. This is a great conversation. I hope those of you listening are getting value out of it. I hope you're sharing this across social platforms. I do want to touch on China, the US, world globalization. Fashion, as I understand it, is different in different parts of the world. How you address the customer, buying habits, things of that nature. If I can turn to you first, Gianna, can you just touch on that, what you've learned about fashion in a global environment? And if you can, touch on China, maybe the differences between the Chinese buying experience, USA, however you wish to answer that, if you can. And then Echo, I'll turn to you. Gianna, please.
Yeah, I think that Moschino is very a good case because we have like our stylist that is Jeremy Scott that is based in US. So in US, our brand is very loved from the people. And we will go live in June with the new great project in China. So we are really the two worlds. And I know that the Chinese people call US like the beautiful place, let me say the beautiful country in the translation. And so it's very different, I think, with approach, but only because the people are different. So the brand is the same, for sure, the trend is the same, the style is the same, but the approach is really different. I mean, in communication, we know about different brands that made some mistakes in the past, very famous one, the social shaming and etc. So it's not easy to go there. I try to study like a little bit of Chinese. I'm not good in languages. I'm only good in English only because I dance hip hop. And so I met many people, yeah. So I check this kind of activities in my life, but I try to connect with some Chinese people to understand before the culture, yes, then the language, then the other things. But I think the culture is the first point. So when you go in another market, you have really to understand the culture. The culture is something technical, like, I don't know, the currency, like, I don't know, the colors or something like that. But something is about really the culture. And we come back on the heart. We come back on the emotion. The emotion are different. The people are different. You know, that the Italian people for sure are famous for something. The Chinese people are famous for something else, etc., etc. So I think that if you want to be global, you have to understand all the people in the world.
Absolutely. Food and fashion and language connect us like never before. Echo, what's been your experience? Talk to us, educate us in a TED Talk style. What can we learn about those differences or similarities? Help us understand.
First, Gianata, I don't know if I have mentioned I'm Chinese. So if you want to learn Chinese, hopefully I can help. But yeah, I think China is a very interesting place because they almost skipped the era of computer. And I'm talking about the general public, not everyone, not people work 9-to-5 jobs in office buildings, but everyone, right? They almost skipped the era of desktop and just went straight to mobile. Everyone is on mobile. So people spend so much time on social platforms. Therefore, almost all brands have e-commerce on their social platforms. And sometimes your e-commerce presence on these social platforms are even more important than your own .com website. And there are interesting and like phygital things you could do on these social platforms, like AR try-on, 3D artwork, and games, right? All to either help the consumers there make the purchase decision, or to keep them on their on your shopping environment as long as possible. Finally, triggers the action of purchase. So I think the shopping behavior and just day-to-day life behavior is very different in China. So definitely it's important to learn those things to localize your brand.
I love it. We have about 6 more minutes to go. Kristen, I'd love to get your input. If you don't mind, if you have anything to add to that, just ask.
Oh, I do. I mean,
good, please.
Yeah. At Jor, we actually have 12 global offices, and our most recent is Shanghai, China, which we opened in May of 21. So we really recognize the value, particularly in the space I'm in, which is luxury, and the desire of the Chinese customer for luxury, particularly European and American luxury. So we were able to connect that, close that loop for the stores. Again, it's still B2B, but it's a little bit of a different shopping also because there's only one large department store on Lane Crawford, but then the business is predominantly smaller or e-commerce. But I echo what Echo said actually about they're very digitally savvy in China. They took to our platform much more quickly than other markets that we've launched. And actually our growth rate in China for GMV, gross merchandise volume, which is sort of the reflection of transactions happening on Jor, we average about $1.5 to $2 billion per month in gross merchandise volume on Jor. So it's big business, but the growth rate in China is far exceeding anywhere else right now. So, and that's a sign of stores buying from American or European brands to carry products for the Chinese consumer. So it's an enormous opportunity market.
I love that. What are some lessons, Kristen? I'm curious, anything that you learned from the Shanghai launch or anything, for those who are listening to us, who are looking to expand more, launch more, do more, or whatever in China? Any one or two quick tips?
You do need to hire locals, but also send someone from your company who knows your business, with not the role of being the boss, because they don't know the culture and that, but the role of being the connector. So invest in somebody living there but hire really strong locals who know the market, know who to talk to, know the connections. We successfully opened Japan the same way. So we did Japan and then China a year later, and we followed the same model, and it's very successful for us. And we rely on them. They know their market, and it may be different in some ways, and we accept that and adapt.
I love it. Echo, anything that you can add to that? Any best practices or tips or anything like Ramon? Here's the biggest mistake people do, or here's a tip. Anything you can add to that, please?
I think just really understand the difference between the platforms there and the platforms in Europe and North America is important. For example, all the social media platforms in China are so different. The four major ones are WeChat, Weibo, Red, and TikTok, and each platform is so different from each other. For example, Red is almost like the Instagram in China, right? It has even though it has a smaller user base, 70% of the users are born in post-90s, and 60% of the users are from first and second tier cities. So even though it's very small compared to WeChat or TikTok, but I would say for fashion and lifestyle brands, it is the most efficient social platform there. And like TikTok there is so different than TikTok in other countries. In other countries, it's more for TikTok, it's more younger generation, Gen Z, right? But in China, you will see a 80-year-old grandma having so many followers. So really understand the differences, and therefore you will have different strategies on these platforms for your company. So I think understanding the difference is probably will help you find the best practice.
I love it. Let's do 30 seconds each. Maybe we can go round robin. I mean, this has been such a fantastic discussion. Some things I'm learning, some things I've heard are: one, NFTs, the metaverse definitely is not going away. It's only going to grow. Two, I loved how you said you're not at the aspect of the emotional connectivity, and that fashion and retail and selling is an emotional experience. Point number three, I love the aspect of how you said about you need to understand the customer, be empathetic for the customer, things of this nature. I think that's very important. And I think the aspect of understanding that there's not a competition, but physical and retail definitely can combine, definitely can work together. Real quick, maybe 20, 30 seconds. Gianna, can I touch on you first? Give me a summary of what you learned today or what you want to leave the audience with.
I think that we know all together that I think that the concept is where the people are. You have to meet the people where they are. They are in some social platform, they will change. You have to go around where the people are. I think this is the real key right now. Because many platforms, many things, but you have to go there.
Love it. Sorry about that. Kristen, please.
Yeah, quickly. I just want to say, don't only focus on the consumer side of your business being digital. When you think about B2B, this is the moment of intent where you were a merchant, a buyer, is determining what to buy from a brand, a seller. And if you don't digitize that, you're not going to make the right decisions. So digitize that part of your process as well.
Love it. And Echo, we'll end with you, and then we'll turn it over to our amazing host. Echo, please.
No, I think what I learned today is be human and connect deeply with your audience, whether it's B2B or B2C.
Back to you. Thank you so much.
No, thank you all so much. First off, I need your energy, Raymond. You are so contagious. I'm like, okay, guys, we're back from Spring Studios. Like, I love it. So thank you. And the three of you were just outstanding in everything that you shared, and really just bringing that powerful connection that exists between virtual and the industry, and how, what all of you said, just it's so much knowledge. The industry really all needs to get to this level, and a lot of people are still having a hard time getting there. But I think with this panel today, it really just reinforced the importance, but also made it easier for everybody watching around the world. So thank you all so much. This was so much fun. I really appreciate all of you being here today, and I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. So that was, like I said, such a necessary conversation. Mastering e-commerce and global expansion is a topic that everybody speaks of. Lots of people are still unsure on how to kind of, thread those waters. So beautifully spoken. And again, Raymond, a lot of energy. I hope that I got some from him now to finish off the rest of this incredible day. As you can see behind me in Tribeca, New York City at Spring Studios. It is getting dark, but it doesn't mean that we're over yet because we have a lot of incredible speakers still to come. Speaking of right now, we have an incredible conversation with Jeff Chen, co-founder and CEO at NetVerta, titled Fashion is Reducing E-com Returns with Smartphone 3D Scanning. I cannot wait for this conversation. And yeah, here we go. All right, let's kick it off. Can't wait. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jordana. Thank you so much. Hi, Christopher.
Hi, Jeff. How are you doing today?
Doing great. Thank you for having me, sir.
We're more than pleased to speak with you, of course. Thank you for being a part of Worldwide Talks for Fashinnovation this year.
Yeah, thank you.
So Jeff is the founder and CEO of NetVerta, a smartphone-based 3D model generation software. Jeff, can you give us a deeper overview as to what exactly NetVerta is and what your software does and what it can do for people in the fashion industry?
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. So we are a technology provider to the fashion apparel and fashion footwear industry. So our core technology is a smartphone-based 3-dimensional body model generation software. So essentially, we are allowing consumers to generate their 3-dimensional body models directly from their smartphones. So that's our core technology. And I guess the largest difference between our solution and other solution is the accuracy. And please allow me to, give a quick, update on the history of our company, and you will see, why accuracy is kind of genetically coded into our business.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Cool, thank you, sir. So our technology came out of Massachusetts Institute of Technology. So we launched our product in 2013. That's literally almost 10 years ago, 9 years ago. So our first application, oh, thank you, sir. Our first application is actually not in fashion, but in the medical space. So in 2013, we started to offer services to medical prosthetics and medical orthotics industry. So I would say in the last 8 to 9 years, every year, thousands of doctors and hundreds of clinics across 13 countries are using our app to scan part of the patient's body and to use that 3D data to make custom orthotic braces or custom prosthesis limbs. So that's how we started our business, serving to medical. And that's how, as you know, sir, the medical has a really strong requirement for accuracy. That's how, yeah. So that's how we
can actually kill somebody. So
absolutely. Yeah, accuracy is like top-notch requirement from the medical industry. That's how we start to build that, accuracy or precision genes into our business, into our technical teams and business team. So I think even for to date, we are still the world's only FDA cleared smartphone platform for body shape capturing, of course, thanks to our accuracy. So in 2017, we started to expand beyond our medical business. We start to serve additionally to medical, we start to serve sports protective gear industry. I would say to date, all of the NFL teams and college football teams, they're using our app to scan players' heads and to use that 3D data for custom football helmets. So, yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah.
From medicine to the NFL to the fashion industry, what industry haven't you conquered?
Oh, this is enough for us now. So,
you sure?
Yes, sir. Only in fashion industry is only in the last few years. So we only started to expand beyond medical and beyond sports into fashion in 2020. So we the way we help fashion industry is to essentially use 3D scanning from the smartphone, and together with size recommendations to help fashion brands to reduce returns, increase conversions online, and enable them to offer mass customized apparel and footwear products. We have long-term contracts with many different brands, among which 9 of them are public traded billion-dollar brands. So wow.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's definitely our honor to serve such a wonderful in this fashion industry.
So I'd love to hear some more about how NetVerta helps contribute to the fashion industry. There's obviously helping a lot with sizing, which was a big thing for a lot of brands trying to figure out sizing. But what are the other benefits for the fashion industry in using NetVerta? Yeah,
definitely. I think we offer 2 key helps in the fashion industry. Of course, the first key help, key services is a 3D scanning, 3D 3-dimensional body model construction from consumers' own smartphone at the comfort of consumers' own home, right? So that's the first piece of puzzle.
Nice.
Yes, sir. The second piece of the puzzle is really what we call it the size recommendation engine. So what it is that in that size recommendation engine, we take into the consideration of the consumer's 3D body model that we created for them, and also the specifications of the apparel or footwear products from our brands. So the size recommendation, basically spit out, the engine spit out size recommendation results that is based on the product SKUs or product specific, meaning that even if you're shopping at one brand, but you might see different size recommendation results depending on which product you're looking at, which category of product you're looking at, or which SKUs, which styles, and which block you're looking at. So it's very that's a reality, because it's impossible for the consumer to wear exactly the same size across all products from the same brand. Right? That's not reality, right?
I literally just had a conversation with someone at lunch today about their issues struggling with different sizing across brands.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. So that's the power of our size recommendation engine. From the consumer perspective, the consumer just have to scan themselves once, and then they will essentially shop worry-free of wrong sizes for the rest of their lives. Of course, they can always update the scan before or after Thanksgiving, right? So they can always update it, right? But I think that the beautiful part is they just have to do it very minimum times, and then they can literally shop anywhere they see our service logo on that. So the size recommendation result is always displayed at our collaborating brands product website above the sizing chart when they're trying to pick up the size.
So this sounds like it's very beneficial in reducing return reduction rates.
Yes, sir. We help fashion brands to reduce returns and also increase conversions, because consumers now have more confidence to pull the trigger to buy the products now, because they don't have too much worries on the sizing. We also help fashion brands to build consumer loyalty, because now shopping is it's a slightly more pleasant experience, right? Because every time I buy a pair of shoes, I don't have to go to the post office and return 4 pairs. Right? You really reduce that hassle for the consumer. Yeah.
I've heard a lot of customers complain in the past about, especially with ordering online, oh, let me order 2 or 3 sizes, see which one fits best. And, no one wants that inconvenience of doing the return anyways. If they just
Absolutely.
use it off the top of their head,
Yeah.
it makes the entire process more seamless for everybody from the consumer to the retailer.
Exactly. And another benefit is actually we are enable fashion brands to offer, we call it mass customization engine. It enables fashion brands to offer customized apparel and footwear products. So which is another very new area, but it's growing very fast in the fashion space.
Yeah, customization and return and reducing return rates are one of the two big things I hear about in terms of discussions around sustainability in fashion, especially. So can you expand for me on how a software like NetVerta can help make fashion more sustainable?
Absolutely. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you for bringing this up. This is one of the biggest benefit of our technology. So we help sustainability in 2 ways. The first way is the reduction of returns, right? By reducing the returns, we're really reducing the carbon footprint or carbon emission from the transportation of the returned products. According to our calculation, if all of the fashion brands are using our technology, we can reduce the carbon footprint from the returned products. We can reduce 4% of the carbon footprint just by doing, reducing the returns, transportation of the returned products.
That's incredible, especially with, sustainability being what will not only define fashion for so much of this decade, but will potentially be defining whether or not we have a planet in another 100 years.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm glad you brought it up. The second way we can help sustainability is really, looking at fashion waste, because every year over a few $1 billion of fashion waste ends up in the landfill. I mean, that's the current reality, which is mind-boggling, right? But by, with our the second part of our technology is it enables mass customization of apparel and footwear products. Just imagine consumers now they can order, a lot more apparel products or footwear products that are made according to their body shape, body type, and body measurements. Then the general consumer will have much more motivation to keep these fashion products longer, which in turn reduces the fashion waste that gets thrown into the landfill. I mean, so I think, it's we're honored to be part of the solution to better sustainability, to a better planet.
So it seems like with a software like NetVerta, it would also incline customers to shop more because that whole size situation is already taken out the way, which you'll find does make a lot of people reluctant or uncomfortable with buying clothes.
Yes, sir. Yeah, especially online, right? Yes.
Yeah, you never know what you're getting. You could end up ordering a size 12 or 10, and the next thing you know, you could end up even needing a 6. It's shopping online, especially with menswear, it's a lot easier, especially with things like pants that go by a number size. But from what I hear with a lot of female consumers, and even having been a retail worker when I was young myself, sizing in women's is such a pain.
Yeah, it's very magical, better way to describe it, because nobody knows what's a standard. And then, in the last 10 years, there's also vanity sizing, right? Every size become smaller, but we call it smaller, but, the measurements are different. So it's very hard, for female consumers to figure out the right sizes if they're shopping in a new brand. So I think we're really solving that problem for them.
I would love to hear more about the work NetVerta helps brands do with mass customization, because especially with now, customers really want more individualistic pieces. So something like NetVerta seems very beneficial for brands that have customers who are demanding a lot of custom pieces and one-offs.
Absolutely. Because of the accuracy of our product, I think accuracy is a kind of the biggest factor in mass customization. Once we get, because we can offer very accurate precision 3D scanning, we're able to extract the measurements in the right position and accurately for the custom suits and custom shirts manufacturers, so they can actually make custom suits and shirts literally, from across the ocean. Right? Yeah. So we're literally enabling a electronic tailoring function across the globe. So you don't have to, for manufacturers, for custom suits manufacturers, they don't have to send their associates or tailors or measurers to your home. You can literally measure yourself anywhere in the planet and process order for customized products.
So you're really enabling mass customization from anywhere.
From anywhere, exactly. Yeah.
What have you seen in terms of how brands or retailers you work with have gotten back to you and said their response to your product, essentially? Are there any like personal anecdotes that really hit home with you in that regard?
Absolutely. I think, especially during pandemic and after pandemic, I think our technology is highly sought because of this huge shift between, from in-store purchases to online purchases. Before pandemic, I think 80% of transactions are in-store transactions. But during pandemic and even after pandemic, we have a consumer behavior shift from 80% in-store to literally 80% online. And the speculation is that once consumer has tried online purchases, online transactions, they like it, they're going to stay. So the speculation, which I believe is true, is that even after pandemic, the majority of the consumer behavior is going to be there and stay. So we'll see a large increase and stay of the high online transaction rate. And of course, technology like us will definitely help out.
Oh yeah, one of the things that the pandemic did for, especially for e-commerce, is it really accelerated the shift to online. What was projected to be a much slower shift in the digital sphere, that because it was impossible to physically go in a store, that greatly accelerated. And while brick and mortars made a comeback, online definitely has not slowed down at all.
Definitely not slowed down. Yes, sir.
And people are definitely in demand for softwares like yours that help provide these fitting solutions, essentially.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah. We're so glad to be part of the solution.
So what other benefits are there in using NetVerta? You mentioned the fitting, the sustainability, the other contributions to the fashion industry. Is there anything else?
Yeah. So I think one of the benefits for our company only is that we're kind of the most matured technology provider in the space. So we offer both the full body scan and the foot scanning. So that's part of the reason we have many large public traded fashion brands as our long-term clients, because they offer both products in their categories. So I think we kind of offer this kind of one-stop shopping experience for fashion brands, and we're very honored to be in that position.
Well, that's so great. And Jeff, the software you're doing is truly game-changing for the industry, and it is great work you're doing, especially in terms of helping the fashion industry become more sustainable as well.
Thank you so much, Christopher. Really appreciate your time and really appreciate your conversation.
Thank you so much. It's been absolutely amazing speaking. And for any retailers out there, go check out NetVerta.
Hi,
thank you guys.
I wanted to just quickly thank both of you. This was an incredible conversation. I mean, what you do, you really resolve sustainability with technology, the solution behind it with less returns, which is so important. And I feel like you've done it with just a lot of research before really getting into the industry. And I remember when we met briefly at PI Apparel, I just completely fell in love with what you guys are doing. And I'm really excited to have been able to have you here speaking to our global audience and inspiring and sharing all of this knowledge. And Christopher, you did an incredible job at really creating flow, organic flow in this incredible conversation. So I just wanted to thank both of you so much for participating, and this won't end here because we'd love to continue the conversation. So thank you guys.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Tijana.
Thank you. Bye. Have a good night.
Bye-bye. You too.
Bye. Bye. So that, like I said, was such an incredible conversation. Sustainability is extremely important in the industry. And when you have a solution such as NetVerta that really helps facilitate on how do we become more sustainable with something that's a norm, such as returns in the industry, it really goes a long way. So with that being said, I am really, really, really excited for this next panel, like I am with all of them. But this one, you know, it's with a designer that I respect so much, because aside from the creative that he is, he just really inspires. He inspires with who he is, with what he believes in, with his authenticity behind what he does, and really being able to mentor others and helping people that are starting out in the industry understand that they can do it too. And the hardships come with that. So I'll let him speak to all of you about more, but he just inspires me so much that I remember so many golden nuggets that I've taken away from meeting him personally. We have Bibhu Mohapatra, the creative director and founder, and he's going to be speaking on fashion is paving your own way with creativity and entrepreneurship. Enjoy.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I am thrilled to be joined here with Bibhu Mohapatra. For those of you who may not be familiar, but I'd be surprised if you're not, he is a New York-based fashion designer. He's also a costume designer. For those who are deep in this space, you know that he was the former design director also at J. Mendel. That's how I first got introduced to his work. And I would love for him to talk about himself. And I have lots of questions. We have a lot to cover today. So Bibhu, take it away.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much, Simone. What a great honor to connect with you on this platform. But it's, I'm just grateful, as we were just talking about it before, that we're grateful that we're able to interact and find new ways to pivot, to do new ways to do things. Very fortunate, and I'm very glad that we are having this conversation.
Same, and I hope sooner than later it can be in person. But for now, I would love to start the conversation by hearing about your heritage and your childhood and how it's influenced your career.
It influenced a lot. I always say my heritage runs in my veins. You know, I was born and raised on the East Coast of India, and I had a very happy childhood. You know, which is why my sort of first creative pillars of a foundation, I can remember them because I was not worried about things. You know, I come from a humble, middle class family background, and my father was an engineer, mom was an artist and homemaker, and they both had amazing food and great books to read, and we didn't have material things all the time, everything we wanted, but we always had good food and good books to read. And that sort of opened a lot of windows in our minds. You know, we could travel without actually getting on a train or airplane. There was no airplane in the picture because I got on an airplane first when I came to America. I was 23 years old.
Amazing.
But my heritage is what shaped me, and I while I was growing up in the state of Odisha, where I'm from, on the east coast of India, I was surrounded by incredible craft, you know, that I took for granted, like many do, because that's your surrounding, you're born into it, so you don't, you know. So when I left, all those things sort of came alive in a very different way because my perspective changed, be it the beautifully cut textile, be it the embroideries, be it the 10th, 11th century carved temples and ruins, the food, all those shaped me. And although I came for my master's in economics to America, which I after that, I changed it to fashion design at New York. But my roots were always very close to me, and where I come from is always there as a support system, and I don't even have to try. If I'm creating something, my heritage sort of seeps through, in a lot of the times in very subtle ways, be it the colors or be it the having that guts to sort of mix color in the craziest combinations to say what I want to say. So I am really shaped by my heritage, and every day and every moment I create, I lean on it.
And I love that, you bring your heritage into it and all the craft that you were exposed to as a young person, but then also one parent's an engineer, the other's an artist. I mean, and that comes through, like someone, the way you cut on the body, and the way, like you said, way you mix colors in sometimes unexpected ways. It's really interesting to know that was, what you grew up in.
I'm so sorry. The fact that he brought it out, I always say, like, my mom did we had these beautiful panels, embroidered panels that my mom did when she was young. And there was a little thing that's like a flower vase with flowers. And then the vase was the same color of one of the flowers. And so I remember as a kid, like, Mom, how could you make the vase the same color as the flower? Mom's like, that's all the thread I was available when I was growing up. I didn't have another sort of a tan color to make it. But I had that language with her. My mother taught me how to sew when I was 10 years old. On the other side, my dad, our weekend projects were like, we would take apart his motorbike, and then by sundown, we'd have to put it back together. And so I knew how the carburetor worked, and I knew what the brake term was. So he gave me sort of a very sort of a precision of the technicalities of anything, really, how things work. I destroyed all my toys within like first week because I wanted to know what's inside it. So I think that was sort of, now I'm thinking back, that was the balance I had, and I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah, it's incredible, and it sounds, like a blessing, and it comes through in your work. How would you say all of that, your heritage, your parents in particular, how has that influenced your leadership style?
I think that leadership is something that you acquire and you learn, and one of the major things about being a good leader is being adaptable. Because if you're truly a good leader, your environment, you should be ready for any sort of environment, and especially in business, in a business, in an industry like ours, so. And you also need to know how to be a good leader, and you have to be a good team player, and how to build a good team. But I think the early signals or messages that I got was from my father, because he was an entrepreneur and he had a big dream to start his own industry. And I remember him staying up at night, not sleeping, because when you're a startup and you have to make sure the payroll date is tomorrow. How do you make sure there is enough blood in the veins of the company to make the payroll? Because someone's rent and food is depending on you. So I had seen him in those times, and when I grew older and I saw how he sort of managed that to a fault. He was so caring about his team members, and he even knew. I talked about a little bit of food. He was a foodie because he loved to feed people. He would go to the market and he would know which employees, what child likes a specific type of fish. And if he finds it, he will pack it and he will make sure that it goes to them. Wow. So those little things that he did, but at the same time, I remember when he was starting out, my eldest brother, who was a teenager and who was sort of weekends, he was helping, this was his job. And he was very upset because after my dad divided the money for payroll, there was not enough for him. So he was very upset. And I remember my dad explaining to him, like, look, you have food, you have roof. We have to take care of our people first. These things were sort of there. But now, after I started my career here, those things became like rules. they became etched in stone for me. And I will never be like my father. I'm trying, but I don't think it's attainable. But I think to be a good leader, you have to be adaptable to situations. You have to be respectful to your team, and you have to sort of, keep that distance between your team, but also at the same time inspire them and be inspired them. And when you are inspired by them, don't be afraid to express that, I'm grateful to you. And gratitude is a big thing. And I'm still learning. But my childhood and my memories of my father definitely are also the guardrails.
So much of what you said just really resonates, the adaptability and the empathy also, right? And of course, right? And especially now, I think so many people can take from that, because we're in a situation that none of us saw coming, right? Globally, it's just straight humanity at this point, right? And so if you're in a leadership position, recognizing that we all are humans, we do have jobs to do, no matter what industry you're in, but everything you said is just, it applies to everyone, it's great to hear it. I do want to, when I hear you talk about your dad, I would love to hear how you made that transition from being design director at J. Mendel to, where you are now. This is your baby, right? And so you make that leap from designer to business owner, entrepreneur, right? Like, how was that? Tell us about that journey.
I think, it's the drive. Again, I will draw a parallel to my dad. Again, I can't be like him, but I remember he was working for the steel plant that when he started his career, but after 20 years, he walked away. He resigned and he started his company, and he would work at nights and he'd call in favors with his friends. They would, so he had a property, like a big piece of land and a shed with the machines and everything, but there was no water because it was new. So he and his friends literally dug up a well, like hand dug a well, and they were lucky. They found a good stream, and that's like really good water, and they put filters and everything. And the nearby there was not good water supply because it was still being developed as an industrial area, and the local communities that lived there, and they saw it, and my dad's like, we're not putting a boundary wall around this property because I want people to take water from it. And so anyway, so that was his dream. And people still, after 40 years, people still come to take water from there if they need to. But that was his dream, and he started that, and he went through, ups and downs, but then finally he sort of really believed in what he was designing, and he stood by it, and it happened, and finally he made it. And so for me, I also wanted to, it was a great job, and my previous position, it paid well. It was very stressful, but I was happy. I'm an immigrant here in America. I still remember carrying bolts of fabrics in the garment industry as an intern, doing like we all do. But the fact that I actually had this position and I was able to build teams, and I was able to meet people and create with them, and listen to their stories and see their craft, that was amazing. But after 9 years, I knew that my voice was telling me, okay, you need to have something of your own, so you could really express yourself that is 100% of your own vocabulary. And I sort of, because I was designing for a heritage French brand that's based in America, I was designing for a specific client, and that was my task. And it took some time for me to understand that. But then I had to do that for myself, because I was defining what the DNA of Bibu brand is going to be. And that draw was so strong, and I decided to sort of walk away from that very well-paying job to no paycheck, and that's also like during a recession in 2008. And then that when I launched with my first collection in fall 2009, every single reporter asked me, so why did you start a luxury line now? And so my thinking was, being an being an economist, I said, look, anything you start, you have to do the groundwork, right? You have to do the groundwork before it takes off. I would rather use the runway now when things are sort of low, and by the time I know that it's a cycle, it's going to turn around, and by the time it turns around, I'll be primed. The brand will be primed to serve, and that's sort of what happened. And so I started. I took a little room near where I live, Upper West Side. That was a part of a church, is a white box. It was my thinking box. So I would go after, and I would sit there and sort of doodle what I'll do, and then I finally designed. Went to Europe for some time, and then came back, sat in the thinking box, and then I got a call from Burga Goodman, a friend who works still there. It's like, what's going on? We hear we read you left J&L. Are you going to do something? And I said, give me one more season, and then I'll say something, do something. And so that's how I launched with a tiny 15-look collection with fall 2009.
I love it. I love knowing this background, and we know that the pandemic, we talk about the economy, and when you decided to go on your own during the recession, I remember that time. And so now we're here, and the pandemic has really changed the fashion industry at large, right? How do you think this industry will evolve post-pandemic? And what shifts are you already starting to see?
I think I'm seeing some shifts, and this is a scenario not in some ways it's very similar to when I was starting, right? There is that uncertainty, but this uncertainty is much more grave, because there is actual loss of human loss in everyone's life. We know people. I lost my brother earlier this last year to this pandemic. Thank you. And so if that doesn't, or what we're going through doesn't change one, that's a concern. That's a concern, because we got to question everything, and we need to be ready for change. And I think when we were all in lockdown, time sort of stretched, but during that time, at least in my mind, and I wanted to sort of know how will I emerge out of it, right? Business aside, I was missing my team. We shut it down, and we basically really halted it down and started from zero. Started from zero with completely clean slate, and we decided that there are certain things we want to do differently. We want to source mindfully, create mindfully, and train our audience that it's not about speed. It's not about pace. It's about quality. It's about the human aspect of things that you purchase when you are purchasing a piece of clothing, and the longevity of it, the usage and the story it can tell for a long time, and it becomes your friend, is the key. And that's what I think we all should take away as a community, because things are different. Things are different everywhere, and we can pretend as if like it's 2018 or 17, and it's never going to be that. There are people, there are so many holes in the whole system. And the other thing is, what is important for me is to staying connected with our community. And our community is not just like established brands or established businesses. It's about dreamers. It's about younger generation that's coming out, generations and individuals that already starting from a little less fortunate situations, or less in a situation where there's not many opportunities, but they have a dream and they have all the qualities. And I'm trying to figure out how to connect with more of those individuals to mentor them. And my time is my most valuable possession I have. And I have always been mentoring students, and especially with Supima Design Contest for 6 years, I mentor their finalists for 6 months every year. But every opportunity I get, I can talk to an individual, a young entrepreneur, a young female entrepreneur, or a young female entrepreneur, a person of color, or an immigrant. Those are the connection I want to make, and those are the values that I'm trying to reinforce in my brand as we sort of realign and pivot as a reaction to what we are going through. And if I can inspire one person to be on this framework, I'm happy. And I think it has this whole situation has made me reflect a lot that has happened in the last 12 years in the brand. There have been super highs, there have been extreme lows, and I have gone through with it all. And I find that I hold on to the toughest times more closely to my heart, because that's where those are, again, those guardrails that I do not want to get there. And I want to make sure that I want to protect others from getting there. So that's what I'm thinking. And I still have a lot of things I have to clear about, and because there's also all this uncertainty, right? But I'm very grateful that I have my team. It's minuscule, but we are committed to creating incredible things that would have a longevity that we can educate our audience to respect because of the way it's made. Quality comes first, human value comes first. Fast pace is not going to work.
Well, I thank you. We're out of time. I thank you not just for your time today, but being a leader and a creator by example, and even the program that you do for young up and coming designers. I think that even sets an example in terms of looking back, right? And especially they're starting and hoping to start their own brands. Like you said, in the place that this is a difficult time. And so just having that empathy and that high-spirited hopefulness, and bringing that to the rest of us.
And creating opportunities through
exactly.
through whatever we have, right? Next door person has probably more or less than, but I know what I have. And within that, if I can create opportunity, that's how we create links to build on. So, but thank you.
No, absolutely. Truly an inspiration. Appreciate you. And we're out of time. Thank you so much. And please take care.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you.
Here we are after that incredible conversation that we had with Bibu Mohapatra. If there's one thing that I took away from that conversation, or that I believe any of us took away, it's just never stop dreaming, and know that hurdles will be a part of your dream, but it will really elevate you to the next level if you just keep pushing and surround yourself with the right people. Speaking of surrounding yourself with the right people, I am so excited for this next conversation, because I actually had the immense pleasure of being with this incredible woman who really, she's the definition of entrepreneurship, of inclusivity, diversity, of bringing culture into everything that she does, and really, really bringing so much passion. So without further ado, we have Michault Gracchio, co-founder at 13 Lune and founder of Michault Beauty, speaking on Fashion is Black Women Entrepreneur, Ripping the Status Quo. I'm so excited, and here we go.
Kia Gooseby. I am the fashion market editor at Vanity Fair, and I'm so excited to be here talking with Michault about her journey on starting 13 Lune. So let's get started. Michault, I don't think I could ever do an intro for you justice, so why don't you just take this time and just share a little bit about yourself with everyone?
Absolutely. I'm so happy to be here. And yes, it's Michault. I'm Michault Gracchio, the founder of Michault Beauty and the co-founder of 13 Lune. 13 Lune is the first of its kind, truly inclusive beauty retail platform. 90% of the brands that we carry are created by BIPOC, Black and Brown founders who create products for people of all colors. And 10% of our brands are dedicated to fostering allyship. And so we define an ally brand as a brand that long before the racial reckoning of 2020 was really working to serve all consumers in their formulations, and then behind the scenes in their businesses, really helping to move the needle for change and diversity. So, you know, after being a beauty founder for 18 years at that point in 2020, I felt that I wanted to help create the space for more equity in the beauty industry.
Amazing, amazing. And I'm so glad that you had the foresight to be able to do that, because it's something that me as a Black woman, I need, you know, and other Black women out in the world need that space as well. It's so hard for consumers to find products that are just for us. And it's nice that you had the foresight to do that. So briefly share, what was your inspiration on starting your business? How did you get into the space?
That's a great question. So, you know, in the summer of 2020, after the murder of George Floyd, I had Nikeo Beauty, my skincare brand that I created in my 20s, based off of family beauty secrets. I'm a first generation American of Kenyan descent. And so I had taken recipes from my grandparents to market in my 20s, and then kind of grew the brand independently. And then in my 30s, partnered with various portfolios. And now that brand now lives at Unilever and is sold at Target. And so after the murder of George Floyd, I found myself and the brand Nikeo showing up on all of the lists in support of, you know, Black founded beauty brands and people to shop and follow. And while it was lovely to be on all of these lists and to see the brand having an increase of sales at Target, it was also really built on the precipice of this hard time. And so I say all the time, I just decided at that moment that I was going to take my pain and turn it into purpose. And I started shopping the lists, and I was shocked by a few things. One, I couldn't believe how many amazing brands. I mean, some of these lists would have 400 Black owned beauty brands that I had never heard of before. And when I would go down a rabbit hole on Instagram and sort of look at their distribution, so many of them had very little distribution, very few followers, but yet we're creating these amazing, like non-toxic, incredible, using incredible ingredients for, you know, makeup, skin, hair, fragrance. And, you know, I thought, how is this even possible? Because we were seeing, you know, the incredible initiatives like Pull Up for Change and the 15% pledge happening. But, you know, industry wide, we were seeing people really struggle to get to that 15%. And when I would look at those lists, and my co-founder and I would look at these lists, we were like, wow, we could take our own pledge and make a store that has 90% of these brands. And while there were many platforms, much needed platforms that are, you know, Black for Black and brown for brown, that I admire and that I shop, I really wanted to create and help to debunk the myth that Black and brown people only make products for Black and brown people. Black and brown people are number 1 and 2 in spending in beauty. So we deserve a more equitable space in the industry. And that means more shelf space. That means more support to help our brands get to success. And it means more customer base. And so, yeah, that's why we created 13 Lune. We wanted to be the first of its kind, truly inclusive beauty retail platform where all of these products are for everyone, but really taking into consideration those of us that have been underserved in beauty for far too long.
Totally. And it's amazing that it's taken this long, but the time is now, you know, and it's amazing that we are moving forward and taking our pain and just pushing it forward, because, you know, it's like basically we're the change that we want to see. We're absolutely, you know, putting these words into action and not just like resting on them and waiting for someone to do it. And it's people like you that are really pushing the needle forward. So it's so needed, and it's so amazing to talk to you.
Thank you.
Tell everyone about any challenges or struggles that you might have faced when you were building your business, because I know that it's not all roses, right? And
right.
You know,
it's challenging. Yeah. I mean, being an entrepreneur is definitely not for the faint of heart. But being a woman of color, you are faced with your own challenges. And what I will say from a place of hope, because I always want to live my life in a place of hope. And if I'm not seeing the hope that I want to see in the world, to your point, I want to be that change. And so from a place of hope, the difference in, when I launched Nikeo Beauty 20 years ago, in my 20s, I had no idea what the stats were when it came to access to capital for women of color, for people of color. I was just an idealistic 27-year-old that had the naivete to just say, hey, Africa's not represented enough in premium beauty, and I'm going to launch a beauty brand based on my family beauty secrets. As I grew up as an entrepreneur in my 20s and my 30s and then into my 40s, my business often had a lot of stops and starts and challenges. And a lot of that had to do with getting my business to a certain level, having, a proven concept and the notoriety and an opportunity to launch into a larger retailer, and not having the infrastructure or the capital to do so. So at that time, I would have to kind of always pull back and kind of stop my business, exit retailers that I couldn't fulfill orders, and spend an enormous amount of time trying to find someone to write me a check or to partner with me strategically to take the brand to the next level. Resilience is absolutely key, no matter who you are as an entrepreneur. And so I stayed resilient, and I was able to then, in my journey with that brand, learn a lot. It was like the entrepreneurial school of knocks, and it was incredible to gain the knowledge that I did, to learn what it meant to work with private equity, to partner in portfolio brands, to understand VC. So, I can say this now in my later 40s, that I look back at those challenges and I am grateful for them, even though many of them brought me to my knees in tears and heartbreak at times. In this iteration of my career, taking all of those key learnings, I have raised a lot of money over the past 20 years in stops and starts, and been part of larger portfolios. And now obviously the brand has exited to Unilever. I've also learned what's important when it comes to strategic partners and investing money and getting investors. And so much of it has to do with nurturing relationships, seeking mentors. I've been very, very lucky that I am a people person. I love making friends. I love meeting people. And so it has been, a real gift to be a little chatty Cathy at a party, because some of the most incredible mentors have come to me. And the same token, what you receive, you should give as well. It's allowed me to become a mentor and learn from others who are building businesses, and also help them to not make some of the mistakes that I've made. I say the biggest challenges have always and forever been around access to capital. But in this iteration with 13 Loon, I knew exactly what type of investor I wanted to go with. So in our pre-seed round, where we raised over $1 million to get the platform to launch, we went strictly to friends and family and relationships that we had built, both my co-founder and I, over the several years, and then introductions through those people to others to get us to that fundraise pretty quickly. And then 90 days after we launched the platform, 13 Loon, we launched in December 2020. We're about 14 months old, but 90 days after we launched, we got a call from JCPenney. And they were looking for a new hyper-inclusive beauty brand to come partner with them in their new JCPenney reimagined space. So while we had always seen ourselves as a full omni-channel business with the potential of opening brick and mortar one day, it was now going to be elevated and happen much quicker, which meant that we needed to go raise more money. And so, in the fall, we recently closed our seed round, and we raised over $3 million in that round, so that we are now able to open these 613 Loon stores within JCPenney over the course of the next year. And the first 10 have opened. It's opened up so much opportunity for our BIPOC brands who may not have ever otherwise seen themselves get to national shelves so quickly. It's also allowed us to partner with some larger ally brands to bring that business to fruition. And so I tell you all of that, you've got to always be able to shift and to maneuver to find like-minded partners. Fearless Fund, which is a fund created by Black women for people of color, led our route. And so I say that meaning, find those investors that that speak your language, and most likely it'll be an amazing partnership.
I hope that all of our business minded people or anyone interested in starting a business is just listening to all of the gems that you just dropped, because I mean, you said so many amazing things about building relationships, talking to people, fostering, those are all of the things that they are unilateral across any industry, regardless of what you're doing. I mean, I tell people all the time that building relationships is how I got my job. So, I think these are all tools for success, and hopefully someone out there can follow in your footsteps.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's
the same.
It is. It's all about relationships. And, really, I find it so interesting. And when I talk to young entrepreneurs or people who are just starting out on their entrepreneurial journey, I mean, times are so different. When I launched Nikeo Beauty, there was no social media. There was no LinkedIn. Now there's just such an amazing array of ways to find and connect, and do it with grace and do it with patience, and don't drive people crazy. Nobody likes that. But I do believe that people generally want to help people. And, especially when it comes to what we're building at 13 Loon and all of these brands that we're bringing on this journey to success, the big picture is about building generational wealth in our communities. And that is the goal and the mission of our beauty business, and making the beauty industry more equitable. And I think that when you have mission and purpose behind anything you're building, even if you're building a pizza joint, what is so special about it, and how are you going to help your community, help others, spread your passion, create a mission within your business, it becomes much easier to acquire an investor or attract investors, because the way that the world is moving, I don't believe that businesses that don't have that at the core, or at least built into the pillars and mission of their business, will survive 20 years from now. Because let me tell you something, I have 2 Gen Z kids that live in my house, and my 15-year-old daughter, she's almost 16, she's starting to get into makeup and beauty, and she's lucky that her mama has access to so many products. But the products that she gravitates towards tell a story. She wants to know about the founders. She wants to know how they're impacting the world. She wants to know how sustainable it is. She doesn't know what some of these sort of legacy brands are that we grew up with, or at least I did in my generation. She knows brands like, the brands that we carry at 13 Loon, and she falls in love with the people behind the brand. And so, I'd say that if you're starting a business, make sure that you're building mission into your business, and looking for investors that are really committed to helping to change the world.
Absolutely. And you also, you answered basically, I was going to ask you, why do you feel is important for entrepreneurship within the Black community? I think the statement that you just said about creating generational wealth is so key, and is so, it just screams volumes to just how we have to pour back into our own community to pull each other up and further the next generation along. And it's so therapeutic to hear, your daughter is basically, the next generation that's coming after us.
Yeah, absolutely. The next generation of shoppers, the next generation of voters. I think that hit me the other day. I'm like, oh my gosh, Lulu's going to be voting in the next presidential election. And it gives me such hope to know, when I spend time with her and her friends and my nieces and nephews, they are so mission driven, and really, when we speak about an equitable world, it's almost to them, it's not even the language, it's just how so many of them are choosing to live. And, when we talk about generational wealth, what's the ultimate goal? The ultimate goal is to level the playing field and help to be catalysts to help, alleviate systemic racism in this country. And the only way we can do that is if we have a fair playing field, if there are more people of color that are acquiring wealth, that are teaching their children to build on that generational wealth, that's when we're going to stop seeing our brothers and sisters die in the streets. It's really beyond a mission. It's a necessity.
Thank you, Nikeo. It's so great. We don't have too much time left in this conversation, but tell everyone how they can follow you and keep up with what's going on with 13 Lune, and any news that you want to share about what's next for the brand.
Absolutely. So you can find me on Instagram, and Instagram, it's at Nikeo, Nyakio, and also at 13 Lune, Lune, and it's 13 spelled out. Nikeo, Nyakio, Greco, Greco, on LinkedIn. So definitely follow along. We have lots of great things happening over at 13 Lune. We started with 13 brands. We're now over 120 brands. We've opened 10 of our first 13 Lune stores at JCPenney, with 300 more coming this September and 300 more coming in February. So check us out online at 13lune.com as well.
Amazing. Well, I'm a beauty person, so I can't wait to see all of these new brands that are making their way to the site and to the store. It's such a industry.
It's exciting. Exciting. Yeah, you'll recognize some and you'll discover others. So really excited for you to check it out. And thank you all for having me.
I wanted to thank both of you. And it's just so amazing, Nikeo, just to think, like, when I met you at Tuck and like what you were doing, which was already incredible, and just how you keep going and you just keep building these incredible companies. But it's not only the company, but you keep really bringing community together and doing it in a way that inspires so many people. So I'm a huge fan of everything that you're doing. And I just you're just incredible. And I feel like, you led the conversation. Both of you together was just the perfect conversation. So thank you both so much for participating. And I hope that this is not the end, but just the beginning of what we can, continue this conversation forward to really have the world understand all of the wonderful work that you guys are doing. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. And thank you, Kia. So lovely to see you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you both. Thank you so much. So that was an incredible and beautiful conversation. It's just really, again, amazing when someone builds a company, not only for the purpose of profit, but for purpose, and with intention for something that's good, not only for the industry, but for the world. And that's exactly what Nikeo does and has been doing. And so it's just really amazing. And with that, we're going to continue the inspiration, because this conversation has a special place in my heart. I am from Brazil. Marcelo, my partner, is from Brazil. Most of my team is in Brazil as well. And so this woman now who's about to speak is from Brazil, and she's actually being moderated by one of our team members, our head of content, Julia. We're so excited about this. And this speaker's name is Luisa Fiorezzi. She's an athlete for the Brazilian Paralympic sitting volleyball team. And the conversation is titled "Fashion is Fighting: Stereotypes and Conquering Dreams in the Paralympics Games." So enjoy, because this is going to be quite a treat. Here we go.
Olá a todos, boa tarde, meu nome é Júlia, eu sou Head de Comunicação aqui da Fashinnovation e que é com grande prazer que eu introduzo não só essa amiga minha maravilhosa, mas também a nossa medalhista paralímpica do time de voleibol sentado da seleção brasileira. Oi, Luísa, tudo bem?
Oi, Juju, que prazer estar aqui falando com você. Acho que nossa história começou de uma forma tão legal dentro da faculdade, e estar aqui podendo falar sobre moda inclusiva. Acho que a gente nunca imaginou que isso fosse acontecer lá no início, né? Mas muito bom estar aqui. Muito obrigada.
Eu que agradeço. Quem diria que a gente ia juntar os dois mundos? Então, Lulu, eu queria te pedir primeiro para te introduzir um pouquinho e contar para o pessoal um pouquinho da sua história.
Então, meu nome é Luisa Fiorezzi, para os mais próximos podem me chamar de Lulu, mas eu tenho 24 anos hoje. Passei por um processo difícil na minha vida aos 15, então eu descobri um câncer na perna, que se chama osteosarcoma. E aí, com esse câncer, eu tive que tirar parte do osso e colocar uma endoprótese no lugar. E a partir desse momento, eu me tornei uma pessoa com deficiência, né? Eu acho que um mundo novo se abriu, mas acho que a minha coragem e a minha vontade de que eu não fizesse as coisas pararem na minha vida me fizeram ir para frente. Porque eu saí de casa, fui fazer faculdade, decidi fazer jornalismo, porque eu era atleta antes, e aí com a prótese eu achava que eu não poderia jogar mais. Então o jornalismo veio como uma alternativa de, tipo assim, se eu não posso praticar o esporte, eu quero falar sobre ele. Então no início minha ideia era ser jornalista esportiva, e aí no meio da faculdade que eu conheci o vôlei sentado, que eu conheci o esporte paralímpico, e desde então tudo começou a dar muito certo na minha vida. Eu senti que aquele sonho de criança, ele ainda estava muito vivo em mim. Ele ainda era o meu sonho, só que ele tinha sido adormecido por um tempo, né? 6 anos, mais especificamente. Mas depois desse período, eu realmente me reencontrei. Eu me formei em jornalismo no ano passado. Hoje eu não atuo na profissão diretamente, mas é algo que eu quero juntar as duas coisas, né? Falar sobre esporte paralímpico, fazer que as pessoas conheçam mais e que a gente encontre mais Luísas por aí, né? Que a gente não deixe só ao acaso, que a gente faça as pessoas conhecerem as modalidades mesmo, que hoje em dia é pouquíssimo divulgado ainda, né? Mas estamos aí para mudar isso.
Com certeza. Inclusive, como que começou essa sua história com o vôlei?
Então, eu sempre tinha sido atleta, né? Desde criança, eu cresci na roça, então eu falo que eu cresci me movimentando. Então, minha história com o esporte começou muito cedo. E aí, como eu tive que parar e tal, fiquei esse tempo longe, e eu estava num programa de TV da Fátima Bernardes, aqui do Brasil, né? Falando sobre uma coisa completamente diferente, completamente aleatória, nada a ver com esporte. E eu estava de short, né? Eu sempre usei short, eu nunca tive vergonha de mostrar quem eu sou, nunca tive vergonha de mostrar as minhas cicatrizes. Acho que talvez pode até ser legal mostrar, né? Um pouquinho da minha perna, ó. Quando eu falo endoprótese, aqui são 5 cirurgias que eu tive, né? Para colocar a endoprótese no lugar do osso. Então, eu estava com a perna assim, quando o atleta da seleção brasileira estava assistindo o programa, a Gisele, que é a nossa líbero hoje eu jogo com ela, e ela assistindo o programa, viu a cicatriz, viu que eu tinha prótese, e falou, cara, essa menina pode dar uma boa jogadora de vôlei, porque eu sou alta, né? Eu tenho 1,77 m, e a gente tem muita escassez, assim, de meninas altas no vôlei, então ela resolveu me chamar, mais assim, porque eu era alta do que por eu já ter sido atleta, ela nem sabia. Então foi uma coisa que realmente eu acredito muito em destino, né? Então eu não acho que as coisas acontecem por acaso, acho que tudo foi acontecendo na minha vida da melhor forma possível. Mas depois de 6 anos eu conheci o vôlei sentado através dela. Ela me chamou nas redes sociais, me fez o convite para conhecer e aí foi match.
E aí foi, né? Perfeito. E quais que foram, sabe, os principais desafios e preconceitos que você sofreu, tanto, né, por ser uma pessoa com deficiência, quanto por ser uma atleta do esporte paralímpico?
Eu acho que por eu ter ficado tanto tempo longe do esporte, quando eu cheguei no esporte paralímpico, não foi um divisor, assim, muito forte. Eu acho que se eu tivesse, tipo, saído do esporte olímpico para o paralímpico, teria sido um peso maior. Mas como eu fiquei 6 anos longe, eu acho que isso me fez sentir falta, me fez ter um carinho imenso por estar voltando. Então, muitas pessoas têm, o próprio atleta às vezes tem um preconceito, né, de transitar do olímpico para o paralímpico, mas isso não aconteceu comigo porque eu me reencontrei de fato. Mas eu acho que para as pessoas à minha volta, assim, todas sabiam o quanto eu era fascinada por esporte, né? Minha família, meus amigos, todo mundo via o quanto eu amava isso. Então, quando eu encontrei o esporte paralímpico, eu de fato não tive essa quebra, assim, essa coisa assim, tipo, ai, você é atleta paralímpica. Eu acho que isso foi acontecendo aos poucos, quando eu comecei a entender que eu, enquanto atleta, que era super ativa na escola, que fazia de tudo, e com 15 anos eu me tornei uma pessoa com deficiência, e ninguém me colocou para o esporte paralímpico desde aquela época, né? Eu acho que ali que eu comecei a entender que o preconceito, que a falta de acesso de informação, de um professor te levar até, vamos conhecer aqui as modalidades, sua vida não acabou. Então, eu acho que isso começou a acender esse sininho, assim, desde esse momento que eu falei, cara, por que que eu tive que esperar 6 anos? Sabe? Então, quando eu digo que eu quero encontrar mais Luísas por aí e não deixar que isso seja ao acaso, é muito isso. Eu quero levar o esporte e quero fazer que ele seja mais reconhecido.
Perfeita. E assim, Lulu, é um problema muito grande, né, que tem tanto com as pessoas com deficiência, mas aqui trazendo para o seu universo, para os atletas, é a questão da roupa. A roupa, ela tem que ser adaptada, querendo ou não. É um processo que tem que andar concomitantemente dos atletas com as marcas. Como que é isso para você? Você já passou por algum tipo de problema nessa situação?
Então, quando eu tinha 15 anos, né, que foi quando eu coloquei a prótese, eu senti muito esse choque de me tornar uma pessoa com deficiência. Então, eu não era e me tornei. Então, eu precisava me adaptar a fazer vários tipos de coisa. E um deles era, tipo, vestir calça, colocar um tênis, colocar uma meia. No início, eu precisava da minha mãe para fazer tudo. Então, isso já interfere na questão da independência da pessoa com deficiência, isso é extremamente importante para a gente, né? O capacitismo, que é o tipo de preconceito da pessoa com deficiência, ele é exatamente isso, quando diz que você não é capaz de realizar certas ações só por você ser uma pessoa com deficiência. E aí essa questão do vestimento e tal, de usar roupa, enfim, eu tinha muita dificuldade, né, de fazer esse tipo de coisa. Então, realmente, eu acho que a gente precisa se adaptar a certas situações, mas a gente precisa também que as marcas, as pessoas que produzem, ajudem que isso aconteça, né? É claro que nunca vai ter um estereótipo, assim, um protótipo que vai servir para todos, exatamente porque cada corpo deficiente é diferente. Então, quando a gente olha para as Olimpíadas, a gente vê todos aqueles corpos iguais, idênticos, e aí você vai, quem ganha, quem tem melhor performance e tal. E quando você olha para a Paralimpíada, todos os corpos são diferentes. Então, é claro que não tem... É utópico imaginar que você vai achar algo que vai realmente agradar a todos, que vai ser muito bom para todos, mas a gente tem condições de fazer isso ser um pouco melhor. E foi o que o comitê fez para esses jogos, né? Para esses Jogos de Tóquio. A gente resolveu não fechar com nenhuma marca, exatamente para o comitê produzir o próprio uniforme, para que ele seja pelo menos o mais próximo possível do ideal para todos os atletas.
Legal, super legal. E no meio dessa história toda, tem alguma, enfim, uma confissão, algum momento que você quer abrir seu coração para a gente, de alguma marca que você precisou lidar, ou algum problema que te assustou, ou alguma história que você ficou sabendo, que acabaram, né, as marcas não lidaram da melhor forma com esses atletas?
Então, eu acho que, assim, todas as marcas, falando de esporte agora, né, todas as marcas que se envolviam com o esporte paralímpico, era sempre uma reprodução do uniforme olímpico. Nunca era algo específico para o paralímpico ou ter uma coisa personalizada. Até então, né, eu digo até tipo as Paralimpíadas de 2016, por exemplo. Então, a gente sentia falta de ter essa individualidade, sabe? Era bem tipo, aqui é do Olímpico, então toma o resto, que foi feito para cá, então vocês usam também. Então, acho que a gente sente muito a falta disso, dessa individualidade, né? Sentia, porque agora eu acho que as coisas melhoraram um pouco, é claro que tem muito para melhorar, mas dentro do esporte isso começou a ser mais inclusivo. O que a gente quer fazer é que isso se expanda, né? Saia do esporte e esteja em lojas, esteja em marcas de fato, porque acho que a pessoa com deficiência, a gente tem que entender que a pessoa com deficiência também quer ser fashion, também quer vestir uma roupa bonita, não tem que ficar usando aqueles calçados de ortopédicos que tem que ser feio, não, a gente quer ficar bonito também. Eu sempre fui ligada ao mercado da moda, né? Eu já fui modelo quando eu era adolescente, jovem, sempre gostei muito disso. E eu acho que naquela época, né, eu já fiz fotos, assim, já fiz foto de noiva quando eu já tinha me tornado uma pessoa com deficiência. E não era inclusivo, sabe? Não era tipo assim, pô, eu tive que ficar 5 horas em pé com um vestido super pesado, sabe? Ninguém pensou em fazer assim, cara, ao invés da gente tratar ela como, vou usar ela, pô, vamos usar a deficiência dela para expandir, para mostrar para outras pessoas, ao invés de fazer, sei lá, um vestido aberto com fenda para mostrar a perna mesmo, não, eles quiseram esconder e, tipo, meio que foi jogando para baixo do tapete, assim. Então, eu acho que eu fico feliz de ver isso acontecendo, sabe? Da gente ter esse espaço para falar aqui, exatamente porque a gente pode atingir outras marcas e as marcas podem entender que também tem um mercado aí, né? Não é só uma questão de inclusão, é uma questão de mercado também. Por exemplo, eu fiz uma collab agora com uma marca que a gente vai produzir um chinelo. Só que quando eles vieram com essa ideia, é tipo uma collab para a gente doar os lucros para uma instituição eu vou doar para a instituição de câncer, né, que foi onde eu fiz o meu tratamento, mas enfim, quando eles vieram com essa ideia do chinelo, eu falei, cara, nem todo mundo consegue usar chinelo, porque muitas pessoas não têm força no pé, ou quem usa prótese, por exemplo, às vezes as meninas que têm prótese têm o pezinho, né, e aí o dedão, ele tem o encaixezinho para o chinelo, só que não segura no pé, porque não... Enfim, e aí eu falei, eu aceito que seja chinelo, mas a minha única exigência é que a gente faça algo adaptado, então não precisa deixar de ser bonito para ser adaptado. E aí foi quando a gente pensou em botar uma tirinha para amarrar, uma cordinha, para que todas as pessoas possam usar, e não só... E aí a gente colocou tipo uma cordinha que desse para usar ou não, você pode tirar ou usar com e sem. Então acho que não precisa excluir. A ideia é realmente que a gente coloque todo mundo para usar a mesma coisa, e não, tem que ter um calçado de deficiente físico e um calçado de pessoas sem deficiências. Dá para fazer algo em comum.
Não, exatamente, isso é muito legal. Algumas pessoas na indústria, na verdade, elas defendem que tem que ter roupa adaptada e exclusiva para as pessoas com deficiência. Mas calma, não é assim, né? Por que a gente não pode ter uma roupa que dá para todo mundo? Ou que talvez tenha várias versões daquela roupa que incluam os diferentes corpos? Existe um mundo de possibilidades, né? É só as pessoas quererem mesmo e entenderem, tá, eu não quero ser inclusiva, eu não penso por esse lado, mas, poxa, igual você falou, tem um mercado e ele precisa ser explorado.
Exato. Eu acho que, assim, quando a gente fala em incluir, é exatamente isso. É você colocar pessoas com e sem deficiência fazendo as mesmas coisas, sendo visto do mesmo jeito. Mas, obviamente, que existem particularidades de pessoas com deficiência que precisam ser assistidas de forma diferente, né? Para ser adaptada da forma mais correta possível. Mas eu, Luísa, na minha vivência da minha deficiência, eu acredito que inclusão é exatamente que as pessoas possam usar as mesmas coisas, ou se for de uma forma adaptada, mas que seja com a mesma estampa, que tenha mais ou menos o mesmo modelo, que a gente possa se sentir bonita também, porque esse mercado ele está aí, ele existe. E a gente está pronto para consumir ele também.
Não, com certeza. E aí, quando a gente fala, então, diretamente com a indústria da moda, tem alguma ação que vem na sua cabeça que a indústria já podia abraçar e começar a agir agora para mudar essa realidade?
Eu acho que, primeiro de tudo, é começar a inserir pessoas com deficiência nas campanhas, começar a colocar esses corpos como corpos possíveis, como corpos que podem participar de um shooting, que podem ser modelos também, entende? Assim, acho que quando a gente coloca, vai bem naquele estereótipo, né, que a gente está acostumado, e eu acho que isso vem mudando e eu fico muito feliz. Mas eu acho que, de cara, o que a gente pode fazer é exatamente isso, ir inserindo a pessoa com deficiência para ir normalizando a vida dela no meio da moda também. Normalizar, acho que essa é a palavra, sabe? Entender que a gente também pode estar ali, pode assumir esse papel de protagonista, de se colocar, porque acho que a representatividade ela diz muito, assim, é muito importante para que outras pessoas com deficiência se enxerguem ali também e entendam que esse é um espaço que a gente também pode ocupar.
É isso aí. E assim, quando a gente fala, né, para finalizar e abraçar, amarrar toda essa nossa conversa aqui, quando a gente fala de conscientização, tanto da pessoa com deficiência, mas também do atleta paralímpico, o que é que a gente pode fazer já desde agora, não só na indústria da moda, mas na vida, para a gente realmente incluir essas pessoas e fazer com que mais que tudo, elas sejam vistas?
Eu acho que, primeiro de tudo, quando a gente muda a mentalidade das pessoas, a gente muda todo o contexto afora. Então, quando eu digo de mudar a mentalidade, é deixar de ser capacitista. Porque o capacitismo, ele é muito sutil, ele é muito comum. E aí, às vezes, até pessoas da nossa própria família e do nosso próprio meio que querem o nosso bem, praticam capacitismo. Então, acham que a gente, às vezes, por uma super proteção, sei lá, vou dar um exemplo, eu tô com sede, aí eu falo que eu tô com sede, o meu pai já vai, não, deixa eu pegar esse copo de água para você não levantar. Então, o capacitismo, ele tá nessas formas sutis, então a gente tem que começar a olhar para a pessoa com deficiência enquanto pessoa, e é exatamente por isso que o nome é esse, né? Pessoa com deficiência, porque pessoa vem muito antes de qualquer coisa. A deficiência é uma característica nossa, assim como existem pessoas de pele clara, pele escura, cabelo loiro, preto, olho verde, olho castanho, existe gente com perna, sem perna, com prótese, sem prótese, e acho que isso é só uma característica. Então, quando a gente muda essa mentalidade, começa a olhar para a pessoa com deficiência como uma pessoa e para o atleta paralímpico como um atleta que tem resultado, que treina, que faz de tudo para conseguir uma medalha e não como uma história de superação, que isso acho que para a gente já deu, sabe? Muita gente olha para o atleta, ai, olha que superação, tipo, cansa, sabe? Esse discurso cansa. Então, acho que para que ele seja mais incluído, basta tratar ele como uma pessoa, um atleta comum. E aí eu acho que aí vai vir um looping geral, assim, a mídia vai dar o tratamento que deve ser dado, as empresas vão começar a investir mais no esporte, enfim, acho que todo o contexto ele vem mudando de acordo com que a gente vai mudando essa mentalidade. E eu fico feliz que eu já vejo uma mudança. Eu já vejo uma mudança acontecendo. Acho que a gente precisa, com certeza, de ocupar mais espaços, de falar mais sobre isso, mas acho que já vejo algo melhor surgindo aí, tá? Que hoje é um exemplo disso.
Lulu, muito obrigada. Eu acho que não poderia, né, ter mensagem melhor para finalizar isso, que apesar da gente ter muita coisa ainda para mudar, a gente tá vendo uma mudança positiva, um cenário positivo, uma luz no fim do túnel. Então, eu só queria agradecer mesmo por ter compartilhado aqui com a gente, né, essa história maravilhosa, uma inspiração, e que você seja e continue sendo essa inspiração, né, para tantas meninas e, enfim, pessoas ao redor do mundo. Eu convido vocês a seguirem a Luísa no Instagram, porque ela fala muito, né, tanto da rotina dela, quanto das conquistas dela, e para ver que é isso, né, que tem como você correr atrás dos seus sonhos, realizar esses sonhos, independente das suas características e independente de qualquer desafio. Lulu, muito obrigada.
Ai, obrigada, Ju. É muito importante estar passando essa mensagem aqui. Eu convido também as marcas que quiserem conhecer o trabalho do comitê, né, que a gente fez para esses Jogos de Tóquio agora. Lá no site do comitê tem algumas informações sobre os uniformes, mas de entender talvez como se adaptar, às vezes são coisas muito simples, né? Tipo, eles fizeram, sei lá, colocaram um zíper na barra da calça para ajudar quem tem prótese, fizeram com que o zíper fosse ergonômico, se eu não me engano, acho que esse é o nome, para ser mais fácil para quem não tem força nas mãos, colocaram o braille na etiqueta das roupas, falando qual cor cada blusa representa, cada calça, então, tipo, a branca tem escrito em braille na etiqueta, branca, para as pessoas com deficiência visual. Então, assim, são coisas muito simples que às vezes a gente consegue colocar aí no mercado, a gente consegue fazer de uma forma muito simples, muito tranquila. Então, eu convido as pessoas que queiram entender mais sobre isso a pesquisarem também e verem que isso tudo, que incluir, às vezes é muito mais fácil do que a gente imagina. Obrigada.
Muito obrigada.
Hi, everyone. So like I said, that was just beauty coming from Brazil, from both ladies that just spoke. So important to really think of everyone when we speak inclusivity, and they did such an incredible job at that. And it really, I feel that type of conversation should empower every brand to really think more inclusive in every aspect, not just color, race, ethnicity, but just people in general, because at the end of the day, we're all the same and we all deserve clothes because fashion is for everybody. So thank you so much for that, Louisa and Julia. So with that, we are now going to watch, as I mentioned in the beginning and during the program, we have our New York Fashion Week project as we are heading towards New York Fashion Week in about a week. And so we selected startup brands that really should be applauded for the work that they do, how incredible they are. And again, it's just as important to applaud and to look at these brands as it is the enterprise and the bigger brands. Everyone should come together. And so with that, I am going to show another video with another few brands that are part of this project. And as I mentioned before, after watching the video, go to our website, scroll down, look at all the brands, click on the websites, do some shopping, support the designers, but most of all, just learn about how amazing they are. So without further ado, here's a little video and I'll be right back. So that was the brands, and really I believe in the videos that we've shown today, we showed a little glimpse of each of them and how wonderful they are. And because we're speaking of brands, I have to say it one more time. I am obsessed with the dress that I'm wearing by Rebecca Minkoff, and the name of the dress is Jordana, ironically enough, is the one that I ended up choosing. It's just so comfortable on the body, and everything that Rebecca Minkoff does, it really is for the women of today. And so thank you again, Rebecca, for this wonderful dress. Thank you for all of the designers that participated in the New York Fashion Week project. Speaking of designers, this next speaker is one you don't want to miss. I'm such a huge fan. Most recently, I bought a dress from her from Revolve, and it is stunning. So next we have Norah Kamali, founder and creative director, speaking on fashion is rebelliousness and creativity. Enjoy the video.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us. So excited to be here together. We wish it was in person, but here we are. This woman needs no introduction whatsoever. The Norah Kamali joins us here, fashion designer and author. We have a lot to talk about today. So Norah, just give everyone a quick introduction. We know you don't need one, but we'd love to hear from you.
Well, I'm thrilled to be here, especially with you. It's I know going to be fun. I've been a designer for 55 years, and I guess an advocate for women, and as part of that journey. And I just wrote a book recently that's a handbook for women that sort of addresses each of the decades in a woman's life, starting at 20 to 30 and 30 to 40 and up to where I am now, which is 76. And I'm planning on a few more decades to write about. So anyway, it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. 55 years. I mean, that's no small feat for anyone. So we just thank you for your contribution to this industry. You're known for being a fashion innovator, and your designs have longevity and they have relevance across the decades, right? And a few examples being the iconic sleeping bag coat, right? The Diana dress, the sweats collection from the 80s, right? Can you tell us a little bit about career longevity, what that means, especially in a fast-paced industry now?
Well, an interesting thing is I could not predict that myself, except a lot of it has to do with purpose and what you really want for yourself, right? And figuring that out and trying to figure it out early enough so that you have a path. For me, my path was I wanted a creative life more than anything, more than money, more than fame, more than anything. I really cherish the ability to be creative every day, and I still do. And in my heart, I knew if I'm doing what I love, I should at least be able to pay the rent. I should at least be able to be my own boss. And so today I'm speaking to you as the sole owner of my company. I've never had a partner, never had anybody telling me what to do and how to do it or what to design. So I think longevity is a result of that. It wasn't an intention, but when you're authentic and you're doing what you love and you've figured out a way to pay the rent and salaries that are meaningful for people who make it happen for you, that really has worked for me. And I obviously have benefited even more from that creative experience.
And I think I love that you talk about intentionality, right? And if you can weave that through, you know, and aligning that with purpose, I think that's so incredible. And it seems to have informed your creative process. How do you find inspiration?
Well, what happens, you know, designers design 4 collections a year. So think 55 times 4 collections a year. So it's not something I sit down and say, oh, okay, I'm going to start designing spring. That would not work. So I'm constantly thinking about ideas. I'm constantly saving things or having things developed or coming up with ideas. So my forte, I realize, is ideas. And so I love thinking of ideas, which help me think of another idea. And the more you think of ideas, the more you can think of ideas. So it's true with anything. If you're a writer, the more you write, the more you can write. If it's a special, okay, I'm going to sit down and write my book now, it ain't going to happen. So it has to be something that you do frequently with ease, so it's not a big deal. And then you'll know when a big deal is coming out of your computer or coming out of my sketches or whatever. You'll know when it's happening, but the more you do it, the better you are at it.
I love the wisdom in that, right? A lot of us who work in either creative or creative adjacent fields, there is a level of preciousness, right? And sometimes that preciousness creates anxiety, you know, and you want to be perfect, or you want to aspire to whatever, you know, idea that you have in your mind. I just saw this quote on Instagram when Maya Angelou was talking about just doing the work, just write. If you sit down and you say, I am going to write, then that becomes a whole thing in your mind, right? Instead of just writing, you know. So I love that.
I think Simone, you hit it on the head. When it's precious, it just becomes so important. And to allow yourself to make some shit too, and to like, this is really terrible, but in that terrible, there's something. There is something. For instance, how many collections I told you I did? So there's a dress downstairs in the sample room. It is the ugliest thing. I was like, what the hell? What happened here? And I said, don't take it off the form. I have to understand what the hell I did here. It's so bad. And then I'm looking at it and looking at it. And I kept going up and down, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, wow, wait a minute. If I take off that sleeve and I cut this in here, that can actually be pretty great. And so that's what they're doing. They're taking that. I looked at it, it's like, how bad can this be? I mean, this thing is so awful. And I don't often say that, but you know when you do something really horrible, in a film, you'll see somebody like a painting, putting an X on it or tearing it up. No, I like never do that. Look at it, because bad doesn't always mean not good. I mean, it means that there's an idea there that still can be massaged or put aside. Like I might put aside something for a few seasons and then look at it and like, wow, this is really good. So we're producing, and unless we're being totally lazy about it and just not caring, there's always magic in anything you care about.
Mm-hmm. Earlier, you talked about being the sole owner of your business, right, to this day. And I think it's great that your innovative spirit, it doesn't end with being, ahead of design trends, right? You listen to yourself, your gut. But on the business side, you opened up your business in the 70s, at a time when it was hard for women to get support, to get loans. You were the first designer to have, your own eBay store. You took your business online, you designed accessible collections for, different people, Walmart, the list goes on. You know what I mean? You've been ahead of the curve. What advice do you have for young entrepreneurs who are looking to open, their businesses in a creative field?
Well, the sort of the business side of it was, especially for women in that time period, we all believed men knew about business and women didn't. And I bought into that. I thought my husband would be better at business than I was. And so I never opened that side of my brain. And when I left what was, I considered my business, but when I left it for my soul to save my soul, I realized the only way I'm going to do this is I need to know how this business thing works. And just the way I needed to know how to be a pattern maker when the pattern maker I hired told me it was impossible to do my design. And I was like, oh yeah, well, wait a minute. I'm gonna figure this out myself. And so I learned how to make patterns, and I'm proud of that. And so I had to learn about business. I couldn't get a loan. I had $98 to my name, literally. I had no curtains on my windows. I was sleeping on a mattress. I was like, what am I gonna do? Other than crying my eyes out and figuring out, like, I can't just like feel bad. I have to save what I've done. And so I learned that I had to borrow money from friends and people I almost knew and maybe didn't really know that much either. And I had to figure out how I was going to pay them back and what I was going to do. And it was very like 101. And I paid everybody back. And when I couldn't pay them back, I would write, because at the time we were writing letters, I would write a note and say, I'm terribly sorry. I'm unable to send you a check this week. I feel awful about it, but I promise I will. And I wanted everybody to know that by not getting something from me didn't mean I was not going to pay them. I wanted them to know I was working hard at it. And I figured that out. And that was the most traumatic, from $98, borrowing other people's money, feeling like, oh my God, am I capable? You know, I was in my 30s when you fake it to make it, and you gotta fake it hard, because that's when you find out, oh, hey, I can do this money stuff. I can do this. And so by faking it, I made it, and it became part of my persona that I really love. I'm like on Zoom, like, okay, how many Dianas did we sell this week? What was the name? What's the profit margin on that? What can we do to promote, I want to know. And the more you know, the better designer you are, the better you are at the creative. So sometimes tackling the thing that seems like, oh, somebody else does that, is what you should figure out yourself.
So it's just constant self-education, right?
Yeah, especially in that age, between 30 and 40, it's like you can't spare a minute. Every minute has to be I'm going to do that. Yeah, I can do that. If somebody asks you, have you ever done this? Yes, I have. I'm going to do it. And then you figure out how to do it. You don't just, sit there and they find out you don't know. You scramble and figure it out, because you know what? You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out your way. And then you'll ask questions and make it yours, own it. So 30 to 40 is every second of it is trying everything to see who you are and what you're capable of.
I've always admired that you've been an advocate for holistic living long before it was a trend. And so I'd love to talk about your book for a second, right? I Am Invincible, which you've called, a handbook on aging with power. And you spoke to a little bit of it just now, but what advice can you give those listening and watching about how to age with power, especially in, sort of an ageist industry?
Well, aging with power is clearly my mantra. And I want to say that I'm very happy being 76. And it's not bullshit. I'm really happy. I don't want to be 30 again. It was like, I can't do that again. I don't want to be 40 again. I did all of that. I paid my dues. I learned, I went through it. And this experience is one that I want to create that makes me feel powerful. And I am powerful because I have a tremendous amount of experience to share and give to people. It's a joy for me to do that. And it's also very exciting for me to see what my physical body can do. I work out every day. I work out with a room full of people your age. And I'm so competitive. I can't even tell you. But I like knowing that my body can do these things. I like knowing that my body is sexual and sensual. I like being me now and contributing, obviously, and coming up with new ideas and things that I want to do that I even see in the future. So I look at the long game. I don't look at today and retiring or whatever. I have a lot of ideas. I have ideas about technology and AI and things I want to do that are very important for me in my creativity and very important for me and the way I see the future of my brand. Can you believe I said the future of my brand? So, but what I'm saying is when you're 20, you start to recognize age, right? And that you're not a kid anymore, you're not a teenager anymore. And now you have this responsibility to be an adult. And it's big and it's awesome. But you need to start aging with power. And a lot of it comes with lifestyle. You guys have been thrown into a planet that has so many issues that I didn't have. My generation had a cleaner planet. The food we ate was not toxic and sprayed, and the fast food was just started, like in the 60s, 70s, was just starting. So much was healthier. And stress level, I mean, we worried about what we were going to wear to the prom. I mean, I can't even tell you that through COVID, I am so aware of how stress is taking you guys and just really giving you a big challenge in your self-discovery, your discovery in relationships, but more important than anything, you have no choice but to eat healthy, to sleep, to work on figuring out how you're going to have a good night's sleep every night, and to working out every day. You have to do it. And if sleep is an issue, let me just tell you, out of the 3 pillars of a healthy lifestyle, sleep, diet, exercise, sleep is 50% of the pie. So you have to work on it. Sleep restores every cell in your body. You can't make up for it on the weekend. You have to do it. And if it's an issue, figure out how you're going to fix it, because you need all of that support so that your brain and your body and everything that you need to do for your generation and the generations to come, you can actually do.
Man, Norma, this, that resonated so much. This isn't about me, but I will say I recently turned 40. And everything you're talking about, sleep included. I did not sleep well last night. I don't sleep well in general. You really help sort of reframe how I think about certain things. So thank you for that. It's everything you're saying is fact, right? And we have that, we can take agency over that. We are close to time. So I do want to ask you one last question. At Refinery, we really believe that fashion is a vehicle for self-expression, right? It comes from in here. How do you want consumers to feel when they wear your designs?
Well, for me, I've always had the advantage of being a designer and being a woman, and how I feel in a dress, or how I feel in something, the way I stand in it, or the power I feel in my body when I'm wearing something, or the comfort of wearing something like this when I'm cold, or the price that I paid for something that doesn't make me feel guilty, or the ease in the way I clean it so I don't have to keep feeding it like a dog at the dry cleaners and wash it. So all of that is very personal for me. And so I want the same for you. I want the same for everybody. I want you to have a good time in every piece of clothing I do. I want it to help you express yourself and make you feel good. I don't want you to feel guilty that you spent way too much money and you didn't think about your rent. I really feel a responsibility with my clothing and the things I do, but especially with the clothing, because clothing is such a support system for all of us. So, and our closets really tell us a lot about what we think of ourselves and how we feel about our body and what we're doing. So our closets, and my closet changes too constantly. And sometimes I look at it like, whoa, you need to get yourself together here. And I do right away. I get stuff out. I do immediately, and cleansing the closet is a really good thing to do.
Agreed. Well, thank you, Norma. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy and your wisdom. This has been a really great conversation, you know, a lot for all of us to think about. So we appreciate you, and we appreciate what we've done for this industry. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Simone. It was a pleasure.
All right, everyone. So that was Norma Kamali. And let's just use one word, legend. What an amazing talk, and how much just power and how much belief and who she is as a person, and the way that she spoke on ageism. It was just so empowering, so incredible. And yeah, I mean, no other words besides just wow. Really, really love that conversation. So without further ado, we are almost at the end, but that does not mean that we don't have other incredible speakers that we're about to hear from. This next conversation is with top model Lais Ribeiro, and the title is Fashion is Driving Change from Inside Out. So everyone enjoy this conversation, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Today, I'm talking to Laís Ribeiro, a Brazilian supermodel. It's a really pleasure to be here with you today, Laís. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am Fernanda Simon. I'm the Fashion Revolution Brazil director. I write about sustainability for Vogue Brazil, and I'm also an activist for fashion because I do believe fashion must be good for people and for the planet. So welcome everybody. Laís, please introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Laís Ribeiro, a Brazilian model, a mom, an activist as well. Really believe everything that Fernanda just talked about it, you know, being accessible for the people, but also being sustainable for the planet. So I'm really happy to be here with you guys today.
Thank you so much. And well, Laís, I would like to discuss some ethical issues that we face in our fashion industry. And what do you think about when you think about your model career? Do you believe that you and your colleagues face ethical issues? As a woman, as a Brazilian working worldwide, have you ever encountered yourself in situations that you felt disrespected or even abused?
Well, I wouldn't say abuse, but yes, I had a couple episodes in the beginning of my career, and I think everybody knows as well that, back in the days, used to be much less Black models on the runway, doing campaigns and everything. I think this scenario is changing, but in a slow pace. But I think it is changing. And in the beginning of my career, I always say the same episode that, I don't want to, say names, of course, but they said that it was already too many Black girls, so I didn't need to go there. And when I saw all the shows, it was like max of 3 Black models, and the rest was all white models. And I thought it was like, I took very personally. And then I didn't go there for a while, but I think the industry is changing for better. I think we need more people like you, Fernanda, like, some of the girls that came up and talked about this issue that we've been having for a long time. And yeah, I mean, I did a photo shoot with this magazine, and this Brazilian magazine, a couple of years ago, I think maybe 5 years ago, and I was the first Black model on the cover, and I was in shock because in Brazil, it's just such a big country and so diverse. We have everything here in Brazil, and especially Black models. And I was really impressed that I was the first one. And again, I think everything is changing for better, but I think we can speed up the process a little bit more.
Yes, totally agree. And do you think the fashion industry is more concerned about the well-being of the fashion works today? As a model, how you see how models are being treated, how is this reality behind the cameras?
Yeah, well, in the beginning, I started in 2009. In the beginning was, I didn't know any English. I didn't know much about the industry because I'm from a very small town in Brazil, a little village. And, I didn't know what was big brands. When I started to work, I realized what I was doing. And in the beginning we had a lot of difficulties, of course, as everybody knows. It's not all glamour, it's not all everything that you guys see on the pictures. Let me think about something. I mean, for me, I was very lucky. I speak for myself because when I started, I just did everything that I had to do. I learned English. I was in a country that it was really cold, and for everybody who knows Piauí, where I'm from, it's pretty hot. So the changing of culture and going into the fashion industry, I didn't know much about it. So I think that was everything that was okay. You know, I think one of my first fittings to one of these big brands, I remember I was waiting for a long time to do the fitting. And I got there at 10 p.m. and until 4 a.m. I was still waiting. And I called my agent and I was like, listen, I'm gonna go to, you know, back to the hotel. I'm gonna sleep and get some rest when they're ready. They can call me. And they said, no, you can't do it because one of the gloves are not ready, but the clothes were ready. And I said, why don't I just try the clothes? And then I try the gloves tomorrow. And they just like kept holding me for a long time. And it's just like the abuse of power sometimes. It got into me because, you know, you have to treat people like human beings. And I see so much better, and I'm so happy for this because back in the day, I think models were how do you say, hangers, you know, like you just have to hang that clothes and you have to pass that message. That's what I'm here for. But today, I think being a model, you know, it's using your voice, using your platform for, you know, to do better, to open up the doors for those girls who are coming in right now and say, you don't need to go through this, you know, this can be different. You know, you need to have personality, you need to have your beliefs, your goals and everything, not only being a beautiful and, you know, all of that. Of course, that helps a lot, but not these days anymore. I don't think so, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a reality that we in Fashion Revolution in Brazil, we are always talking about how important it is to ask who is behind our clothes, to ask who made our clothes. But we see that we must ask for changes in the whole fashion industry because, yeah, the workers, for all the workers, because we see this kind of disrespecting all kind of situations. So yeah, it's something very urgent that needs to be changed. Yeah. And Lais, tell me about, you have a project, right, Born to Fashion, and it's about diversity in fashion. Tell us more about that.
Well, that was one of my favorite work ever that I've done as a model, because it was one of my first projects that it really meant something to me. I did a TV show here in Brazil with transgenders, and it was 10 of them, and we're all training them how to be a model. But it was very interesting because you don't know what, you know, for example, Fernanda, I don't know what you go through your daily basis. I don't know what they went through in their life. And being a trans, especially in Brazil, that we have the average of living is at 35 until 35 years old, which is crazy. And also Brazil, it's the first #1 country on killing trans. So I was very close to the cause because I have a couple friends that, you know, I wanted to give my voice, and I wanted people to understand that they are human beings, that they have a lot of emotions, they go through a lot of stuff to be where they are today. And it was very emotional, you know, they are sharing their experiences with me, and I cried every single day that I was filming this, because it was a very sensitive, and they're very vulnerable because they never had the chance, I'm already cried, but they never had the chance to speak up their truth. And, sorry guys, you know, that's my dog. They never had the chance to speak up the truth and what they go through, and nobody gives them the opportunities. show their talent. So for me, it was one of my favorite projects to do it about diversity, because I think everybody has a talent. They just don't have opportunities. So it was very special for me.
That's beautiful. And do you think we have enough room, you know, the minorities have enough access and room in the fashion industry? How is your perception about that?
I think it has to get better. 100% has to get better. You know, it's like in each job, you know, let's say not only in the fashion industry, but if you don't have experience, if people doesn't know your work already, it's really hard to start, you know, and especially being a minority. I think this project is just is so amazing, because it's going to give opportunities to people with talent and people who want to do something, you know, to want to show their art, to want to show their talent, and they just didn't have how to. So I think, you know, it's just a great beginning to you know, help the minority, and I'm here for it.
That's super important and necessary. And another issue I would like to talk to you is about maternity, because we know that for a woman,
I'm like, let's correct that. That's not an issue, but yeah, it's very hard. But go ahead, sorry.
Yes, well, how during your journey as a mother, do you think that the fashion industry was supportive? How was it, you know, to have a child and work as a model? How it is?
Well, first of all, you know, in the beginning, I had to get the structure so I could have, you know, I'll be comfortable to have my son close to me. It was really, really hard in the beginning. Of course, I was traveling a lot. He had to stay with my family back in Brazil for 5 years, and I was back and forth. So I wasn't really, you know, as much present as I wish I was back in the day. And it was very emotional. It was very emotional in the beginning, but I knew that he was the one who gave me all that strength, you know, to keep going for his future, for his, you know, his life. And here I am today, very thankful for the fashion industry, because they gave me an opportunity to give what I wanted for my son. Sorry. I cry a lot, you guys, because you know, I'm an emotional person, but it was really hard in the beginning, but today it's just, you know, it's the best thing ever. I have my son with me. He understands what I do, and he gives me support. And I think that's what it is about, you know. In the beginning also, I think finding a group of people that believe and understand that you're a single mom, you're just starting, you know, having the patience to know your limits, because, you know, sometimes you just can't do it anymore. So I think they all understood in the beginning, because I think is one of the biggest, if it's not the biggest thing in life, is raising a child. So Turkish. Sorry. Sorry.
This is what fashion must be about, you know, to get emotion and to talk about real stories and real life.
Yeah.
And
every time I talk about my son, it's like this. So I'm like.
And well, Laís, and we are living a climate emergency, and we all know that fashion must become more sustainable. What's your thoughts about that? What have you seen about it, sustainability in your career? What do you have to say about that?
I think also everything that is happening right now, especially in the fashion industry, they've been looking for solutions that, you know, it's good for the human race, but also good for the planet. And I've been looking myself for those because I think that there's no other option. You know, there's no other option. I think that the fashion brands have to find sustainability and make that priority for all of them. You know, fashion is such a powerful influence on so many people's lives. And, you know, if you don't start doing this now, you already know what is going to happen. So for me personally, lately, I've been working and studying about sustainability, and I think this is the way to go. This is the new path. This is the new black. You know, this is the new orange. There is no other way, and go find a way that you know, the fashion brands will support the nature, but at the same time, we have beautiful and fashionable clothing to wear.
Amazing. So, well, we just have a few more minutes, and taking consideration all that we have discussed today, do you have a final message? And also, what do you expect for future in fashion? What do you think we are, you know, where we are going?
Well, we are going somewhere, right? I hope so. I hope that fashion, you know, I think fashion for me is an evolution. And I think fashion it's on the path for evolution, and just being sustainable, just creating solutions that don't kill our planet, because what else are we gonna be, or what else we're gonna do? We're gonna put our clothes and you know, rest in peace? No, it's I think the right way and the path is sustainability, and being correct with the nature, you know, and worrying about the important things in life, you know, family, the planet, and why not being in an amazing outfit doing that as well, that it's ecologic correct. So that's what I hope, and that's what it, you know, I hope that is going to happen with the fashion industry.
I hope to. And a final message for those who want to be a model, what do you have to say?
A final message for those, you know, in the beginning of their careers: focus, a lot of patience. It's really important that you have support from your family, because it's a very lonely sometimes road, but it's very you know, everything that I have today, it was because of the fashion industry. You know, I can give my son the support that he needs. I can give my family the support that they need, and you know, just observe all that you see culturally, you know, language, and have fun.
And have fun, very important.
Very important.
So, Laís, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time, for your brilliant work, for your inspiration, for your projects, so for being emotional. So thank you so much. I really appreciate this conversation. And I think you inspire many girls, many boys that wanted to have this career, you know, and you have this inspiration, you give this inspiration with love and truth. So this is really beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was my pleasure to be here. And like, I love to talking about real things, you know, I love talking about real things. And I think that's how it's supposed to be, you know, the fashion industry, you know, all that glamour. I think you have to destructure that and show people that also, you know, there is a single mom, that is a hard worker, that is, you know, people that like you talking about real things happening in real life. So thank you so much for this space.
Thank you. Thank you all the organization, the people who are working for the event, and those who are here watching us. Thank you so much, and bye-bye.
Bye. Beijos.
Bye. Beijos.
Hi everyone, we are back, and Laiz was so beautiful in the way that she got emotional speaking about her son and just talking about diversity in such a really like passionate but also authentic and very transparent way. So thank you so much for that incredible talk. And as you see, I have next to me my co-founder, my husband Marcelo.
Was a long day, guys. Yeah, now we are really to the closing remarks, and was we start the day was really clear behind us. Now is really the night, and we are really happy for the full day of inspiration. And we need to announce the winner for the startup pitch competition, and as well we're really excited for the last panel that will be led from one of our partner now, Spring Studios, Giuseppe. Jordan, you'll tell more about it.
Yeah, so we're really excited to announce the winner. But as I said before, all of the people that pitched in this competition, all of the entrepreneurs are winners in our books. But this is just the company that the judges felt was most ready to scale. So the winner of today's competition is Lex Keephaver, the founder of United by Zero. So we will be emailing everyone with the winner's name and a website so you can all check it out. They're doing incredible things for those of you who missed the pitch. And as Marcelo said, we are going to finish off the day with an incredible conversation that you don't want to miss. And we are right now streaming and ending in Spring Studios, one of our partners.
And it was so exciting with this next panel. And we hope you guys enjoy and follow Fashinnovation, and see you in the next World George Talks in September. But beside that, you have a lot of activations, a lot of new events. Follow us, and you guys, you'll really be inspired.
So this last, but definitely not least, panel is with Giuseppe Stigliano, Global CEO of Spring Studios, and Riccardo Pozzoli, Global Brand Director of Persol, and they are also the co-authors of our fashion innovator in the past, Philip Kotler's book, On Life Fashion. So with you now, we have the last conversation titled Fashion is on Life. Enjoy.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. My name is Giuseppe Stigliano, and I'm the global CEO of Spring Studios. It's a great privilege, a great honor, and a great opportunity for me to be part of this panel for two reasons. One, because I can share the stage with Riccardo Pozzoli, my co-author, friend, and colleague. And also because being the global CEO of Spring, I have the privilege of being the co-host of this amazing event. And so closing the day with our panel is absolutely a pleasure and an honor for me. I'll leave it to Riccardo for an introduction, and we'll see you in a second.
Thank you very much, Beppe, for the great introduction, and also thank you to for co-hosting together with Fashinnovation on this amazing event. I am Riccardo Pozzoli, as you said, and I am the global director of Persol Eyewear brand. And again, I kind of feel the responsibility that you invited me to join you in this last panel of the day. So we really have to wrap wrap it up. So I gonna try to, you know, like to think that also in the work that I'm doing every day in Persol, something that is really fundamental in what we do is trying to, you know, like think at the brand and our product something at something like a really timeless. And this is bringing me to you know, to one of the chapter of our book. And so you know, like when you think how the world is accelerating and the rate is accelerating, and if you think about what happened in the past couple of years, that everything slowed down again, you know. So and then when you think that we are working and creating value in a super global world where seasonality doesn't really you know, means so much anymore, as we in the same moment we are maybe selling a product from the, you know, Arctic Pole to south of Brazil, or you know, whatever. So really we are living a period of life in which when you are trying to market a product to the world, you don't know how much, you know, how you don't know how long the hype is gonna last. You don't know what kind of generation you are facing or will embrace your product. And us as Persol, that we are a 104 years old brand with icons that are, you know, tens of years old. We are really trying to think about our brand timeless. And I think that this is something be timeless indeed, that a lot of fashion brands nowadays should try to embrace as a project, as a you know, a concept, as an approach. Not really because you kind of have to live outside your time. This is clearly would be kind of wrong, but you should try to, you know, completely change and revolution all the traditional time frames that we had in the job. If you think like fashion was working, thinking about, you know, like working on a season, presenting to the buyer, season collection, presenting to the buyer, then working on producing and stuff. Nowadays, you know, the most important projects are thinking about dropping. So, and I mean, if you even connect to what probably the metaverse world will be. So even living in a sort of virtual reality, and even in that scenario, every kind of time frame that we know nowadays is going to be completely revolution. So really, the most important concept I think that fashion brands should, you know, try to embrace today is starting thinking about their job around their brand, something as something completely timeless, not necessarily, you know, connected to every single trend of that day, because probably, you know, like everything they are doing also, it's gonna stay, and everything they are doing, it's gonna be appreciated in the future. So in this sense, really trying to work on a completely different approach, apart from obviously thinking that, you know, like we are such in a global and dynamic world that if we focus too much to something, you know, right now, right there, probably it's gonna be expired in a couple of days. So really trying to enlarge the vision from a geographical point of view, but also from a time frame point of view. What do you think about that? Mute.
It's great, and it's also fun because you are in Paris, I'm in London. We're talking about this topic, and it reminds me of when we were like discussing about the guiding principles of the book and what brands should do, and we were in the middle of the first wave of the pandemic. And so it's always interesting to go back to this topic of time and to talk about on life. So the title of this closing panel is On Life, Fashion is On Life. And of course, On Life is this word, is this neologism created by Luciano Floridi, who is the professor of philosophy, who wrote the foreword of our book. So On Life is this concept that basically tells us that our life is no longer online or on land. It's more, you know, on life. So it's both things at the same time. lines are blurring. And it's interesting that you talk about time, because actually what Luciano Floridi always says is that one of the consequences of the digital transformation or digital revolution is actually the fact that time and space changed completely. So time, because of what you just described, and space, because, you know, presence and localization are no longer the same. You don't have to be localized somewhere to be present somewhere, and which is, of course, the essence of e-commerce. And you also touched on the metaverse, which is probably another level or another acceleration when we talk about time and space, because we definitely kill the space and even the time. And also when it comes to cryptocurrency and NFT and many other topics that the other speakers addressed today, it's again about timeless. You can, you know, if you buy some cryptocurrency, at some point in the middle of the night, everything can change. While this is not the case with traditional currency, with the traditional trading. So, you know, I guess this is important to talk about time. It is important to talk about space. It is important to talk about metaverse as something different again, and this is something that has been discussed today. But it's also important, and it's another topic that was raised today, to talk about acceleration. We talked a lot about acceleration. We opened the book talking about acceleration. We thought that it's the main driving force that is reshaping every industry, including fashion. And the reason why we thought that it was important to focus on fashion is because, as has been said in the foreword, fashion is like the canary in a coal mine. It's actually the indicator. It's actually the very first sign that something is changing, that something will impact at the market and every industry. And so when it comes to acceleration, and so time in a different view, we notice that everything is changing and will change. Actually, we wrote that change is the only constant, and the speed of change is increasing and will increase. So as you said, basically you have two options. Either you try to cope with change, with this transformation, we try to follow the next big thing all the time. You try to, you know, embrace the latest technology just for the sake of technology, and just to say that you are there, that you are cutting edge, that you are ahead of the curve. But it's actually impossible, because companies and brands need time to evolve, to change, and they need to stay credible, they need to stay relevant, they need to stay current and respect their audience. So it's not about embracing the speed of change in the sense that you always have to sort of be ahead of the curve and embrace just for the sake of saying that you are tech savvy or that your brand is ahead of the curve. It's more about understanding what is relevant for people, understanding which trends are here to stay or which trends are relevant for your target. And so you will embrace them and try to evolve and try to upgrade your brand in that direction. And then you have to be consistent and stay there. Otherwise, once again, it's more, you know, technology for the sake of technology. And sometimes there is this temptation. So I guess it is especially true when you run a 140-year-old brand, as in your case, but it's also true for any brand. We cannot just follow the flow and be overwhelmed by change. We should always remember ourselves that technology is a means to an end. And so, yes, of course, we need to be conscious of what's going on, but not necessarily we should jump on every single thing. And another thing, this reminds me of another thing that we wrote in the book, that is digital technology is like a joke. If you have to explain it, then it's not that good. And it's, I guess, a great metaphor to highlight the fact that, yes, of course, we should embrace technology, but it should help simplify, add value, make people laugh because it's a great content, whatever is the outcome. But again, it's a means to an end. If it's about explaining why you are using this QR code or why you should create an avatar, we get lost. We lose our relevance, and I guess it doesn't make sense. What do you think?
I completely agree with you. I mean, thankfully we agreed about this. Otherwise, it would have been a problem writing down in book. But yeah, I mean, you know, I started my career because of technology. Because basically, back in 2009, when there has been the the revolution of bloggers, and when really the fashion communication completely changed. I understood that could be an opportunity, because really the mindset of fashion would have completely went through a completely and deep transformation. So I decided to jump in and follow that. And thanks to technology, I understood a new way. But as you are saying, that's just a means to the end. Like at the end. That's something that should enable us to definitely get to a better result, but not to get to a different result somehow. But yeah, I mean, that somehow also is bringing me to something that I would like to talk about. That it's another point of it's another chapter of our book, and somehow. Thanks to technology, we also had to start thinking a bit more, I think, about the purpose. And when you think about our 7th chapter, Be Purposeful, it's something that I think that, it's one of probably our most important chapter, and one of the most important work that nowadays all brands should do, no matter if they are 100 years old or 2 years old. But somehow trying to really understand that thanks to technology, we are communicating, we are selling, we are entertaining, we are, like really engaging and interacting with millions of people all around the world, or at least that's the option that we have, in front of us. So how can we face that in a right way? To face that in the best way possible is, first of all, to focus on which is our purpose in getting into that conversation. So this is something that a lot of brands started discovering and understanding because of this sort of transformation. Technology opened the discussion. Before was a great maison, like a great fashion house, creating a great product, selling that product. That's it. Right now, it's a conversation with all our communities and all our customers. So we really need to try to understand how to make our purpose, and how to enlight that purpose also to all our organization, because that's not to make it true and authentic, and not just a sort of tools to just sell a couple of t-shirts more. That's clearly not our objective, but to really make it true is going to be very important that all our organization will embrace that. So again, I really think that this is something that all executives and managers of fashion houses, they really have to understand. Today, if you want to be relevant out there, you need to have a purpose and embrace it, and be sure that all your team will do the same.
Yeah, well, what you just said reminded me of something that Philip Kotler wrote on the cover of the book. He said, I hope that members of the fashion industry will read this book carefully and take heed with the warning that staying traditional will lead to their extinction. So that's exactly what you're talking about. But of course, Philip can say it this way, can put it this way. Of course, it's so. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. Thanks for being with us today. I think a couple of people, or maybe one group and one person, we should thank. The group is. I'd like to thank all the global CEOs who accepted to be part of this project. Riccardo and I spent so much time with them, and we learned so much that, at some point we thought that even if we couldn't write the book for some reason, it was anyway worth the effort because we learned so much. So a special thank to the global CEOs of Bottega Veneta, Brunello Cucinelli, Dolce & Gabbana, Ermenegildo Zegna, Farfetch, Gucci, Moncler, Newgarts Group, Prada, Salvatore Ferragamo, Stella McCartney, Tom Ford International, Valentino, Versace, Yves Net-a-Porter, and Yves Saint Laurent. Amazing brands. Thanks a lot because we learned a lot and we could get the most out of your contribution when we wrote the book. And it's you gave us the opportunity to write this book and to share our thoughts even today. And one very last thank goes to Jordana, my friend Jordana, for this amazing partnership between our two companies. And this is the very first of a series of events that we will co-host and do together. In this case, it was more physical than digital, more digital than physical, but hopefully in the future, we will also have a chance to meet in person at Spring in New York, and so it would be even better. Thanks, Jordana. Thanks, everyone, for being with us, and thanks for being part of such an amazing day and project. Bye-bye.